It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
This is a brawly fight, quite messy. Behind me, look how far he's been pushed over, the paranoia is so damn good. Shao! They're giving him that 1v1 and it's Cena coming out on top.
Everything picture perfect on that one.
Aslan has to go huge, and he does!
Oh my god!
Huge going, but look how deep it is. It's not really for long. They have to fight their way back in, and Maxwell holds them!
Right, Zipan is so low. Oh, it's Jordy! It's Jordy! No way! Trying to set up a crossfire here, out to the open. Nivera, very risky, but Shin is able to trade right back out. Both of the players hand in hand. Peek out from XMS, ends up dropping Shin. Good first shot, good double up, and now he's got only one left. So there is over. Recon to the floor.
Four teams remain after yesterday's elimination. But remember, there is only one spot up for grabs for VCT Champions Los Angeles. Welcome to day 2 of VCT EMEA LCQ Live from Messe Berlin. I'm Jeannie, joined on the floor with Mission Tom because I had to get rid of Zesh because I was getting rid of
There's 2 spots. You said there's 1.
There you go.
One spot.
There's 2 spots.
There's 2 spots. Oh yeah, thank you, Fnatic.
There you go. Yeah, Fnatic saved everybody,
Yay.
so there you go. There's
We
2
appreciate
spots. It's a little bit easier. It's a little bit less stressful, I'm sure. All the teams are really just chilling out.
Oh yeah, they're chill.
Because there's 2 spots and 4 teams. It's very easy.
No need
just
to
get rid of half of them. Done.
That's what we're going to be looking at today, but yesterday we got rid of half of them as well. We had 4 teams show up and 2 had to go home. First of them was Heretics. They went up against Koi, and unfortunately for them, we had to say goodbye because although it went all the way to that final map, it was not enough.
No, it wasn't. I mean, at the end of the day, they put up one hell of a fight, and I think considering they're coming in here with a player, Benji Fishy, who we didn't know if he was going to perform at the top tier. There were lots of questions around him. They're having to make a ton of adjustments. I mean, we saw potentially some players feel uncomfortable. Example, Abu on the first map playing that Sky, his 4th career Sky, and it really didn't look like it was something he was ready to put on the table. This is ultimately a team that I reckon, give them another month, they could have come in looking a lot better than they did.
Yeah, the only problem now is obviously the way the elimination goes. This gives Heretics quite a long time to sort of decide whether or not these 5 players will be given another shot. And although some have just joined, some have been there quite a long time, I think that's going to be the more brutal sort of thing to look at, but there were definitely some bright sparks. I think like Mixwell, his Yoru looked pretty decent on one of the maps, and obviously Benji, for his first time coming into VCT, he did pretty well.
Yeah.
And while there were some levels of players maybe feeling uncomfortable with the roles they've been shifted into, you saw players like Avova getting to bring back out that Omen, look incredible on it as well for the majority of the maps. Like, there were some really nice signs of life from this squad, but like Tom said, now they've got to stay alive for quite a while in the offseason.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to go through the off-season, but another team that we had to send home yesterday was BBL. It was, again, a best-of-3 that went all the way against Carmine Core, and unfortunately not able to close it out on Bind. Had to go to OT because you win a 1v4.
Yeah, a 1v4 and an ace mixed in, so it was definitely, let's put it this way, I feel like maybe you could argue that Heretics, at least towards the end, went out with a little bit of a whimper, but ultimately on the other side of things, it kind of went out in a bit of a brawl. They went out swinging.
Yeah.
I guess that's the way we kind of look at it, so I definitely feel a little bit bad for BBL because they were so damn close, Turco especially. I don't even, like, I feel like he saved everything for the last 2 rounds. He had an okay series, but those last 2 were insane.
Yeah, I think it was like Aslan going throughout the series, starting it off, especially the first map. He had some really high impact rounds. And yeah, I think everybody on this team got to have that one final hurrah. But yeah, a shame for this squad as well. It's really heartbreaking to see them down and out. No lower bracket, no chance for redemption. I do think the format is punishing, but also understandable. You know, you're paying the price for what happened during the regular season.
What do you think, Tom? What do you think?
You know, as Tom, I think that I would really like to go back to Turkey, maybe, you know, get some hair.
Transplants.
Yeah,
I've heard that that's
would you like that?
I don't know about the hair.
You think we should both go get some hair transplants? I think so.
I love
we can make it work.
Though. I'll go for the food.
What do you think, Genie?
You know, I love the food
Where
in
are the
Turkey.
heels?
I don't really need the hair. I know you can't see them because my trousers are so long. But either way, we're going to be getting into the reason I'm here. I've taken over the show because I've got a game for these two to play, which I believe they're going to need some cards. So if we can bring in the cards so that we can actually get this one kicked off. But it is a game of who said it. Now, this is basically where I'm going to show them a quote. I'm going to give them 3 options, A, B, or C. And then it's pretty simple. They just have to tell me who said the quote. Like, I don't think it could get much easier than that. In fact, if you don't get 6 out of 6, I'm going to be very, very disappointed. And
you don't want him to
obviously,
be disappointed.
The other thing as well between the two of you, especially you, Mitch, you like to brag. You like you love the brag.
I'm new here,
so
you know.
that's going to be something that
I like to rub it in. I'm
the
sorry.
entirety of the day. But let's go in. Quote number 1. Obviously, it was brought to you by. We don't know because that would be the game. So we're going to be kicking things off.
Okay.
I don't do any deathmatch.
Wow.
Maybe that's the secret. Now, was that Scream? Was it the Maestro that is Yassine, someone we haven't seen for a little while now? Or was it Big Brain Boaster? Who are we going for, A, B, or C?
Honestly, I'm just going to like try my luck here. I don't know what I'm doing. But
Okay, B off the bat.
I can see it. I don't do any deathmatch. Maybe that's the secret, right? I think that works. I think it's Scream.
Well, so both of you are off to a flying start. If we could just roll the clip,
I feel like
roll the
this
clip
might-
of who said it. Can we get that one up, please?
Yeah, go on. Get him up.
Let's show the answer.
He's doing a dance,
we
isn't
see
he?
it?
Walk us through the deathmatch training.
Damn it!
I don't do any deathmatch.
You guys were
Maybe
literally
that's
at that event. How did you not get this, Mitch?
Whenever Doe comes on, I tune out.
See, this is wild.
Oh, I think I'm gonna have fun with this one. Well, we got our second quote. We can bring that one up onto the screen, and that is, we had a bet that if it's going to be a 3rd map, I will play Reyna. Now, was that said by Redgar, Angel, or Durka?
I'm pretty certain.
I saw a little glimpse.
I'm pretty certain it was this one.
Sticking with my you know what?
I'm pretty certain.
Listen, if I stay on B for all 6 ones, how many am I gonna get right?
It would be really evil if I'd like maybe not put any of them on B. But guys, honestly, again, I can't believe this. But can we just roll the clip? I don't really need to say anything at this stage.
Okay.
It's gonna be
I
Redgar.
will start that we're gonna have a bet for the 3rd mob. If it's gonna be the
Mitch,
3rd
listen.
mob,
Look, isn't that you there? Up there, you see that in the caster room? Does that not look like Mitch, guys? Right?
That was me.
That
was me. I
you
was
were
there.
literally there.
I was in the
person.
building for
Wow.
both of those so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is-
that one wasn't even that long ago. That was the last week of EMEA.
That was here.
So,
yeah.
I'm really
disappointed.
not impressed so far. Now, this one, it might be the easiest one of the lot. So if anybody manages to get this wrong, I'm going to be bitterly disappointed. If it's a bit of a shorter quote, so if we could just get quote number 3 up on screen.
Confident about this one. Right.
This is the quote is Saw.
Yinsu, Hypok, or Lothar.
Yeah.
Wait, I heard a story about this.
See, I've heard Yinsu say it a
I've heard a
lot,
story about
but I think the original, the OG,
here we go.
It's got to be Lothar.
Okay. Well, I can tell you now, we have actually got our first point on the board. It's amazing.
It's not me, is it?
If we could just roll clip number 3.
This is
Roll the
unfair,
clip.
guys. I wasn't here.
So, did you?
Oh.
I'm so glad you were
Never gonna
Alright.
do that. I don't know what that was.
So it was a bit of a harsh one because in theory throughout the week everybody did say the word saw because they weren't
Many
playing during
times.
Ascension, but I have to
Do I
say-
get half a point
no,
for it?
No, there's no half points.
This
We don't
is
play
so
like
rigged.
that. So Mitch, you are on the board. First
What
point.
can I
first
say?
point
You
go.
know, I fought hard for this victory.
About time, man.
And at the end of the
You're
day,
gonna
we
need
all
it.
knew it
Still,
was
don't
coming.
worry.
You're
There's
gonna
still,
need it.
there's
No,
still
we can
3
end
more
it
to
here.
go. 3 more to go. If we could bring
Wrap it up.
quote number 4, which is going to be, I don't think we are a team that plays on confidence. We play on logic. Now, was that said
What?
by Angel,
That was really
or
recent.
Ryan?
That was really recent.
Or was it?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. Well,
Alright,
I
wait,
believe
wait.
that was
Going for?
You know what,
extremely
guys?
recent.
I got the strat. I'm literally just gonna stick with B.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Ryan said that
Every
to
single
me.
time it's B.
Pretty sure Ryan said this to me in the press conference.
Well, yeah, this was more of a bamboozle because I wanted to see how much Mitch was actually paying attention within the press conference. So, well, we're going to roll the clip here. We're going to roll the clip.
Let's go.
I think we're a team that plays on confidence. I think we just play on
All right.
He literally
And then you were
answered
like,
it
you
too
know
big.
what? Let's remove the one quote that Genie would get and just
Yeah,
give
there
Mitch
was- there was
every
a-
single quote from every
There was a
week
Des
that
quote
he's
in
been
there at
here.
one point, but unfortunately that got removed. Still 2 more to go, so you are 2-0
It
in
is
the lead.
cheating. I literally hosted the press
You were
conference.
there.
That's-
You've been there for
You
pretty
needed
much
it.
all of these.
I
so
needed it.
definitely isn't a fair. Yeah, after the hot sauce he ate earlier, he needs a win. Quote number
And a
5.
bit
Now,
of-
this one is one of my personal favorites. It is the quote, "It tastes like
Yep.
shame."
Yep.
So was that Lothar?
I'm
Was it
sticking, I'm
Ryan
sticking.
Central? Or was it Zesh?
made the right
well,
call here, Ginny.
eventually,
You made the right
Ginny,
call.
it has worked out for you.
Yay!
Sticking with B has worked. As I said, this
I
is
get a
one of
point.
my favorite clips
Roll
of all
it.
time. Play this one. I'm sorry, Ryan.
I'm not.
It tastes like shame.
Well, you know what?
Wait, is it a birthday cake?
It was a birthday cake that he got
And he said his birthday cake tasted like shit.
because it wasn't his birthday, Ginny.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
Sorry,
happened a while
new
ago
hair.
during Champions, a gorgeous moment where Ryan was given a cake and he said it tasted like shame. There was about 8 quotes I could have taken from that exact video.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So Mitch has already won, but he's
Yeah.
not really going to be a winner here because we've got quote number 6. Now, quote number 6, it might be a little bit easier where you can guess who is this from. So is it Zesh who said this one? Meow.
Yeah.
Is
No.
it Wolfen? You know? Oh! Did he maybe say meow once, or was it Mitchman that
Who
said
was it?
meow?
Who was it? Who was it?
What one are we
Oh,
going for?
you can't see mine.
Oh, we're going for.
Wait, I'm going for Joe.
Okay, you're
Joe.
going for nice. Yeah, nice one. Okay, so C. The answer
Joe
is
who?
C. Let's roll the clip of the last one. No one would have got this one.
Mouse wheel? Maybe? I don't know.
Joe.
There's no need, man. There is
Well,
no need.
It was
I can
you.
tell you. Yeah, the answer was Mitchman. Obviously, Mitch, you've won the game. Congratulations. Honestly,
get a win.
round of
Yay.
applause for Mitch.
I feel like a winner right now.
Well done. You've absolutely
you.
smashed it with that one. I think that was 3-1 in the end, but those are your quotes, and that is the end of the game show. I hope you both enjoyed
I
yourself.
appreciate
I had
the
a great
history
time,
lessons.
Tom.
Yeah, they were great.
I'd rate that 5 out of 6.
5 out of 6. Well,
That's really generous.
Why not 6?
You lost 1 point.
Okay, that's cool. But either way, well,
I rated negative
we've
5.
we've gone on a little bit like my game. I've had a great time, but
Yeah.
we do
All right,
have
I'm taking over.
we have some matches, don't we, Ginny?
We do indeed have some matches, and yesterday specifically, we started off with 2 best-of-3s with Koi up against Heretics, which meant that Koi were the ones to come out on victorious. We then had BBL going up against KC, another one that had to go all the way to the 3rd mapper, and KC coming out, which means that today's game, in today's schedule, we're going to be looking at Na'Vi up against Koi. That's the first match, and we then have Giants against KC. I don't know why my analysts are running away from me, but okay. Looking at today's schedule, you know what, Mitch, I'm going to have to ask you, because you stayed
Yeah,
next
I'm
to
still
me,
here.
right?
I'm with you.
Do you have a favorite matchup for today?
A favorite matchup for today? I think after seeing Scream's Duelist, Giants maybe having a shaky season, that could be a closer matchup. I guess I'd go with that one.
All right, well, sorry for picking on you. It's like being in class and you don't put your hand up and then the teacher's like, yeah, you gotta go.
That's what it is.
Well, we're gonna be heading to a little bit of a break because we're gonna be back with the first match of today, Na'Vi up against Koi, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. Na'Vi against Koi. This time around, there is going to be a double elimination bracket, and Na'Vi maybe not having that flash that we expected from them on the international stage. Koi, however, as we've seen them yesterday, they feel like they found their footing a little bit more. So let's head straight into it, starting off with Na'Vi. Because this is the team that the expectations were very high on them, considering how they've performed last year in terms of the FPX roster. You add CNET onto that mix, but unfortunately, it didn't really work out the way we expected or planned it to.
I have to say, CNET in particular, like since joining the roster, because I remember back when he came in here, we thought this was going to be just game breaking, and since then, I don't think they've been able to find the value that we envisioned they would out of not just him, but out of this roster overall. Not just talking about the Tokyo performance. I think even kicking off the year with that loss to Koi was had alarm bells ringing.
Yeah, I will say that they obviously did a lot of weird stuff towards the beginning of the season in classic Na'Vi fashion, and I'll be honest with you, I wasn't actually that worried for them when it came to like going for qualification, because I know that when it really matters, they step up. But I also kind of like, I do want to talk about what happened in Japan, because I feel like that's where realistically this team kind of did fall a little bit flat, but not the things I expected them to fall flat on. Like normally we talk about their wacky ideas, their creativity and doing odd stuff, but in the clips we're about to bring up, it was mainly just like fundamental mistakes. Like they were basically, they'd go for weird sort of like clutch plays that didn't really work out for them. It would go to points where I was sat there just thinking like, oh, this is them in a 3 versus 1. There's no way that Na'Vi lose that.
There was a way.
Silence
There was
is
a way.
deafening.
I can forgive that one because it's in a Viper's pit at least.
Yeah, what about this one?
This
how do you feel about this one? The fight into spawn, the 1v2. Like these are just things that, and ultimately when you look at their match versus Edward Gaming, it was an incredibly close game overall. You remove, and this is the thing, I'm giving you 3. I'm giving you 3 clutch scenarios that they lost. They lost 11 1vx's in this map. In 2 maps. So it's like a ridiculous sort of clutch performance. And don't get me wrong, you can talk about the likes of Kang being incredible. He was a superstar. But those are mistakes that I think coming in this week, I'm going to look at it and go, I don't think there's any way that they did that again.
Yeah, it's tough to look at a team like that, especially one helmed by Angel with Doombros behind them, and see 1vx, where they're the X, right? Like they're not the 1, and they're losing.
Normally Xiao, like look, go back
It's
to
the other way
Copenhagen.
around.
Xiao's the 1.
Xiao's the 1, and he's winning them. And this time around, they had the advantage. They can double down on the advantage.
Some of the times it was Xiao.
and they end up losing it. You know, it really was a shock. At the same time, I do think that is unacceptable for them. I'm not saying that as my judgment. I think that's their judgment on the situation.
For sure.
And I would be shocked if they came through playing the same way.
Yeah, and something as well that you highlighted was Angel having one of those players on the team as well. And let's be completely honest, when is the last time you've seen Angel on a red carpet? Because it's just not working out for it.
It's a small
It's
one.
not clicking. It is a
It's
small one, to
carpet,
be fair,
you know,
but it's still there.
It's on the entrance into a small apartment, but it's okay. It'll do the job for now. Hasn't made it out the
It's
door.
a welcome mat.
A welcome mat, exactly. But yeah,
To
as
a
you can
longer
see,
red carpet.
Angel ain't feeling very welcome right now. Valorant ain't been treating him well. Since he joined Valorant way back in the beta, they did not, now a lot of those were BO1s back in the day, but they didn't lose 2 BO3s, was the most they ever got in a row. Then they bounced back every single time. Something we praised this squad for since the dawn of Valorant was their ability to adapt and overcome. And then we saw them go to the international stage, and okay, we can say, especially for someone like EDG, they came in, maybe massively underestimated, if we're being honest.
For sure.
And they proved that they're someone that can upset a squad like that on a good day. But the reality is, the way that they lost out on those games, I think that's got to sit with Angel now, that he is at a career worst. That's not something that he's going to be coming in going, that's all right, guys, we'll get through this.
I doubt he cares.
It's not just the
Just knowing Angel.
adaptability that we continuously...
More about the way he ended up there. He wouldn't look at it and say like, oh, we're 3 down. This is the worst thing that's ever happened. I think he'd just be like, how do we lose that game? Why are we losing that clutch? Yeah,
it's not just the adaptability, though, that we continuously praise this roster for. It's also their creativity when it comes to certain comms that they feel comfortable running that we're like, hold on a minute, how is that supposed to work out?
Yeah, I think we're now looking at like the sort of the beginning of the season. Like, because obviously they're going to be facing up against Koi, and some of the comps that they ran in that initial matchup were just weird. Like Omen for CNED is something I never want to see again. Like I just don't think it worked for him. I also think that they came in early season testing out Gecko, and I will say this is something that needs to be mentioned. Where they did that was fine. Like they did it week 1. We are no longer in that spot. Like, if I see these crazy, wacky comps coming out for Na'Vi, then I'm crapping myself going into the match.
All right.
I think that's fair.
That's a fair statement to be making.
At the same time, you might not see those wacky comps. We might see some even wackier comps, realistically. Knowing these guys, nothing's off the table.
Nothing's off the table, but it is LCQ. And one thing, though, is their opponent, Koi, what we've seen from them yesterday is they genuinely took the time off to go down and figure out exactly how to make it work in their favor. And again, another roster coming into this VCT EMEA year that we're thinking, they have that ability to go to the international stage. So do you really want to throw wacky comps against these people?
Yeah, I mean, especially considering we're starting to see players like Starzo, who's already playing extremely well on Arrays. He's confident swapping over to a Sky now as well. Had a great series. I feel like if Coldament has actually got the pieces together properly, this is somewhere that Navi would definitely benefit from not going wild and wacky on.
Yeah, to an extent I agree, to an extent I don't. I think the thing that I take away from yesterday, though, is the fact that we saw the players that are good at agents playing those agents.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, Wolfen's Jet is a good one, but I think we can bring up some of the clips. We obviously have the likes of Starzo and Trex sort of switching back to the roles that we expected them to play. Trex being on that raise, it was actually mentioned prior by Barber at the very end. He was going like, oh, yeah, he feels more comfortable playing it again after having a hiatus from this agent. And that's the thing. This is where he would always shine, like very aggressively blast packing into sites. You go back to Guild, he was one of the best within the region at that role. And then you talk about Starzo, like Starzo is a Champions winning Sky. Like that's what we're talking about. That's the level he was at, winning 1v3 crazy clutches all the time, every day. It was a weekly occurrence. So I think that the fact that we're seeing some of the players move back into comfort roles, okay, Wolf and Cypher, I'm still not overly convinced.
Not convinced yet.
But they have managed to patch some of the holes, and I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, and even in that very switch, the fact that you have Trex going back to Raze, the guy who had to step up and fill that was Starzo. That was what he was running, what he was looking good on, but his Sky has been just as solid. So I think there's really, really good signs for this Koi roster. Again, like we were thinking earlier, it is a big opponent for them to take on, though. Like, this is their litmus test of whether it's been working more so than yesterday.
Yeah, and something that we also mentioned for Navi specifically is the fact that they're very creative when it comes to their compositions. They're very happy running the Yoru, and we saw Yoru yesterday being used against Koi, and they kind of looked lost, if I'm putting it mildly. They didn't really know how to interact with some of the plays thrown at them.
This was the thing, like you mentioned, oh, maybe you don't want to do the wacky stuff against Koi. It was the wacky stuff that actually really worked for Heretics, and I'll be honest, I think Navi do it better than Heretics do. I think Mixwell definitely showed some interesting stuff, like some cool little flashes to set up teammates, which again, clearly weren't prepared for, and the fake out we saw just a moment ago. So I do think that in terms of like, when I look at what worked for Heretics, if Navi were to throw some of that stuff, yeah, maybe it's enough to blitz them out of the game if it goes badly, like it has done in the past, but it could also just give them one of the easiest wins because they are very, very... I'd say they're a tier above. That's the main thing. They're a tier above Koi.
And in that game, you know, the aggressive Yoru plays on B were fantastic. I think it's the sort of thing where you don't even get the time to react to. But I did like Koi's adaptations into playing retake on A. They were really good at allowing the space that Yoru was taking to go through. After the first time it happened, they step back and then they'd group up and punch back in as Spike is going down, not allowing them to set up in the post plants. And that was something, rather than getting picked off individually, having to slow it, they get in post plants, and now it's an actual tough retake. So like towards kind of round 10 to 12, I think they started to make adaptations over on the A side. At least they were getting tested there again. But as you said, there's a little bit more depth to how Navi might want to use someone like a Yoru, for example, than what we were seeing out of Heretics.
Yeah. And we were looking at Koi yesterday as well. Individual players really popped off, looking at Wolfen specifically. But then it brings the question, is that an element of consistency that he can continuously bring for the team during LCQ?
Yes.
I can see the smiling now, yeah, all right.
Diametrically opposed.
I would say that, like, obviously VCT EMEA, it definitely looked like a rough spot. And again, Barber's interview yesterday, he went through and said, like, we've been seeing this version of Wolfen in Prac all year, and this was the first time I truly believe that he showed it. But that, for me, means that, like, okay, if you've played 9 weeks of play and it worked in week number 10, then I'm not going to sit there and go like, oh, okay, this must be the new Wolfen, rather than that was the 1 out of 10.
Yeah, it's hard to argue against that. I think realistically, Wolfen, yeah, he's looked fantastic. But like Tom said, like that stat highlights, the fact is, this was a flash in the pan. That's why we closed out yesterday saying that Wolfen might look incredible in the future. He might be a player for next year if he can keep up that performance. But I don't know if he's got it all figured out right here, right now.
And
Yeah.
versus CNED.
Versus CNED.
Right,
Versus
exactly.
Na'Vi. That's
Exactly.
also a scary situation to be in because, again, it is do or die for these teams. You have the lower bracket. If you do get eliminated, you still have a chance to continue, but you want to get one game closer. So let's head over to our players. We have Na'Vi up against Koi coming up for the second game of LCQ.
Na'Vi. Koi.
Yeah, wanna be a top boy, keep the movement flowing, don't stop, boy. Wanna drive a new car straight out of the lot, boy. Keep your mind focused on the plot, boy. Yeah, wanna be a top boy, keep the movement flowing, don't stop, boy. Wanna drive a new car straight out of the lot, boy. Keep your mind focused on the plot, boy.
Dublin and Dublin.
All right, Na'Vi against Koi, the first game that we're going to be looking at the second day of the EMEA LCQ. We've already set the expectations, but I think it's pretty much 50-50 here, would you say, maybe, Tom? No.
50-50.
Yeah, I was looking for that reaction. Like, okay, Ginny.
I would say 80-20. Like,
Alright.
if I'm being kind. Like, the thing
Love
is,
that.
I think that, again, we showed the comps from last time. It was a new idea coming out for Na'Vi that ultimately didn't work out, and even still, the game went 20-18 on Lotus when things didn't work, with an Omen being played for CNED. I would be gobsmacked if he's not going to stick to more traditional agents, like be it the Jet, to face off against Wolfen, and that's the thing. Wolfen played incredible yesterday. He's going to have to step up a gear because now you're up against CNED. And that guy, if he's going to be on that Jet or even on the Raze at times, he can just boom most teams. And the fact is, this is definitely one of those teams.
You know, the reality is, Tom, we got to be honest, they've won 2 out of 3 of their last games over on Koi.
Yay!
2 out of 3 were against Heretics. But they've won 2 out of 3, which is huge. And nothing too interesting as we're looking at the vetoes come through, insta-bans coming out right away. Where do you think Koi might take it, though?
See, I was leaning towards the Fracture. I thought that was where they would go, but it seems like instead they've opted for the split. I think having a pretty decent performance on it recently versus Liquid might have swayed them in that direction, and it's one that's looked a little bit rough on the other side. The Lotus pick seems like a little bit more of a no-brainer. You're up against a team who's lost it 5 times in a row, and the last time they won was actually versus Na'Vi, which was in week 1. So definitely a little bit less of a sort of comfort choice. But as said, we've got some more realistic agent choices on the other side of things. And I think everything else now just leads us back towards Ascent, which again, although like you might statistically look at it and go, oh yeah, maybe there's some opportunities. They took down Liquid on it. I think that ultimately it's one of the best maps and has been for a very long time for Na'Vi. So yeah, I would say that this series, as expected, favors them.
I think either team would be happy in the end to have taken it to Fracture. Just the reality is it's a smart move from Na'Vi that's been the pick for Koi in the majority of their last series. So a map they're evidently wanting to play, and so Na'Vi are all too keen to take that off the table. At the same time, you're not going to be massively surprised on Ascent. Typically, depends what Na'Vi have got up their sleeve. But yeah, we start out the maps essentially, in my eyes, with Koi picking somewhere they're comfortable with, and Na'Vi picking somewhere that Koi are uncomfortable with.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I would say as well, though, that this is always the risks of sort of like maybe picking your opponent's weaknesses, because we didn't really see much of Split coming out from Koi. Like, other than that Liquid victory, I think they played it once versus Vitality, again, in one of the early weeks. So I don't really expect, again, that this will be much of a difference. But then you look over on the other side, and this is where things have definitely... We've got Zipan Raze. We've got Zipan Raze. I'm already over the moon. Now, for anybody who hasn't seen Zipan play at Raze, this was something that all the way back towards the beta was the highlight of my day. Like, he was one of the best Razes within the entirety of the region. CNED moving over onto that Sage is a huge move. And on the other side of things, it looks like they've kept things pretty much exactly the same. So this is a big change back. And honestly, I couldn't be more excited. Xiao also in an initiator makes a lot of sense. Compositionally, for me, This is great for Na'Vi.
I mean, it's a much different look than before. No Viper, no Sky, no Killjoy. Bringing the Sage in on CNET as well. Lothar be losing his mind, but I think especially on Split, so much you can do with that around mid control. There's, yeah, it's an interesting look, and it only confirms that Na'Vi have gone back to the drawing board. I think those results might be the driving factor behind that.
I guess their international stage performance could have been that wake-up call for them. They're heading also on the defensive side of Split, and this is Split at the end of the day. So with that composition, starting on the defensive side, realistically, the second map being Lotus, I guess we are definitely Team Na'Vi this time around.
I would say that Koi definitely come in with that double duelist, super explosive comp, and I do really like this comp. I think a lot of teams have been running it recently, but ultimately, Na'Vi bringing in Zipan on that raise, I can't bet against it. I can't.
At the end of the day, you're now coming into this server probably hoping to out-duel a CNET instead. You've got Zipan go kill on the other side, and I think good luck to you up against this man if he's anything like he used to be back in the good old days.
I mean, you guys are setting some really high expectations for the race.
The only man who could stop him was the Shao stopper, who's now on his damn team.
If you can't beat him, join him. That's exactly what they've done. Well, the game is ready, and we're going to be heading into the first game of today. We have Na'Vi up against Koi, battling it out on Split. So let's head over to our casters, Dez and Ender.
Thank you very much, Ginny, and I really feel for you having to deal with both Tom and Mitch at the same time.
That's tough, man.
That is a trial by fire, but you're doing a brilliant job. We've got a real fun game coming up. Koi, yesterday we saw battle their way through, really good series. This is horrible. It's like playing a video game where you beat the first boss. You're like, yeah, I've done it. And then the boss gets back to full life, gets double the number of health bars, and you've got to go all over again because now you're coming up against Na'Vi. No easy feats.
Although, in Koi's case, this is like that boss they faced right at level 1 that turns out to be the final boss as well.
Yep.
But back at level 1, they beat it, right? They had that insane series all the way back in our Super Week to kick things off. They got the 2-0 with that 20-18 match on Lotus. And I'll tell you what, we're guaranteed to have a little rematch of Lotus here in map number 2, but first we got to jump into Split.
Ender, do you taste that?
Is that some coping? Yeah.
Oh, there's some hoping. Big time. I mean, look, Na'Vi have only warmed up. They've only got stronger, and this is where I feel like it could be a step too far. But let's not write them off. They've already made it through one. They're warmed up after yesterday. There is every opportunity. Here we go, though. Splits, round 1.
Yeah, this is going to go fast. This is going to be a little loose from Koi with this Viper wall, looking to scale straight on into sight. Already found the opener down onto Angel. Classic, always leading from the front and taking that fight, but the site is completely open. The spike will surely be planted. As a matter of fact, Koi have 2 players to watch. They're really concerned about a flank coming in.
It's not the flank they've got to worry about. It's the massive players now start building up around screens.
The conglomeration back here.
The conglomerate is here. They're ready to come back and take what was once theirs. And they're looking here, ready to try and take one down. It's Trex the first one to fall as he drops off from high. Into a 4 versus 4 still, with 2 out towards spawn side playing the longer angles, but it's up close that matters, and Wolfen doesn't want to lose those out.
I didn't realize CNED was playing Jet here. It looked like he was gliding into elbow. Still 2 more players coming in, and Starzo is good to find yet another really solid post-plant hold from Koi. And yeah, when you have 2 players coming in late from main too, you just absolutely shred that screens retake.
I was really nervous at first because when we had the 3 gearing up on screens and you had the 2 hoggled on site, I thought, hey, this is a 3v2 essentially. The other 2 are at long range. You want to try and do damage from back towards spawn, but it didn't matter. Wolfen just on site itself, finding himself a 3k, making that look easy for Koi.
Yeah, Wolfen and Sark so you can rely on.
Yeah, what I love is the pace from that first round. It was exactly like we saw yesterday against Heretics, and that was the big one yesterday. A number of times we'd see, like on Fracture especially, 5-man pushes, like bam, we're straight in sight. You can do nothing about it. It echoes some of that feeling, and Na'Vi are going to have to adapt to play against that kind of speed. They've got the tools to do it. It's just about realizing that's the kind of game Koi want to play.
Yeah, I'm glad you talk about the tools here, because obviously when you're rocking both the Cypher and the Sage, that's a ton of sort of flood denial. And you know, eco round like this, you're not going to be seeing much, but don't be surprised to see this Sage playing towards B Heaven, B main a lot of the rounds, maybe even paired up with a Raise up in Heaven too. It's really hard to make full execs on the B side happen. When there's Sage slow orbs coming up from Heaven, paint shells too, you're usually going to get stuffed. Here, this round, they can get out though, because there's not util for Na'Vi to fight back with.
Pushing their way through though, and doing so quite aggressively. Found 1, found 2, Trex and Wolf, and kicking things off on that double duelist. And Na'Vi now the ones are going to have to scramble. Once again, 2-3 players starting to all square up on the same position to try and push back in. 2 have now gone in towards Heaven. So wary of potential backstab from mid though here. No one's there, of course, as we can see. We have that beautiful mini-map to be able to see what's going down. But everyone else is sat on site here. It's a bit too much to try and retake.
Yeah, go. Nice shot there out of Zipan on the Raise. But yeah, hard to imagine they're going to be doing much. There's an instant swing ready to go from Stark, so whenever any contact is found, actually it's not quite there, but Trex is going to kill everyone, so no problem. Still, I think these first 2 rounds have given us a good idea of the prep work Koi have done coming into this map. Really heavy focus put on watching that potential late flank deep into the round. Of course, because they are running the Viper as opposed to something like the Cypher, they don't have that perma info to watch their backside, so they're going to need some eyeballs on that one.
I'll keep a close eye on it. Technical pause coming in here for a quick second. We shall not start a podcast.
I love this. No, this is the exact right time. Right before a rifle round. And look, Na'Vi, in classic Na'Vi fashion, are playing some funky stuff here, right? You know, not every team is playing the Sages these days, but primarily it's the Fade. Very rare you see an actual info initiator on this map. The Sky is about as much active info gathering that you're going to see on most maps, although they actually did play it, I believe, once before, all the way back last year. Not paired up with the Raze or anything like this, but basically the idea behind this Fade is on defense. I think you can see it where it's like the classic Raze Fade stuff. They're sort of holding hands, which we have seen from them these first 2 rounds where they look to combo that utility. But I also think the Fade might end up being used as some mid-control options for them. Basically, if you're cycling out, you know, haunt early round, wait 20 seconds, Prowler, wait 20 more, you're haunting again, then Prowler, you can get pretty consistent information around mid or scouting out for potential lurks over towards the A side. So it really depends how they're using the Fade. Are they using the Prowlers early in the before the plant actually goes down, or in the retake, that Prowler can be really effective at clearing areas out like Hell over towards the B site, or even Elbow when they're flooding out from screens.
It's breaking up those rechargeables that normally you see teams use off the rip straight away at 140 with a 1 minute, another sometimes at 20 if they find themselves with time right. But you're there saying break it down to 20-second blocks instead of rotate through it.
Yeah, because effectively, like, if players are walking up through mid, it's going to take them about 20 seconds before they're running into something. And Na'Vi have a lot of different ways they can move around their setup. I think you could see early Sage walls over towards the A side. I'm never a huge fan of, like, the insta-wall, but if you're looking to farm orbs, and also that wall does shut down any sort of fast lurk attempts from the enemy team, that's usually what the sort of isolated player on attack is going to be looking for. But at the same time, you can just sort of gather up around the heavens and look to pair not just the Raze paint shells with the Fade, but potentially those Sage slows too. Now, on the opposite side, Koi rocking the double duelist. They have a lot of dives, so they actually have the ability to get past a lot of those pieces, trying to keep you trapped inside a main. And that's where our eyes are going to have to be between Wolfen and Trex and how effective they are entering the site, because there's not always going to be able to be players coming in straight behind.
I'll still wait for this technical pause to play out here, so just bear with us. We'll feed you information as it comes into us. One thing I do want to take this opportunity to thank you for, Ender, is taking shoes off when we cast together.
Yeah.
There is quite a divide in height between us. I feel like a dwarf stood next to this man. And the last couple of days we've cast together, he's been so kind as to take his shoes off so he does come down an inch or two.
Yeah, that final inch really does count to bring me down just a little bit, so. You're welcome, you're welcome. Happy to help you out. Also, to sort of carry through some lore, right? If you were watching the cast yesterday, you'll know that we were talking a lot about how in the Valorant universe, the animals are rising up.
The animal uprising is here.
Here in Berlin, apparently there's a lioness on the loose that got out of the zoo. So keep your eyes out. If you're here in the Coliseum, you'll be safe.
I heard from the makeup artist, it wasn't actually the zoo, it was a private owner.
It was a private, you can own
That's
a
what
lion?
I said. I was like, what kind of maniac like owns a lion?
Yeah, I thought that was like specifically a plot point in The Hangover with Floyd Mayweather, but is that's just a real thing now? I thought that was like weird, you know, film, you know?
I've just had an update, by the way. I did get distracted there for a second.
Oh, what's the update?
It's coach audio is the issue. 2 minutes will be the ETA, and we had to get back into things. So bear with us 2 minutes, and we keep talking about these lions. Now, I do want to talk, we can talk about maps, but I want to talk about Mitch and his seemingly unbelievable obsession.
He has a mane almost like a lion.
He isn't too far off. Is that why he thinks he'll be friend? Will he get down on all fours and start trying to growl at it?
Well, I don't know. I've never really seen Mitch later in the day, but
yeah.
We're usually casting
He
the
was
first
straight
series.
in there saying, guys, look, there's a lion in Berlin. I think I could make friends with it. And we're like, what?
Yeah, that's bold.
Yeah.
I heard he was going to bring a steak out or something.
The team here were like, we encourage this, but can we do it on Monday once we're done with LCQ?
Or hear me out, if he does it today, then we might be, you know, casting a few more games.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, you know, Mitch, go ahead. Go and do it today, my man. Like, get in there.
Go
We're all in
crazy,
for it.
Mitch. Go crazy. Anyways, these maps on your screen, I will bring it to us because we actually have the exact same map select. Effectively, these 3 maps were the ones that all the way back in week 1 were selected. A little bit backwards. It was Ascent first, then Lotus. That Lotus was the absurd 20-18 match between. I don't know if anyone can actually hear that on the stream.
I don't know if it's local or not.
I have to. So all I'm hearing is someone continually saying "be quiet," like in the game audio.
The first it was like, "Hey," then it was like,
Killjoy.
"No," and then it was like, "Be quiet."
Yeah.
As you were talking.
I really hope she's saying it for real.
Quiet.
Can you hear that? Please communicate to us with a smiley face, a yes
The
or
stream
no.
cannot hear that. You just sound
okay.
like a nut job now, basically.
You just sound absolutely mental. Well, we can narrate it.
We're going back into things. You've seen the fist bumps, and that is the esports sign for things are okay and they are cracking on. So, in we go then to round 3. In case you missed things, Koi won the first 2. Quite a bit of pace in round 1, roll into a pretty comfortable round 2. This is where it starts to matter as that first gun round for Navi.
And this is the setup I was more expecting. So Cypher, a lot of the time, playing a little bit more of a deeper kill trip setup towards A. Sage, Raze playing together around mid. Fade a little bit deep there, back screens, but that is A-okay. Now, if you are not familiar with the way Angel likes to play the game, he likes to get real aggressive on defense. So don't be surprised to see him fighting aggressively in Garage, using that fake teleport just to make sure Wolfen's clearing that close cubby when he goes on in. But the power of Raze Sage is that you realistically, as Koi, should not be able to get out of this choke point.
Omen on the entry in Angel's hands. That he likes to try and make things happen sometimes.
CNED did put the wall down in mid at 120, so that'll be breaking around 40 seconds. Which does put the time pressure on any sort of split hit into the site. I like that CNED is delaying it just a little bit, but if Koi want to do something, they're going to have to activate this lurk a little bit more, you think, from Shados. He has the orb put up on ramp, you can see, and that instantly pulls the Prowler out. So basically you have both the information of Cypher and of Xiao's Fade, just trying to scout out and find where that lurker is. But in 5 seconds, it's about to go crazy when this wall busts.
Well, in they go. That's it straight away. Smokes out. Dogs on the march on through and towards heaven. They see 2. That's exactly the kind of information they were looking for. Now it's on to Wolfen to try and make something happen, but Angel's there. Immediately traded out by the second duelist in this lineup. And Koi are in a good spot to get control of the site here. Zipan they don't know about, though, and he finds one from back towards Spawn.
Oh, poor comms there. The smoke comes in about a second and a half too late. Just running across the opening. Trex has a nice position up in rafters and potential pinch in mid. He goes a bit early, but now it all comes down to Shados. Can't even get a plant down. There's only 10 seconds left.
In such a great spot where he finds one, almost gets
They're going to deny the plant.
Gets away with it, and Zipan manages to crawl his way through. That's what they were looking for. The disruption is there, and Na'Vi get the round.
Ooh, the round gets a little bit cooked there from Koi. Was always going to be tough in the post plant, but without the smoke to cover the spike going down, just never ended up happening. And then 1 by 1, they just got domed up in heaven. That's tough right there. You can see the star being placed on the ground immediately after, but good awareness from Zipan to go for the hunt, knowing that if you pull off the spike there to fight him, there's no time to actually put the spike down.
Yeah, they knew that everything was riding on that flank coming in, and with that player held down by 1, the rest of it is free to flood back on towards the site. Now we get the proper full round, though, for both teams coming out. For Koi, of course, the previous was the bonus. This is where things get a little bit saucy.
They're just full contacting into mid, a little bit bolder than I'd like to see. And no real opportunity to put down the wall either. Probably have to be a little bit deeper, although actually getting the re-smoke from Angel allows them to cross over. Holding hand in hand together. CNED has a tiny little pixel he can play with if anyone was to jump up, but it looks like the protocol is around that 115, 120, trying to place down the wall. This time, however, because there are players in mid ready to shoot it immediately, they can bust it down. It is worth noting that after the changes to, you know, bullets just having 1 less magazine, or rifles having 1 less magazine, that Sage wall, if you're not breaking it instantly, does tank up a lot and can be meaningful in these drawn-out rounds when you've already put some bullets into smokes trying to spam for a kill.
Does sting, yeah, the value only going up as we move forward. Working their way through ropes, so a couple of players looking maybe to wrap around here and join the 2 players that are now holding out towards the south side of that Viper wall. Viper itself and the spike in Hand of the Sky.
It's that flank Koi we're so concerned about, and this time it absolutely punishes them. Angel not going to commit, but now Koi have to heat up. Only 30 seconds, not much time, and still trips they got to work through.
They got to know what's going on here, though, as well. Angel's got to get moving if he wants to try and have any effect on this push coming in. For now, site looks to be mostly clear. They've got the jet all the way forward. Needs the second, but can't find it. CNED with the shutdown makes a very flimsy execute. And there's nothing left with only the Sky left standing. Will be able to get the spike down for some brownie points. But that really is about all she wrote for this round. Na'Vi going to find their second in a row. Okay.
How does Starzo get one there? There was so much util put onto him.
Not going to be able to find much more than that. Shao with the close, but yeah.
Ridiculous.
You've got to win those.
Starzo always manages to do something a little bit absurd. And really this round, as soon as Kolda dies here, it just got really scattered. It felt like a couple of times now Koi are sort of supercharging into the site, and I think this sometimes can happen when you are playing the double dive, the double duelist comp, is that you're so far ahead of the team that you just have to keep going. In a way, it's hard to reset, especially because they'd already lost Kolda, which was their sort of defaulted smokes. Yeah, you have the Viper, but the way you're setting up the wall and the orb is for the lurk, usually. Now it's actually going towards B, which gives some more options to try and contact out onto the site, but you know Angel's going to be looking to play in front of that one.
Toxins going up.
It's a good point you make as well with the two duelists wanting to ultimately be very mobility-based duelists as well. Their goal is to get as far forward as possible, backfill the space of their team playing catch-up, but Heaven is really the great exposure on the A side as well, makes it very risky to go pushing on through without much cover from behind. So it does become a find frags, create space that way, otherwise things start to look fragile, as Na'Vi are now starting to prove.
100%. You can see that's the Viper Orb. A little bit different, but this one allows you to... The similar setup to like double Cypher cages where it blocks off both ramp and main. And now they have ramp control. Even without committing the wall to this area. Counter Nightfall is going to be great scouting. Spots out 3, maybe a 4th on the raise down into main.
But again, now they're the ones that are slightly definite, but have zero idea as to what's going to come at them and from where. So he gets too deep on site, sees one, but Trex wins out the gunfight. That's a pretty critical one to win, as it now opens up for his team to move forward. But Shao explodes from screens, finds one for himself, hasn't yet unlocked another, and site has been conceded to Koi.
No smoke out into screen, so Shao going to be doing a little bit of fishing here. Sees that player in main, and spike is eventually planted. You can see Na'Vi first clearing out vents, clearing out all these little angles behind them, and Wolfen with the knife just going for a little peek up into Heaven.
That's what he needs. Bit of a scramble back with Angel coming in on the backside as well. He's got to work his way through smoke, but it's all about on-site for now. 2 left standing, and a backstab in the smoke, gonna find one for himself, sprays left, but just a few pixels too far to the right. Sees his man and finds what he needs. And they follow the kills they need. Starzo's left by himself, finds one, can't get the last. Shao into his second 3K of the game, and Na'Vi on the back of Angel. Get round number 5.
Twice now, Angel has been able to just find Kolda, look in the opposite direction, and just tear up the round. That's the late round insurance policy almost, I think, for Koi, that he's just completely disrupting. All of a sudden, Angle you thought was completely safe, you're getting pushed on the opposite side, and yeah, the fact that he was even able to get Shados down here, that was a little bit ridiculous.
Koi. Angel just loves looking for these flanks. And we said about them having to watch out for it. You're seeing it now more than Barbar.
The thing
Honestly,
is, too,
just please, someone get me a compilation of the Barbar reaction.
We have
so good.
More, just give us more. Yeah, I think there, it was even Angel just like looking for the timing down ramp, which was really, really nice. Now, defensive pivot, this is the A main wall I was talking about that allows a little bit more of a heavy stack towards that B side. With a trip, a camera up in B heaven. I think Koi realize often that will mean A is softer, will mean Cypher won't be behind it. So that's why they're looking to quickly get into vents.
And you can see really from Na'Vi, it's a little more passive in the angles they're holding as well, right? They know they're coming up against an eco round for Koi where they've got a couple of stingers on side. They've got the Spectre. The longer range you can keep these gunfights, the better. And it's just paying respect to Koi and how fast they can explode onto you with that double duelist setup.
Yeah, well, it's going to explode real quick here. Oh my God, was he able to scout down into that with the teleport? I don't know, I don't think so. Wolfen finds that kill, and as the Sage Wall breaks, that leaves A real soft. This is the weakness of having all your info on one side of the map. Like, Angel just has to fight that with CNED, and they fall.
Smoke comes out, but it's on top of it as well. There's going to be a scrappy here inside of Heaven. Koi find one for themselves, immediately traded out. All comes out on top, and Koi are making this work. They've got to a 4v2 on an eco here, Ender.
And a great position to pinch back into Heaven. Trex playing deep into vents.
Guns really looking like the issue. They haven't managed to pick up any rifles here from members of Na'Vi they're put in the dirt. So it's going to be still about looking for those closer range firefights. So got to be careful. They're going to save on it as well, yeah.
I mean, you can't win this. It's planted for Heaven. There's an Astra Star on it. you don't have the time or the bodies to actually re-clear main heaven screens. Like, so little chance you're actually coming away with that round. But again, I think this does expose a little bit of a weakness in the way Na'Vi played. Yeah, you have the guaranteed safety of the Sage Wall for 40 seconds, but as soon as it goes down, even before then with the Vents pressure, having the Fade and Cypher stacked on the same side of the map, like they've been doing most of the game, does come back to bite them here.
Good little read as well to not road retreat their way through spawn, acknowledging that's the likelihood where they'd be when they got out of heaven. Didn't hear them going any other way. To get that balance now where we saw the first 2 rounds for Koi, you know, started off strong in the pistol with the pace, and Na'Vi reacting. This one here, really good eco round coming out from the side of Koi, and you've got to give it to them as well. We saw this a couple of times yesterday. Actually, in fact, I recall, it was Heretics who won was it Heretics?
It went both ways. There was quite a few ecos yesterday.
Koi won a really weird 2v5, if you remember, and the next round completely threw away a Thrifty to the other side. It was ridiculous.
Nothing made any sense yesterday.
It did not.
Sort of how that
But it was
went.
a great series.
That is 100% true. Now, Koi, really aggressive setup, 4 players into B main. No raise in this area, makes it a little bit harder to stall, but Angel back here can jump peek, and the Paranoia is such a great line that you can't really scale on past it, although they managed to regardless.
Managed to get their way forward, but Angel, of course it's Angel from out of nowhere finding the kill. Seen it into a second, and just like before, even though it's not quite a 4-buy round, Na'Vi were looking to make this work for the most part. Still into a 4 versus 2. Shade off the left one left standing, and just like that, the economic advantage is gone for Koi.
Yeah, B main executes, I don't think are going to be it. I really think this is the most insane part about, I mean, the Omen compared to an Astra. Astra, of course, has the pull, which can be powerful for, like, actually getting a kill, but the Paranoia just means that you're already dashing into sight with the raise. Like, no one can see anything. There's Sage slow orbs, henceforth slorbs, that's what we call them. Coming down, just trapping the players that aren't able to sort of dash into sight, everything. Slorbs, slow orbs. No one has time for that. 2 syllables, too much.
That's one of the ugliest words I think I've ever heard.
Yeah, well, you got the Viper orbs, the Vorbs, the mid orbs, the Morbs.
Wolfen almost being tagged down entirely there, and the spray coming in through the wall. Manages to get away with his life, at least for now. But pain shells are ringing in everywhere. Cine looking to pop his head up as well and try and do some damage. Wolfen was there ready, but Zipan strikes first. Good reaction coming out from Na'Vi, but it's not stopping Koi. Getting a bite back onto the other side, 4v4.
Yeah, they're still completely stuck. They can't get out into main. There's a Cypher cage now that smokes have gone down. It's going to be real tough for them to accomplish much of anything.
I love how Na'Vi just fought so aggressively over it as well there. Like, weren't really looking to concede or give them heaven up and say, oh yeah, site's yours, we'll play for a retake. No, they planted their feet and said, we're going to fight this. But Zenit's in a great spot again, almost into a 3. Only found the 2, but it's still miserable for Koi, who are now in a 2v3.
Needs this smoke to go down when there's not 2 players right in front of him, and he finds it.
Nice. One more, almost manages to get his head onto Shao as well, but Shao comes out on top. Shados, all that's left standing, and this is where Koi are going to be broke.
Ooh, I don't know if this round is over just yet, because I think that tells them both players onto A with the plant. Shados gets ultimate. Sure, he's only 85 HP, but this is a hyper-winnable round. Now, important for Na'Vi, Shao's utility. There's so much to scout him out inside the pit. Double Prowler, the Haunt, even a Cypher camera, so you got to pulled back. So they can try to do everything, but the fact is, Na'Vi have split up, and that could be a big problem for them.
We've seen that Stinger before as well. I mean, Shados keeps checking in towards Garage here as well, so respect got to be given to the fact that you've got Shao coming up. He's got almost no HP to his name. A flick on and they know what's going on. As you said, the utility is there to play with. They've got to find what they need. They've got the 1 versus 1. The Haunt was there as well, but it simply was not enough. So he gets to come around on full HP. Will he see him first? Yes, he will. So Getsu finds his man. Should be able to get away with this one as well.
Wow, the timing on that's so tough for Shados. You could see he was even aware. He thought, you know, a person could be wrapping around Pillar, but would have thought the Cypher would have been closer. It actually ends up being that Na'Vi being so spread out is what caused him to second guess to want to go back into the pit. After those Viper nerfs, you got to get back in the pit real quick, otherwise it falls down, and he didn't want to live in a world with that. So CNED's work up in mid does, I didn't even notice Trex jumped. The full jumping headshot, okay.
Naughty.
Look, he's just playing inside the Matrix. It's all part of it. And there's your montage you're asking for. The highs and lows, the duality of man.
The duality of Bar.
Yeah, there's bar and there's bar, you know? There's one drink and then there's a few too many.
5-3 then for Na'Vi, and Koi coming in with their timeout here as well. They want to get a bit more out of this first half, really. and understandably a little bit of breathing room being sought. That last round, sure, nearly coming back, but so far it's been Na'Vi that have, it feels stonewalled them at most opportunities. They've tried to push their way through. They got away with it for 2 or 3 rounds, and then Na'Vi started slamming that door in their face and not even giving them any map control to play with.
I think one thing I'd like to see from Na'Vi is a little bit more of the solo play, especially activating like a lurk. You know, if they play through mid, look to break down the Sage wall that looks to be coming in, you know, around that 120 mark. CNED really likes that wall for holding their back and then focusing into mains. I think they can put the bulk of their forces up into mid and then get Shados doing a little bit more. He's been playing mostly extremity control as opposed to actually trying to find a timing, which I think might be a little bit of a misstep or a missed opportunity. You don't always have to be looking for the lurk, but so far it hasn't even been conditioned into the minds of Na'Vi. And especially with all the fighting that's gone on this side, wow. Okay.
I mean, that's not quite the way to do it. You said you wanted to see slow, and they go, no, Ender, no. We're going to turn the tempo up, and you can see exactly how it's bit them. Paint shells comes raining on through, and I thought it did a bit of chip there, but not really anything coming on. Starzo into another. Angel now down as well. That's kind of the 2 trump cards for this round, gone for Na'Vi.
I mean, the fast play just exposes how Na'Vi changed their setup. All of a sudden, the Sage playing aggro, and Shao finds a kill.
Op is a curse this round. It's not getting any kills, Ender.
What is going on?
Madness.
And it looks like Sugetsu was playing inside of his camera really late, expecting that lurk to come in. But this round, I think, is going to be all about Zipban on that flank. Can he find 1? If he gets 2, this round winnable.
Well, he's been spotted out already. They know exactly where he is. He's managed to find 1. Can he find the second? No. Cold is a little bit too good for him this time around. And I wonder if Na'Vi once again here to opt to peel back, save up, and to say, yeah, never mind, and here they go.
For sure, for sure. He needed the 2 there. If there were 2, all of a sudden, those players are zooming into sight.
Really want the exit, but no, not being given.
Yeah, and really what it comes down to is like the reason the fast hit worked in my eyes is because the Sage was holding with an operator. Obviously, they kill the operator. That makes it easier to go into sight. But then the stall utility behind it isn't quite there. The Omen is out of position to have that gorgeous paranoia. Omen paranoia from heaven doesn't do really anything. That's a really, it doesn't hit everyone. Whereas opposed to back plat or back pillar, it can be really, really effective. So I think Na'Vi need to go back to more of their default setup here to avoid these fast execs coming into B. Although I would be surprised to see another setup like that from Koi. Maybe they just feint it early on this time around, try to scout out Angel, who has been playing a little aggressively over here.
Right, maybe. This time around, at least, Angel in that right position like you called out. The paranoia being able to pass through pretty much the entirety of Garrett, as well as the passage in towards sight. Could be big. In comes the util spam as well, nothing out of him. They don't yet know he's here, so could do some damage if they're not respecting this.
Wait, does he see him? I think Trek saw the shoulder. Or no, he's spamming the wood box behind him. That's what was going on.
So not quite, but it does enough to force Koi back, who, despite burning a fair wacky utility on the march through, just respect the slow field coming out from the Sage, and the fact that there's an Omen sat there not to push any further.
I love the second guessing, not wanting to commit all their bullets into the Sage wall. Just the tap spray, also making sure they can maybe quicker reset if someone swings out on top of that one. That lurk has yet to be activated, although there are opportunities for it on this next Viper Wall cycle. Actually, it looks like this dog just trying to see if they can find someone, get information on a rotate, feint that they did walk up into heaven and pull a rotate, but this is always going to finish back into the B site. If they wait too long, though, you have options. The Nightfall on the retake, or even on the pre-take, can be pretty punishing.
30 seconds left.
On the other side of it, nothing has really changed on site itself for Na'Vi. They've kept the players here they needed to before. Cosmic Divide coming across is an interesting one, actually, as well. Locks down some of the bad towards Spawn push through. Not that it matters right now, 3 of them are still sat completely in front of it and ready to challenge as well. Smoke's coming out on top, you've got the Viper volleys coming down as well. A lot to try and force them away, but CNED's already found 2. It's a little bit too late, make it 3, and Zipban gets 2 of his own. Na'Vi were ready and waiting there, and Koi is looking a little bit lost in the sauce.
Yeah, it's kind of hard, I think, for Koi to look for these split hits. When they're looking like 3-2, 2-2, something like this. They only have the one really initiating utility piece in the sky. And they sort of sent both duelists up into heaven, weren't quite able to make it work. CNED's position on site just absolutely carving them up. And it was really just Xiao's Nightfall that had to be used at the end of the day. Na'Vi is sitting real nice here. And Koi's best bet in this round, I think, can be going into the knives for Wolfen. It is a bit of a half buy. An FPX buy in the 11th round, as a matter of fact.
Made it work so many times, it even got given a name. Ooh. Trek's finding 1. Good starting point. Given again, they're down in this round in terms of what they're bringing to the table, but both sides have won an eco out so far. showing that ability to fight from behind and be quite tactical with what they have on side to play with.
Now, the spike is not in the site. The team is, but the spike isn't. They're going to have to call in the reinforcements.
Again, right?
Yeah.
Managed to get away with it this time around. They're still making space up front as well.
Yeah, and you see, because they don't have a heaven smoke, they have to hug the left side as they run out there. Finally, it comes up, and they're able to go ahead and get that one down. But Na'Vi can act very quickly on this. Just 3 players, though, and Trex has the counter ult.
Spike planted.
A momentary delay as they had the extra play catch up there, but now that they're there, everything turns onto Na'Vi's side. Once again, stacking up at least a couple inside of screens, finding one on the push through. Wolf was in a good spot, but this satchel, do they know about still being here? Yeah, it turns out they do. And they tag him out as well. Showstopper comes out on top, expected one in the corner, but no one is there. Starzo on the rotate round backside might find 2, but no, it's a bit of a ring around the roses here on Pillar. 1 steps across, and there's just 1 left. It's Zipan all by himself, and he's got 3 players to bring down here. Might not find 1, won't find any. Starzo with a 3K in the round. A comfortable one for Koi yet again.
Yeah, Koi finding that opener onto the Cypher just opened up the entire side. I don't even think they were expecting it to go as smoothly as it did. They slowed down the pace of the round after that, waiting for their cycles of utility.
Curious on your thoughts for this. You're in the last round of the half here. You've got 3 ults to play. Sure, you've got a couple on the other side. You've got the Showstopper available for Trex. You've got Starzo Seekers on. Really, when you're looking at the utility available, you'd favor it towards Koi. Why here, Na'Vi, with the timeout, do you think, in round 12?
I think probably just coming in at the final half here, having some kind of idea, especially because if I was the coach, I might not be super thrilled that we were playing in front of the Cypher utility. 2 versus 5 on that fast A exec, right? You're thinking about it, it's like, oh, we have this haunt, this great tool to sort of hit players even when we're getting smoked off. Maybe we have the Cypher trips as well, and they're just fighting right in front of them. So maybe changing the idea of how they're holding that A site, taking a little bit more passive setups, as opposed to thinking too much about the ultimates. I do think that the Raze is definitely going to be entering the conversation of Na'Vi, especially when you're thinking about that Raze, because a lot of the time, like, Raze is either looking to like go up through maybe like B Heaven or just like blitzing out into B. I think that's how Koi have defaulted to after the last time out, for example. They went for a very fast B hit. So maybe Na'Vi expecting something similar could be a read of theirs coming into this one.
Well, similar sort of setup for Na'Vi now. They've sort of defaulted back into what we're so used to, right? Which has been normally the wall in towards mid, 3 stacking up on B and 2 out towards A.
Well, this is different, though, because I do think they're reading fast B aggression, right? That's why the Raze is over here, why the Fade, the Omen, all of this stuff. Sage being on A is a bit of an anomaly. You can see it's actually a very deep wall that gets instantly busted down.
Here we go, the immediate TP over, making use of the ult Angel as well to join the team on the A site. Don't often see it used too much in that sort of capacity, but they've managed to get players over here, which is the most important part. Key smokes have gone down, though. It has denied Na'Vi. Is this a fast rotate potentially coming in through ropes here as well? Looks like it is.
They're going to show the option. I don't know if they necessarily commit off of this, because as soon as the flash connects, they might not want to keep on going. They get it, though.
Oh, almost they go. Showstopper comes out as well. This train ain't stopping. The fishes are flapping. They're on side to side as well, and no one's here to stop them. I think as soon as they heard Angel's ult, they just thought, okay, new plan here. Push through ropes, hit the other side. We know they're light on the ground.
Yeah, Na'Vi.
Really good read.
Na'Vi probably going to want to play for that res up in heaven. Get that online for CNED. Koi really trying to hold for it. Not going to let that one go over easy, and the wall was already used, so the spam could come in on this.
Well, they've had to find the man as well.
Someone shoot him.
Not. I mean, they were trying by the looks of it. Tagged down to 19, but not finished off.
So much time being wasted trying to hunt down for Shadows. Look at him playing with them. What is that? Well, Wolfen gets a kill on sight. And here they come.
It's 5 Nights at Freddy's dashing around. Everyone just got a poke in their head and going peekaboo. And everyone's been waiting this time out of the shadows. 3 quick, easy kills. And Koi really did take Na'Vi for a ride in that round.
Switching sides.
And somehow we finish it out 6-6. Looked like Na'Vi were in a real nice spot, but after that timeout came in, one from Koi's side, 3 out of the last 4, bring things back to even. And I really do think just all the time sort of wasted in mid, every player trying to jump out of heaven, that position, bottom rope, just tears them apart.
Just felt like really there's a little bit of time to adapt from Koi, right? We had the first couple of rounds go their way, as I say. Na'Vi really sort of started to figure things out then. They'd played pretty well into Koi, but that last 5-6 rounds, overwhelmingly, Koi felt like they were really the ones in the driving seat.
They really did. I mean, they looked like in the pistol, too. They were so decisive moving on in there. Now, Na'Vi, been a little while since we've seen them back in Masters, but now they have that final chance to make it on through here. I think a disappointing showing for them. on the international stage, with a team that always has so much hype behind them after maybe a slightly disappointing year as well. Now the opportunity, but they got to get through Koi first here to stay up in the upper bracket. Looking at their comp though, things get a little bit funky because you know, they are playing just the solo rays to get on in there. In terms of actual enabling utility, not too much, just really the paranoia. Maybe if they have some slower lineups, something like this, they can get a little bit more creative, but these rounds might be a little bit slower than you would anticipate. A little bit more play up through mid, whether or not they can suss out isolated fights before fully committing. In the post plants, if they hold on to Sage Wall, anything like this, they're going to look real strong. Don't get me wrong. That Sage Wall, if you can use it to stop one of the chokes for the defense to flood on in, is going to look powerful, but this might be a little bit harder for them to navigate this half.
You spoke earlier on, just going to go back to that point about it being a bit of a disappointing year for Na'Vi. I'm pretty new into VALORANT. 4 or 5 months in the game, and when I came in, everyone was saying, really, Fnatic, Na'Vi, top 2, they're the ones to watch. For Na'Vi, it has been a bit of a battle. The fact that they're here probably is one side away, straight away looking at it and going, okay, it hasn't really gone how they've intended. And I'm not going to say one half is enough to go off of, but Koi have given them a pretty fair challenge there, I think, to start out the map.
Yeah, they absolutely have.
It's going to be real dire. I mean, ultimately, again, it's not their map pick, but it's still, you know, if you're letting it go all the way through to 3.
Yeah, I mean, look,
could be that chance of casting you down to the lower bracket.
It's the same map pool as last time they faced off against. Koi is the team that beat Na'Vi already.
Yeah.
This is definitely up for grabs still. Na'Vi always, we know, have the talent. You might see some of their comps think it's a little bit funky, like back in week 1, they were busting out the Gecko everywhere. They're constantly changing what they're actually playing. But some of the consistents are always there. CNED with the operator, whether it's the Jet or the Sage, Angel looking to hunt down for early kills. That is the way he likes to play it. So we'll see what they've got for us on attack. 4-1 setup for the time being, with Sugetsu looking to maybe lurk on that A side of the map, or just play early containment. He got a forward camera that gets scouted out and broken by Wolfen.
I mean, attack Calder straight away. He knows that there's a lot of firepower heading this way. And when I say a lot of firepower, I mean relative to the round with pistols. 4 of them all starting to flood in, at least initially. They've got sight. They may look to try and go for a plant here pretty early on as well, but they've left the spike down towards spawn.
They were surprised they didn't even run into that much interference over on B, so it's all good. They can continue to work on through here. It does mean the timings of their smoke's going to be a little bit awkward, because CT smoke will be falling relatively shortly, next 5 seconds. And then Angel will have another, but you can see all the counter utility makes it really hard to get a plant down. The smoke into CT means Heaven is going to remain open for a while.
Showing a lot of respect towards the utility spam that came flying on through as well, quite smartly so. And now I can go back in for it again. So what,
Koi are so ready. Koi knows Sugetsu's going to want to look for that lurk up mid.
First flash comes out from that Starzo, burns through both of those in pretty quick time. On the step
Wolfen's still holding mid. They're on the site.
Time to react, guys. Expecting a flank, maybe. I mean, we know exactly what Angel can be like, but they've got to worry about the site. They're getting slaughtered where they stand, but Sugetsu. Is he pulling this one back here? They've got a bit of a crossfire on the go, but they've got to win it, and Wolfen doesn't lose those. Maybe gets one back. Starzo down to what, 11 HP? But it's enough to get the job done for Koi.
Starzo and Wolfen were so reliable, I think, for Koi yesterday. And again in the pistols, you think back to the first half, now here too. It's coming down to them. Securing both pistols on split, fantastic way to kick off this second half for them. And it comes after such a delayed round, right? Koi play almost full retake on B. The utility to stall out that plant almost caused some problems for Na'Vi. And then the retake looking very, very crisp from them.
It's beautiful stuff. Koi just looking, although towards the end, threatened by Sugetsu, so I'd argue for the most part, very comfortable in the round. Now we get to see how things carried on as they did at the very start of this game going into the second round. It was a very comfortable closeout for Koi as well. Expecting the same here, but again, both teams have lost an eco or 2 in this game so far. So don't count Na'Vi out just yet.
Yeah, they've got 4 sheriffs in hand, so definitely some options. Angel is just out on B and finding the opener, by the way. Yep, that's what just happened. He's not going to take any more space off of that. It's probably the right call, looking to play with numbers here and regroup is, good timing from Trex. We'll find a kill, but you can see Koi putting themselves in positions to just take those fights straight up. Kind of the way you have to play this comp that has so little information. No Cypher, the Sky info not being super reliable outside of the dog. So you'll see a lot of these peaks into mid, a lot of pressure put into the hands of a player like Trex to be winning those fights in mid. Otherwise, your site is just going to get exploded from those split hits.
All starting to gear their way up for an A as the last 2 players work their way in through sewers here. Stacking up on 4. Koi still with his 2-2 spread across both sites. This is a good chance for Na'Vi to get what they need. They've got a bit of utility on side. Smoke starting to come out here as well. Haunt comes through. So they can make their entry in towards site here, but they've got to respect Wolfen.
One enemy
Pain. Said about it being the eco as well, and I think the respect being shown by Koi there to give the space and just play for those longer angles. Easy closeout at the end of the day.
I'm really curious how Na'Vi continue to play the rest of this half, because Pistol Round obviously looked like they grouped up and wanted to go for fast execs or like the Sage Wall just to scale out. But I think their rounds are going to devolve or evolve, however you want to look at it. They're going to change, morph into a little bit more of this slow play, like 1-3-1 setup where like maybe Angel's looking to scout out over towards B, play a little more aggressive. You're always going to have Sugetsu set outside of A. And you know he's going to be looking to take some timings just for those cage lineups. You can put one blocking off main, one blocking off ramp, and look to move on forward, which is actually why Koi are set up with the Sky on this area of the map for early scouting, early breaking of that camera that Sugetsu has shown 2, maybe all 3 rounds so far.
It's a slow crawl towards mid. Got to be worried about the swing that could come in here from the Viper. They're aware of the presence. The Haunt being shot out, I think, was a dead giveaway at the back of that one. Ray's not having the angle because of the smoke. Just taking their time on this one and really trying to figure it out. In fact, smoking in towards Heaven themselves.
Yeah.
So not wanting to play that angle just yet.
Just wanting to threaten that they could cross into vents. You know, if there's any player actually pushed into ramp.
They could and will.
Yeah, well, if you're pushed out ramp, you have to fall back because you can't just watch main anymore. You have to worry about getting ramped behind. So it makes it a lot more difficult to actually play Heaven as a solo player. You can see Shados is trying to navigate it for the time being, just taking the risk that no one walks up. Of course, he has the Jet holding for him for now, but once those cages get popped, he's going to have to turn his attention over. Actually, maybe Angel has slipped a timing here. If his players in main show and the Viper turns around, he could get something.
Could. Being the big word to focus on there. Wolfen was on the swing, but Cneb was there first. Now Shados is looking the wrong way, but he's inside of smoke as well. Sure enough,
there
in he comes,
is.
and there it is. Angel sinking his teeth into the back line. Looks for a second, but Starzo. A little bit too on it today, unfortunately.
That was really good lurk timing, though. You can see just working with the team, everything thought through. Now the retake, heavy towards ramps.
Oh, okay. Now, where previously we saw Shao respect the utility, CNED did not.
I think they're trying to wait for a flash. Starzo doesn't have anything.
One swing comes through. They're expecting him to push down, but no one's doing it yet. One above and just gets pulled into that. 2 more kills for Koi. Starts to feel like this one might be slowly starting to slip away if Na'Vi aren't too careful. Not forgetting this is their full gun round. Zipan, you can find 1. Simply not enough. 2 left standing for Koi. Up they go, 9 and 6.
God, I love rounds of Valorant like this. They get a little bit drawn out. Everyone's looking for the timing from Angel, making that timing on the lurk happen so he could get his 1. To then having no flash to re-clear ramp, Koi having to get a little creative, using the satchels, play that element of verticality, and Goomba stomp down on the opposition. That was very nicely done. Actually just tracking and being able to see over the smoke, spotted out that Cypher.
And now Wolfen's on the op.
Oh yeah.
It's not quite a Bulldog no more. Man's leveled up. And if he's posting himself out towards where? B here, trying to play backside, they'll be doing some damage.
And this is why even like people look at double duelist comps and I'm like, yeah, they're good on attack. But doing this as opposed to just the Raze means you get a reliable op. You get the second best op agent in the game, depending on situations. Chamber and Jet both do it very nicely. But then also all that stall power that catch Utah on the opposite side of the map. And Na'Vi have to get past that with a Paranoia. With Prowlers to scout out that op, that's going to be tough. Around 4 op, ooh.
Well, here we go, ready to swing onto Sugetsu here. As though he's being bullied inside of his own spawn. It's looking rough, but finds 1. Tried to look for the second, but Trex gets him with the paint shells.
Will 1 be good enough? It's just Shados, that utility set up over towards A, so if it turns into a B hit, it doesn't really matter too much. We'll see if they can isolate the op, though. They can't.
It is. I mean, he's straight out of there. Zipan was looking for blood, looking for vengeance.
That's the trouble. You just got to contact into every site. Wolfen is going to be a constant problem for them, forcing them to plant safe here, too. Can't really hold for main, and can't hold for main when Trex is just eyeing you down. Here comes the party, baby. Trex is killing everybody.
Straight in there. He's like, 4v2. Nah, it's time for the ult. Why not? Pulls it out regardless. Finds himself a 4K in the round. I said it last round, but Koi really starting to run away with this one. This is their 6th round in a row they've won now. Ouch.
So here come the difficulties, right?
Like they weren't already here.
Here they really are, right? Is how do you deal with the operator? Because, like, yeah, maybe you can scout out with a Prowler, but Prowler doesn't last as long as something like a Sova drone. Also doesn't give you perfect info. It doesn't give you actual eyeballs on that angle. You don't have a breach concuss or something like this, a sky flash to force players off the angle. It becomes really challenging. So do you try to then lurk? Well, if you lurk, then you're also potentially just walking into the crosshair of an operator. It becomes very, very challenging. I think almost the best bet is going to be Sugetsu trying to play around to his smokes, find lurk timings into A while they slowly move into mid. It is not going to be simple, though, that's for sure, from Navi's side.
And it'd be lovely to be able to look at the ults on the side of Na'Vi and say, hey, actually they're, you know, 2 or 3 pips away from having 3 more ults online, but similar to Heretics yesterday on map number 1, Fracture, I believe it was, they had 4 ultimates that we didn't really consider these power ults they can really use to make change happen in the rounds, and here, they've got 2, sure, they've got the Showstopper, they've got the Nightfall, but they need both of those online, and they've got to try and match up against what keeps them coming in from the other side, which really is Wolfen with his own ultimate, and an op on side, and enough bank to buy another full round. It'll be good for 1 round, but how can they turn this into 2, 3, or 4 to not let this game run away?
Yeah, it is starting to add up here. Look, Zipan and Xiao both pretty close to their ults. I think just one off. Money-wise, it will just be Sheriff's Light Armor. I think that ends up being the call for them, so quite likely moving into 11. But after that, for Na'Vi, the question is, like, maybe they try to sort of flood out into sites and sort of accept one player dies, but with Omen teleporting into site, Raze is satcheling too, they can look to attempt to trade out the Jet. That teleport not being perfect, but they also have to just commit so many smokes, I think, to take space around an area like mid. Koi are getting aggro. Oh my god.
I love it. Absolutely love that. 2 kills out of nowhere.
I didn't even notice Trex picked up the op over on A long.
Yeah, they changed it over.
Yeah, because they wanted to look for the aggressive play. With Jet having the option to, you know, fight through, dash out, they're like, wait a second, Trex is opping? What the hell, guys?
I love it. Because, you know, after a timeout is when teams have normally got something cooked up. They've got a plan in mind they want to execute. The best time to hit them hard is there and then. Beautiful play from Koi. And just again, it's same against Heretics. They didn't look to really give them much room to operate with yesterday. It's the same here.
Yeah, and I think Koi showed yesterday too, the delayed aggression where it's 15, 20 seconds and then when they snap you, because coming out of a timeout, you expect something fast or you expect nothing at all. You know, finding that middle ground has options to really punish. Sugetsu has played that lurk so many times. You know when a player is jump peeking back pillar there, you want to quickly scoot out between their jumps so you can try to aim for the head when they come around the corner. Only is able to find the tag damage, though. And there's the op. It's moved around the map completely. Remember where everyone was at the start of the round and Jet was pushing mid? Now Jet's pushing A. The op that was, you know, on Raze back screens is now in B heaven. Like, I don't know. I'd be frustrated. Nothing is as it seems.
No, information is good for all of about 10 seconds against Koi, it feels at the minute.
All of a sudden, 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. You know, a circle isn't
it equals
a circle.
5 because Koi said so.
Yeah, Koi just get to decide the rules. You know, like, why is a foot 12 inches? I don't know. Some dude's foot. Koi's foot is 5 inches. I don't know. We're in the sauce. We're back in it. All right, Na'Vi, I hate to deflate like this. So let's inflate. Na'Vi have 4 ultimates ready to go, baby. What do they got for us?
1 point off 5 as well.
Again, like where Wolfen's playing is trying to catch early with the op. Here's the teleport coming in, so they're trying to threaten to do something, just embedding the lurk, but it doesn't really do much of anything. Wolfen is going to be confident to continue holding this. There's nothing truly to force him off the angle. If they do move into this, they have Prowlers as an option. By him holding forward, they can do something about it, but if they walk into it, oh no.
I've seen that a few times, really. B is the curse site for Ops this game. A lot of missed shots coming down on that side of the map. A has been much more successful.
The crazy thing is, too, if CNED goes down, he's the one with the res, right? He can't bring himself back up. So him having res allows the 1-for-1 trade to be realistic.
Showstopper's in, and as much as Trex tries, he simply cannot get away. Cold Element is good for 2, though. That's what they're looking for before he gets shut down. Out comes Wolfen and just cannot land the knife to save his life. Gordon Ramsay would be disappointed. 3 on the back of site here, pushing their way forwards. All the ults starting to get rolled out here by Na'Vi. The red carpet is there. Shados, all that's left standing. He's got to find 2, finds 1, just 1 more left. You can really bring them here! And Shados shatters the Na'Vi mental. Up to match point they go. A 6-round advantage, despite Na'Vi throwing the proverbial kitchen sink at them.
This is just a jungle gym. He's just going up and down the rope doing absolutely everything. And this was like a worst case scenario round for Koi too, right? And lose a couple players on the entry, the knives aren't connecting, but Shadows dancing around like that, up and over, like, Shadow doesn't have a moment to breathe. Shadows is just constantly looking for the fight.
Well, this second half has been nothing short of absolute domination by Koi. Again, look how many ults were burnt. 3 ults came out in that round. The Nightfall's still available for them. It's the one big ult they've got. But immediately Koi are just like, right, Viper's Pit mid, that is now offline. Choose your poison.
Oh, wow, there's a gap in that Viper wall. Allows CNED to hold the angle, but you still can't really get through it. The stall of the decay, the mollies, potential pulls on the ground from the Aster too. They gotta wait out this cycle, and when the cycle comes down, guess what? That B operator's rotated over.
Of course it has. Why wouldn't it have? I'm sure Na'Vi are saying to themselves, Trex picks off one more. And Na'Vi's numbers just whittling down towards 0 here. 3 left standing. As that clock passes into the last 60 as well. Waiting for the timings here. They've got them back online, but now they've got to start making a move. They've got to find something because there are 2 players coming on a massive flank in sewers.
They're stuck kind of behind this trip, but they can hold for entirely. Do you go sewers or do you go spawn? Do you split up? Are you kidding me?
Not ideal. And now they've got to be so aware of the fact there's 2 more trying to push them. Sees the waste, but not like it matters. Straight into the molly. It's an absolute slaughter. Koi really schooling Na'Vi here on map 1.
Not a single round on their attacking side for Na'Vi. That is a tough way to kick off the series. Now, not over just yet by any means. We got Lotus, potentially Ascent to finish things off. Those are the 2 maps that Koi was victorious in the regular season on, however.
I just look back at that earlier in the season. Honestly, I really thought we'd see a different Na'Vi turn up, especially here on map 1 as well, to really set the tone for LCQ, but I'm starting to get nervous.
Look,
I think Koi can do this.
I'll say, I just think that attacking half was so hard to play out. That was not going to work unless they did way better on their defense. But we'll see. I don't know. I've been very impressed by Koi. I think yesterday showed a lot of growth. The 2 months off, you know, they got a quick little reset and they're ready. They're geared up and ready to go.
Changing pace, it just really feels like there's a different Koi that we've seen here in LCQ so far, and I can't wait to see how Lotus goes back after a break.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate Valorant competition.
The Red Bull Capless Clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery. the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right. Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
Koi are in the lead. They're winning their own map pick 1-0 at the moment up against Na'Vi, a roster that we said there were so many expectations on them. The fact that they are in LCQ already was a little bit of a question mark from our end, but the fact that Koi won this in a dominant fashion, if I do say so myself, what went wrong?
I mean, it's incredibly impressive. First of all, we have to commend Koi. Coming in here up against especially the zip and go kill, we had our doubts that maybe we'd just come in on form. No one would be able to match them pound for pound. But even though we even had some good rounds out of CNED, his entry fights were looking good as well. It just didn't seem to matter when it came down to brass tacks.
Well, yeah, it's like that first half. You had like Xiao getting multiple 3Ks.
Yep.
CNED had, I think, at least one as well. So it was like there was a few rounds where I was like, they look comfortable. Like Zipan and Xiao looking good. Like Saigetsu had a little bit of a rough start.
6-6-half, it's not bad.
And especially when, like, a lot of the time I think of this map, I go, Na'Vi are great on attack. They've always been great on attack.
They
it was
pick
their
up rounds,
Their defense sucked. And then they got zero.
I mean, we did really hype
rounds.
up, well, you guys really hyped up the zip and go kill strat. Maybe not.
He finished top.
He did finish top on the team. That is definitely the case. But then we're looking at Trex on the other side of things, and this man was just on the server.
What a brilliant idea to put him back on the race.
Right?
Can't believe anyone thought of
Who would have
that.
thought? Who would have thought? Not me.
And
Look at us.
stars on the sky as well. That's magical.
Wow, look at us. I mean, all in all, Koi are probably absolutely buzzing off of this round.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, kind of a question that I had was, you're on the defensive side of things, you know, Koi getting 2 rounds already. It's getting 6. It was a 6-6 half. And I was like, oh, are you happy about that? Would Navi be happy about that? And then you guys give me a very 5-head answer.
Yeah, well, apparently not, because the idea was to swap to the second half, and it should be fine for Navi. That defensive side, like, they shouldn't be locking it down up against double duelists. We even had Kim chime in with, like, this is fine for this comp, but it should be.
We've actually got a clip sort of displaying what they needed to do on their attack side. So their attack side ultimately revolved around very all-in sort of takes. When you slow down with the composition they have, don't really have a lot of setup. So in the end, they had to go for rounds like this, even with some of their weaker purchases. It was almost brute force. So you're talking about within the first 10 seconds of the round, Saigetsu's already dead, and they are just running and gunning in towards the site. It looked very sort of basic, like as you would expect. That's what this composition sort of revolves around. We've seen other teams do it throughout the season, like Vitality as well did this quite regularly with this sort of double duelist, and Wolfen and Trex in that first half did their job. The thing that's sort of like terrifying about it is that you kind of expect them to get a large amount of rounds on the attack because of the way that they're running things, and on the defensive side is realistically where they should begin to struggle. But they didn't, and that's where it became a little bit more peculiar for me, because the fact that Na'Vi against this sort of composition managed to get 6 rounds defensively, I was like, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, we couldn't help but agree with you. And I think even going into that clip, you see Xiao was at 11 and 3.
Yeah,
like, they were on fire. Everything was lining up for them in that first half, but they looked so fragmented when it came to that attack. The second that they get stopped, and I know there's some unusual stuff they were coming up against, but even coming up into one of the last rounds, you had like a Viper's Pit go up in mid, essentially a Sage wall. Probably 30 seconds in, no picks had happened. Pit goes down. Trex grabs an opening duel, and Na'Vi just froze. They're worried about a flank, they're worried about sewers, and everybody got picked off one at a time.
The thing I liked, and I think the clips you've got will actually show this, is the one thing that made this composition actually work for Koi is that their defense became an attack. Like, it wasn't that they were sitting back and just trying to delay. Like, they've got an Astra, they have a Viper, they could sit back and delay.
For sure.
But they didn't, and as the clips you've got will show, it was much more of an aggressive defense.
Yeah, an aggressive defense from the side of Koi, but even on their attacking side, it was just press W, get in on the side as quickly as possible, and generally didn't feel like Na'Vi had an answer to it. And Starkzo's util in general for both of these halves was such a major role in contributing to this aggression from Koi's side of things.
Yeah, I think Starzo, obviously, he's almost coming in as an extra duelist at times, and we've spoken a bunch about how previously he's playing what Trex is now on. He's playing the Rays, and those swap overs, even thinking about Heretics the other day, thinking about Boo, like, it can be somewhere that you're pushed into another role and you're not really comfortable. We're diving straight into this one, and just take a look. Up goes the orb, start of the round, 1:30 on the clock, and they're double swinging out, triple swinging, in fact, only 2 of the players grabbing the kills. And immediately there's a thorn in Navi's attack. Now, okay, they only had pistols in that one there, but it was a really, really interesting idea that they began this one with. And again, from that point, it's just pistols. I think that's the end of the clip, more or less.
Yeah, I think we saw that quite regularly, though, is that ultimately the flashes, and also Viper util. I feel like a lot of the time, Viper util on this map can be fairly static, where you're basically just almost patiently holding down on your util and just trying to delay as much as possible. But that was never the case. Like, it was always sort of aggressive stances, and it was the same in the round before as well, where they had to sort of deep flash out into A to give the other players space to battle for it. And I don't think that Na'Vi could really fight against it because of the sort of lack of utility that they actually had on their side. Like, you had these prowlers to clear close angles. Well, you're not going to be preemptively prowlering a spot swinging into mid, otherwise you run out of utility within 5 seconds of the round. So I really love this from Koi, that they went, you know what, they've come in with something different, they've come in with something new.
Yeah.
Let's just fight them on it.
And it's the sort of thing, especially looking at, like, because obviously that round 17 we saw, the round 16 you were talking about beforehand, that there was a ton happening in that one. It's the cyclical nature of the utility as well. They're ready to fight at the start of the round with a punch of utility. And like we saw in that very extended round 17, they then don't have a ton of utility to fight with after they've already used it. They're content tend to fall back, allow you to breathe, and Na'Vi weren't really able to reclaim that space when it came to that breathing time, when it came to the downtime in the round. And I think one of the main thorns in their side there, as it came later and later into the game, was when you typically want to then recover that space, you're just worried about Trex being there with that operator, because he was consistently picking one or two whenever they were going for that. So like the way that they were controlling the round here was honestly a masterclass from Koi.
Yeah, the aggression from Koi, it was just something that Na'Vi maybe wasn't prepared for, but something that we highlighted earlier today as well was that aggression from Koi with Wolfen coming through as well on that duelist player has been something that yesterday specifically was very much a highlight. And we had our questions if this is something that would be translated into today's game, and if anything, he gave us an answer.
Yeah, he's been flourishing. Like, it's really good to see, especially, like, obviously it's not the head-to-head that we were maybe wanting with, obviously, CNED facing off against him on the same duelist. That might be something we get later in the series, although it'll be an interesting one, especially because CNED on the next map normally plays a Raze, and that's where Trex takes the helm. But he did fantastic work, just almost being that point of contact, him and Trex sort of switching between the two, and that's the sort of thing that I feel like at times Koi have been really lackluster on, because I don't think there's ever any doubt that, hey, like Wolfen's a great player, Trex is a great player, Shadows is a great player, like you can go through the whole roster, but the interplay between them throughout the season sucked. Like, there was never that sort of 1-2 punch. It was always the one, he dies, and then the two is like 15 minutes behind, having a coffee, still back in the shop. So the fact that every time you had these entries, even though the first half was a little bit more shaky, it was that 1-2 punch. Like, both Trex and Wolfen performed, and that's one of the only ways they're going to win this series, if both of them are on point, and they were.
You know, one thing just to highlight is the fact that it's just a silly stats line looking at it. The fact that Trex, 21 kills, 12 deaths, and still 10 assists, the most on his team. The amount of damage this guy was pumping out, 332 ACS in a map.
What's his ADR? That's the real question.
You know what,
his ADR will scroll over 216.
You guys look really happy, but also like kind of shook from what we've just seen.
I'm surprised.
So if this, yeah, shook, surprised. There we go. Wick snatch. But can we just imagine how Barbar was feeling throughout the entirety of that series?
Well, it didn't start out too well for him, right? There's going to be a few of these initial reactions. I hope there's no lip readers out there. Don't get the subtitles out. And then he's a little more chilled, a little more...
Man's going through it, all right? He is being put through 20 different emotions every single round. But at least they're coming out on top, and we're going to be heading into the second map of Thing Lotus. And that was the map that we were saying.
They're winning.
Yeah, they're winning at this point.
13-6.
So that's where I'm going with the fact that Lotus being the next map. Can we expect more calm down reactions? Probably not, because you said it yourself, Tom. This is a map that Koi is not so comfortable on.
They've lost this to like everyone at this point. They lost to Liquid, they lost to Heretics,
there's a
they
first
lost to
for
Fnatic,
everything.
They lost to Carmine Corp, they lost to Giants. They got one round versus Giants. They did beat Na'Vi first game of the season, but I feel like Na'Vi were trolling. The problem is, I came in today going, it's all right. Like, Na'Vi, they went to Masters, they lost to some good teams. They lost to Edward Gaming, it was close. They lost to NRG, we still consider them one of the best teams in the world. That is fine. They've just been banged by Koi, and don't get me wrong, it's definitely one of Na'Vi's weaker maps, but they should be steaming through this LCQ. Not happening like we've just witnessed.
It was a warm-up game, all right? Because we're going to be heading into agent select for Lotus, and I think from what we've seen on Split, not too much of that creativity coming out from Na'Vi, but...
Okay.
Yeah.
CNED is not, he's not running the race. He's decided to instead go for a Neon.
How are you feeling about that?
There's a lot of changes. Zipan's moved away from Fade, is now playing a Breach. You've got Xiao going from Killjoy to Sova, Saigetsu from Viper to Cypher. Like, these are big changes coming through from the other side. I think the major difference is that we've just got Calder switching over from an Omen to Astra. So it's really not that much of a change. So clearly, Na'Vi feeling like there's a lot that needs to be done. CNED Neon as a prospect sounds incredibly exciting, because the thing is with CNED, I feel like if you put him on incredibly complicated, like you put him on Yoru, he's probably just going to play Yoru as if it's just a jet without a dash. But if you put him on a Neon, well, it gives him, it's basically CNED run at them and he goes, peace. Really? Oh, cool. Yeah, cool. I could do that. So in theory, the composition looks good. I'd be interested to see how they're going to utilize the Brimmy. Like, they're a little bit less range with those sort of smokes, but at the same time, It's Angel. He'll probably be up in their face anyway.
He's just here for opening duels, isn't he? Went down the last map. He participated in the most opening duels out of his team as well as the smoke
He
main,
also died within 4 seconds of the match.
Yeah,
so,
I saw Ryan's tweet. It was like 3 seconds in and he's already dead, but that's Angel.
We have a stopwatch on that. All right, love it. Well, Na'Vi, they're back from Masters Tokyo and already 1 game away from being knocked into that lower bracket. Koi, they found their form and they're wanting to close this one out, so they might not be too comfortable on this map, but it might go in their favor. Let's head over to Dez and Ender to break it down.
Thank you very much, Ginny. Now, I gotta go straight to a word that you said to me when you saw those comps. They've cooked, you said.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
I don't know. I don't think this came out of like a recipe book. This isn't like Gordon Ramsay. This is some wild stuff. The Brimstone in particular is really unique. Of course, you know, the Death talked about like the lack of range on smokes, maybe making it tough to lurk. You also don't have rechargeable smokes, right? So when you are committing in, you are way more committal than you would normally be, especially because there's a lack of Viper. So what I'm seeing from this, like with the stim and with the triple smokes instantly going down, they can maybe be a little bit more decisive in some of their plays in terms of post plants too, the Brim ult, the Molly. There are some options there. But their mid-rounding might get really, really tough, especially without, like, on defense, having the sort of wall that blocks off A in front B, on attack not having that wall that can set up for lurks and these types of things, even the Viper Orb to threaten the crossover into Rebel. They've gotten real creative in other departments. They're going to have Cypher cages perhaps going to get that Rebel cross. So there's a lot of different crazy ideas at play here, and we're going to sort of have to learn as we go.
I mean, I love it. I think Na'Vi's comp is just full send it, right? You look at the kind of pace and how hard they're going to hit you when it comes down to an execute. You know, 4 of those agents, maybe putting the Cypher to one side, are really going to come smashing through the front doors, and you've got to be so respectful of that. We'll see what Koi have got in mind to deal with that, of course. They're not exactly without their own tools to slow things down here.
Yeah, they're playing a lot more standard here, right? This is like typical Fnatic similar setup.
Yeah, just change the Omen away for the Astra, I think, from the last time they played it.
Yeah, or really the fade for the Sky would be the typical Fnatic way. But they are having about a bit of a 3-stack here, ready to flash on through and go to town. Koi are farming them!
Trex especially starting it out, but my god, it was an absolute slaughter. Only 1 kill going back the other way.
The 2 clearest things that is just so obvious Koi worked on in the last couple of months, it's their attack pistol rounds and just like really like obvious aggressive set pieces that are exploding out, ready to go. And then consistently their mid-round re-aggresses, right? And I think this is a level of the, or part of the game that so many teams, like it sort of makes or breaks them as a team. When you can catch the attack off guard by flashing through a smoke, regardless of map, Koi are consistently looking for those angles, and it's been so effective for them. It's one of the reasons why they were able to carve up Heretics a lot of the rounds yesterday. It was why they found a couple of great moments back on Split as well just today.
Do you want to give a shout out to production, by the way, for the wonderful Bar replay package? We called for it, we got it, and it was exactly as entertaining as I expected it would be. So thank you for that one. Into round 2 then. We've seen Koi across the last map, both halves, win the pistol, win the second one, really without too much contestation from the other side. Expecting the same here, or do you think the comps change it up a little bit?
Definitely expecting the same. I feel like Koi have just played pretty solidly in these seconds. I'm also just really still looking at how Na'Vi play, because like Brimstone of all the agents, you'd imagine couldn't lurk, right? He's range gated on the smokes. You want to maybe have his stim to work with the team to get in. Angel's looking for it. Angel's always putting himself in front. It's wild stuff out here. Of course, this being an eco round, you can maybe write it off. It's a similar way to how he played the Omen back on Split, just walking out onto the B site. He's walking out on the C site here. So really, this is not a good read on how the comp is going to work just yet here.
I want to try some crazy stuff. Why not? I mean, maybe here more the intent was that the team would rotate over to join him once they'd sort of sniffed out what was going on inside of site. They've got themselves inside here, and Koi shut out at least for now. Wolfen has arrived though, so he gets to the first to fall. A couple of kills go the way of Koi, as you'd expect. But Spark will go down regardless.
Yep, still down numbers. They're getting pushed off with relative ease here. Koi gonna take things slow. They know they have plenty of time. So waiting for the smoke to dissipate up towards heaven before working their way back on in. Even Jiggle peeking, getting the flash to spot there is someone out long, and they can just tear down one by one. A very clean second round from Koi. Although, I did see some of the ideas there for Na'Vi. I didn't see exactly what the lineup or the dart was from Xiao, but there was a dart that hit into C-Link right there, over by Waterfall, that went past the Viper Cage, or in normal rounds, I think that'll be a Brimstone Smoke. At the same time, Zipan's also throwing a flash through the wall. So the flash is trying to get the timing that it makes it so you can't actually break the dart that's going there. Oh my god, I love you, observers. You're awesome. How fast is that? Yeah, just go straight on in there. I think that was a double bounce, or a one bounce just landed on the floor, so there wasn't anything too crazy with that. But having ideas to find spam kills into areas that you're usually completely safe from is a nice idea.
I'm actually not sure who's on replays in Striker today either. I'm sure Jacob he'll have heard this. You can DM me, you can tell me, and we'll give the person their due credit. But very fair play and good little execute once again from Koi. Or counter execute, I guess. A good start from Na'Vi as we saw it pile out the way it did. It's Andy, so big shout out to Andy. Almost in March. I love the conversation.
Shout out to Zipan getting kills through smokes. Yeah, shout out to everybody.
Just
and you get a shout out. And you get a shout out. Na'Vi gonna be able to plant the spike.
And you get a shout out for the no shoes thing. It's great.
I appreciate it. Now keep your eyes primarily on Coldamenta here. He hasn't hit the door just yet, but has an opportunity to get a little bit of a backstab going. 2 players in main though to clear him out is gonna be tough to work through, and he's taking it real slow.
Just on the cross there, narrowly missing it out.
That camera is actually, they're tagging in too late to spot him out. That's all the way back in spawn.
Need that back. Taking that back.
He has no idea where it is.
This is messy. There's this dance happening around the CB door. There's baby door kind of being contested. There's backside which Starzo's got inside of and done the work that he needed to. That opens things up massively, but Zipan's here to make things happen. Straight away, the fault line comes across, finds no one. Na'Vi, it feels like I've done enough work here. Shado's the last one left standing. They will finally get on the board, and the contest has well and truly begun.
All right, Na'Vi, good little B-take look there. I think even using the stim from Angel to very quickly scale past Rubble into Baby Door, and then activating the drone out of Xiao to clear up through B. It's one of the things you're going to get here with the Sovas. You're going to stop anyone from posting up aggressively on those tight angles up in B. And it allows you to play it with just 1-2 players to get that effective split sight into B there. That looked very nice from them. And I expect to see some similar moves like this, where maybe the Sova is going with the weaker side when they are going for these splits to sort of guide them in on the back of that drone.
Zipan has been farming ult, by the way. It's essentially already there. 1 orb and they got it on side. Fault line's available. It'd be a big ult to have online for Na'Vi. So expect to see some control here in towards Rubble and maybe looking in towards getting that one online, but maybe a little bit conscious of maybe there's a few too many players stacked over here, and they'd be correct. There are 3 sat waiting on the A side.
Yeah, really they're just trying to threaten that they embedded someone on Rubble, which will mean that Koi can't really easily rotate off the A site. There's no real info over there apart from the Sky Flash. So
I guess the wall helps though,
they got to leave some bodies over in that area, yeah, absolutely. But it does let them get back into C. They have to use the drone early, worried about that close corner. A lot of players will like to sort of post and tuck themselves up into. But you can see Koi already rotating 2 players out, just leaving the active info in the sky on that area to jiggle peek. And they're going to have 4 players ready to fight here. That is brutal.
They are stacked and ready to go, and here we go. It is that push forward they're looking for. Util coming offline, but Angel straight in there. Of course he is. Why wouldn't a Brim be entering into the round? You've got Shados off towards one side as well, trying to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough to stop Zipan getting this down just as the paint shells land and they pick up Zipan. That's a couple of times though we've seen him get those kills in these crucial planting situations where it hasn't been respected. Still, so we get to the only one left standing here is when all the dust settles, it's Koi on top.
Yeah, another swing around the corner. Starkso going to finish the job there. Nicely done from Koi, reading exactly what was going to happen on the map. Getting that rotation over quickly, even though Na'Vi found the opener, right? You can see just having 4 players there ready to go with the utility, shut it down. Still, every round, I'm looking and finding one new interesting thing, primarily behind this Brimstone. I think they're just stimming. I'm not sure if they used the stim over on A, or if they used it into C here, because there are ideas with the double molly setup to just use the stim to sprint through the mollies faster, and then have that pinch, because Angel got up there really quickly over towards that waterfall smoke, and was sort of able to backstab the site player, which was a nice way of dealing with the anchor.
Levi's practically entering for himself in all manners of the word as well. The smokes that came down towards Link, for example, and just got right up in the face of those at backside. Beautiful stuff, and Na'Vi feeling the pressure a little bit, feeling the pace. It's time for a timeout.
Yeah, I will remind you, though, of the weakness, and you saw it a little bit there. No rechargeability on those smokes means that, hey, if they use a smoke early round and then they commit the 2 in the site hit, if they get stalled out, if the spike doesn't go down, they can run into some tough situations without the option to have a late Aster Smoke or Omen Smoke recharging off the cooldown. That is always going to be a concern of theirs. Now, Na'Vi coming into this one do have enough money to get off a quasi-buy. They've got 3 rifles, 2 sheriffs, and they have Zipban's ultimate. So I think, yeah, absolutely going to try and play out this round, even down in rifles. I don't think is a bad shout, especially because I think Xiao is just one off himself. Like, they're very close to being able to turn this around. This is not unplayable by any stretch of the imagination. And on the side of Koi, looks like they are switching their setup just slightly. So Alarm Bot, now the Killjoy moving over towards the A side of the map, still leaving Sky here initially to try and not reveal that. Because if Sky isn't flashing here, all of a sudden Na'Vi know, oh, that Killjoy has probably come over here. Because usually you're playing info utility on opposite ends of the map.
Well, they're starting some pretty heavy hits straight in towards A because they've got the ult on side and they're going to roll it across. Catch out 2 at least on their march on forwards. Not yet finished any offense. I think a couple hiding inside of smoke as well, so no one's been tagged off the back of it. But this means they can march on forward. CNED straight into backside on the Neon, unsurprisingly. Will make a bit of room for his team to secure the site back out towards Tree. Spike is down, it's easy as pie.
Oh, this is tough. Koi have to act quickly because there's going to be a Hunter's Fury in the post plant. Already down 2 players as well. Even trying to fight this through isn't going to be simple.
It's a good work by Na'Vi here, really hitting them at pace and committing with that comp that we spoke about. It's kind of the bash the front doors down and march on forwards. And I think, as you say, this one looks a little bit cooked already for Koi. Nowhere near enough time to finish off all 5 players.
Yeah, Wolfen just sort of stuck down here and just gets absolutely clobbered by Zipan. Very nicely done from Na'Vi there, the fast sight hit. That is one other thing they're going to get with the Brimstone ultimate. Like, they have a lot of heavy execute ults with this style of composition. So when those are coming online, expect to not necessarily see right off the rip them zooming in. Those executes are going to be very decisive, and Koi are going to have to find ways to stall it out. And that's not easy against the Neon that just goes past all of the utility on site. The fact that CNED was back there was just so unexpected. You see the Tree player had no idea that was going to be going down. And just got instantly wrapped around and deleted.
You can already see the Twitch chat arguments about him dying to Spike there, and oh, he made a mess up. No, more about the amount of money you get from dying to Spike there versus being in a position to hold on to a Sheriff and walk away with minimal money into the next round. So made the right call, comes in with a 4-buy in this round, and also got 3 orbs off the back end of that.
You do actually get full, just for getting the Spike planted, you go ahead and get full money on that one.
Dollar.
Yeah, dollar bills. For the meantime, Na'Vi taking things slow. Because they are rocking Cypher as opposed to Killjoy, they actually do need to play more for mid. If they just had a turret on top of that box, you wouldn't have to hold that line quite as aggressively because the turret would see anyone going across the corner. The real concern there being if you don't have eyes on that angle, if an op post there or even a rifle, you can't actually rotate through your own spawn anymore. You'd have to invest utility or just risk getting flatlined on your way in. A risky little camera
I was
break,
about to say. Having people jump peeking him off towards the side, I thought for a second they'd be bursting around to try and take him down once he went for the camera, but gets away with it. Still down a number. Big pushing towards mid, starting to build up here for Na'Vi as well. All 5 players on their march forward.
Yeah, Koi just going to fall back, play retake, although Wolfen's trapped here, and maybe, or he's fighting it through! He gets 2 before finally is removed from the field of play.
It's beautiful stuff. But can't hold on for too long.
They're not in. The spike hasn't been planted, 30 seconds, and I was talking about those smokes. None left for Angel. These smokes are going to be falling immediately. Heaven, an absolute concern. Paylink as well.
Do have the cage to sort of play behind if they need it. They made use of here as well. In comes one. What on earth is that? The Ferrari drive-by.
Sorry,
come out on top. What?
Can we get like slow motion live? Like if there's like 4 or more pieces of utility used at the same time, I think Valorant should just slow down. You know, like we're just in the Matrix. Otherwise you can't. What just happened?
You get a cinematic fly-through maybe?
Yeah. You know?
Nice. Grey screen, slow-mo, sad music plays out.
Some music would be lovely. I could get on board with, well, here's the slow motion. All right, oh, and we're past him. Angel's looking at the floor, doesn't know where that raise is going. I don't even think Trex knew where he was going on the raise.
Paint shells in his wake, just absolute chaos there on a very, very tight site.
Oh, get ready, we're going fast B, smoke's already in, and a lot of ult to play.
Well, we love the fast hits. We spoke about it for their comp, but it's exactly the same as before. Out comes the Hunter's Fury, straight over the top as well, looking for whatever targets might be found. But right now, Xiao's picking up absolutely no one. But Spike is down here in record time, it feels like.
Yeah, they just played full retake, but Koi are destroying over in this tight little cubby. Sugetsu gets stunned up, and Koi roll them in the flood retake. Na'Vi were sort of getting pushed out of sight because of the lockdown that was placed previously. And honestly, I think this is the way to go for Koi. Sort of playing almost full retake on B, maybe leave a turret there or something so you can't get lurked on, but the fast flood retake is going to be so effective.
This team's so happy to play against this as well, just let Na'Vi have the ground they want, because again, they know the utility that's coming running at them is so oppressive. Why get sucked into it, let them drop it, and then collapse back in afterwards?
Yeah,
when those smokes are gone, like you say, there's really not a lot stopping Koi.
Yep, you see a couple of times now. They're not able to like fully get off site or get in comfortable positions, and it's because Koi are ready with like 2, 3, 4 players able to fight. The rotations into B site are really fast. A to C really slow rotates for defense, but B post plants very easy to punish. Oh, how are you up there?
I mean, got away with it. It's the second or third time I've seen him hop over the mound as well to get on the other side into a pretty good position. Manages to find one with the ult online, so losing that in exchange for the raise, painful.
Not having the speed up, the get up and go, I think, of the Neon might make things a little challenging on defense, especially moving into the A site, because that Viper wall, even if you ever try to split in and open up tree door, Viper wall goes up, and you can't really go through. The decay damage too much. A lot of times, Astral will put a star there and just pull you in on the grab well if you try to make any waves on through the door. So Na'Vi taking things slow, hoping that someone was going to jump peek them. I literally think that's just what they're holding for on that line. Trying to get an opportunity for Zipan, who's pushed very far forward to catch a player going on a peek. And actually, I forgot they had a body. So they have information, get a double stun, I believe, to the players on site. Still want to go back into B, where it's a little softer, just the Killjoy.
But it's just the Killjoy, and
sorry.
Just the Killjoy.
And Timmy the turret. It's a whole family party over on the site for Wolfen.
It's never just the Killjoy when it's Wolfen sat waiting. Absolutely deletes all 3 players swinging on through. Nothing more to be said for this one. A cozy round once again for Koi. Nice all short rope for this round. 6-2 for Koi. Already off to that flying start that we saw to the back end of last map.
In case you forgot, Xiao's a pretty decent player.
Yeah, he's all right, I guess.
Yeah, he can sometimes get kills, just, you know, one-tapping people in the head with the Sheriff. It's all right, I suppose.
It's a casual thing. Anyone can do that, I guess.
Here we go.
They could not do that.
They could not. Okay, I'm looking at Zipan and Angel, the classic Brimstone Breach microwave in terms of ultimates coming in here. Last time the Breach ult, it was just very fast A-rip. Running that back, maybe not the same idea, but they could go towards C. The problem with going C is that you have the Killjoy utility set up there usually, and I think that's Koi's read. They're trying to flip-flop the map around instead of Killjoy on A to potentially stall out that hit, but you're not going to be able to stall out CNED's Vandal.
I mean, they know that this has been the game plan from Na'Vi, is move fast in the early round, really try and get some damage done early on. They paid the price for it at the start. They've got so many ults to play with as well. The Brimstone ult's online, Rolling Thunder's there, Hunter's Fury is one off as well. In fact, Na'Vi, given they're so far behind, have done such a good job of farming that ult constantly. It's the second time that we'll see the Rolling Thunder available.
Yeah, it is pretty easy to go for the orbs. The 3 orb setup, they are pretty favoring for the attacking side, I would say. But every time they've fought for aggression, I think they are picking those up on the way for Zipan, which has put him in a decent enough position. Now again, because of no Viper Wall, you actually have a new angle to jump peek from, which is back over there on stairs. And as they get the rip on into this site, they are going to get stalled out. Sugetsu finds an opener. That's fantastic. And like I was saying, Cena just runs straight on through the mollies. He doesn't care.
Straight in towards side for the 5v3. Flash comes out, was looking to step forward, but half caught himself in the process as well. Spike's going down in this position. It's looking good for the side of Na'Vi. Almost a 2k lining up for Wolf, but only manages to walk away with the one. Now Starzo emerges, finds one, but Xiao's there on the cover. It's cover on cover upon cover here for both sides.
Screen down.
Shade off sets round for one, but too easy. Great round for Na'Vi again, though.
Yeah, I mean,
that commitment. I mean, what I love as well is the discipline to hold on to those 3 big ults we were just speaking about.
Yeah.
Didn't panic, knew what they needed to do, got it done.
Look, and if CNED, I mean, CNED obviously had the opener over here, but when CNED gets all the way into the back of A side, that's what's really effective. It can wrap around on a tree player. You just get everything. That's the real power here, is they can move so quickly, and the Neon can capitalize off of the Breach utility. Also worth noting that, like, there aren't really hard counters in Valorant, but there are like some soft counters. I would say Neon into Killjoy is fantastic. Neon can go through everything. Molly, she doesn't worry about Alarm Bot. She just goes on through. Now this time, Trex is ready for it. He saw that before.
He's like, I've seen this move before. Sadly, didn't quite see that follow-up come in. Poor Trex has really been catching the short end of the stick here in a few of these rounds. But this time around, at least takes CNED with him.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though. No CNED. Oh, how do Na'Vi actually play around? It's a lot tougher. That Rolling Thunder, you don't have the dive to capitalize on the back of. You don't even have the chance to take space if you commit over into C, potentially, with the double molly setup. Can stall you out. So I think the way Na'Vi have been playing, it's like, on B, we don't really need dive. So that might be where they go. They actually are moving into the C area of the map.
Cheeky. Two working their way up through mid here. Wolfen leading the charge.
Xiao's been left over towards A, doesn't get hit by the bird, but I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of a fake drone, unless actually...
Oh no!
And that's why you play Killjoy!
So close, you get rid of two though. Coldamenta steps up where Wolfen can't quite deliver. Finds 3 for himself. That's all the damage done they need, because now Xiao's all alone against 3 Koi players, and they are hungry.
30 seconds left.
That's attempt.
Yep. In case you were wondering, literally, just having a turret in mid prevents that from happening, or at least it breaks. You know you need to be spending utility behind it. Just having the tripwire, no cam to even be able to dig into, it leaves them so exposed. I'm not sure if Koi only just identified that and looked for the walk up, or have been sitting on this for a while for the right round to abuse it. But that was exactly it. When you know enemy team doesn't have their dive, when they have to take it a little bit slower, looking for that mid-round creep, Koi have consistently been able to find value in those situations. So Na'Vi, they're not going to take it slow. They're going to go straight into A. This time, they need to keep CNED alive to make it all the way into the deep site.
Increasing frustration on the faces of the Na'Vi players. They know this is not going how they intended. Now they try and follow it in, but Starzo managed to get around it and deals the CNED. Dive remove once more, but the ult has rolled across. It's not going to stop Trex getting on with the boom bot as well. Great start for Koi here. They've held off and staved away the aggression from Na'Vi.
Yeah, now falling back with a numbers advantage. Happy to play full retake here.
That's it.
Pretty heavy Cypher utility into stairs that Koi would have to get through if you want to deal with that. But the lockdown can come in, force players off the site. Then you have the Cosmic Divide to try and keep them on. That's a brutal combo.
Wow.
Yeah. Baits out the ulti just to break the lockdown.
But at the very least, not like it matters. Shados just hitting different this round. Xiao left alive once again. Can't find the kill onto Wolfen. Koi once again just running away with yet another map in this series.
And that round is all Starkzo's awareness, because these site hits, the aggressive A pieces have been the same every time. CNED's pathing through the ground, not going tree, and he's just zooming all the way into the back site. So Starkzo, instead of playing in tree himself where he has been previously, he plays real close on this wall, dodges around everything, doesn't even get hit by the Rolling Thunder, because he's so close to the actual execute. That buffer zone on the Rolling Thunder gives him a little pocket to play inside of. If that hits him, it's a very different story. But he absolutely blows up the head.
They're really starting to get a read on CNED, whether it's playing close when he's trying to jump his way through ruins, whether it's catching him, executing in towards site like that. They've got a read on what he keeps trying to do here, and they've got options available to deal with it. And Na'Vi really now it's starting to feel like the ones who are feeling a little bit short. Their main game plan has been figured out. They're the ones who now have to adapt.
Also, this is an attack-sided map, people.
That's it, yeah. Koi are up 8. It's crazy.
What? Like, that's not normal. That's not okay. The last time these two teams played, the final score was 20-18. Like, what? Or even 18. That's the other way to say it. 8-team.
You're such a team player, Ender.
Teammate. I'm thinking of M8. Shout out Gentlemates. All right, C-hit.
Here we go. All the utility raining out. CNED once again straight up in there, but they're used to his antics again, like I keep on saying. They were ready. There was a trade there immediately off the back of it. Viper's Pit comes out too. It's a good response so far from Koi, and that will slow down Na'Vi, who, like you said earlier on, once they've invested everything in a hit, they kind of have to commit.
They still haven't dealt with Shados on site either. He's creeping out. The pain shells are finding kills. Shados has 2 now, and it's all on to Sagetsu. They've spotted him. They're running and hunting him down, and nothing the Sentinel can do. Koi take 9 on defense.
They have really turned the tables on Na'Vi here. I was chatting to a few people backstage and just saying, what are you expecting? They're like, oh, no, Lotus, they'll bounce back. You'll see normal Na'Vi. I don't feel like we saw, air quotes, normal Na'Vi in that half, because again, coming in, we saw the comp. We were like, man, with this Agents comp they've got on side, they can hit hard, they can go fast, and they were trying to, but Koi just adapted to it so damn well. Really impressive half.
We'll see what they do here, whether or not they're looking for early aggressive set pieces around the breach stun. That's how you'd imagine, but The way the Koi comp will often play is just play sort of pulled back into your spawn, sound out for the aggression. If you see a breach stun, you rotate into the opposite side of the map. They will try to not allow themselves to get caught, but it started off, I mean, from the get-go with Koi finding the mid-round aggression we saw with the pistol. We saw later the just playing full retake on V seemed super effective. That was also what looked like the best site, I think, for Na'Vi to reliably take. But even that wasn't an issue. Koi never really lost control of the chamber there next to Baby Door, and I mean, I don't know. Na'Vi are looking in a real bad spot here.
I think the painful thing as well is when it comes down to situations like this one on the screen now, when it comes around to critical gunfights, they just can't seem to come out on top.
Yeah.
Every 1v1 it feels they've stepped into, they've lost.
Well, yeah, there's not supposed to be players pushing into your spawn, having an eye line on that.
No,
it's just,
for sure.
It's just tough, and I feel like Na'Vi, this conversation has gone around them for their entirety. Like, they've always been switching comps week after week, playing some funky stuff, and they all have some ideas, but there's also a reason why meta comps can be meta comps. And when they're getting caught out by things that the meta comp would be, you know, taking care of, right? Having that safety net of a Killjoy turret there, that's where you have to look and go, okay, how deep have they gone into the theory crafting of this comp? Like, when they're not aware of that, and aware of that hole in their plan.
No doubt. Fair few conversations in the Na'Vi camp here at halftime as well, because we know, as we said, attacker-sided map. Haven't seen them have the most success there. This is still their pick. They should come in here prepared to deal with attacking threats on Lotus and be ready to react. My concern more is towards the comp, as you say, not really again in terms of rechargeable smokes, able to move things around the map and deal with ever-changing situations. Koi could drag them from pillar to post here so comfortably.
Yeah, I think mainly the one is going to be maintaining control outside of A without a Viper becomes really challenging. So we'll see what they can do there. I think the way Koi would sort of be best used to play is sort of like, again, like early round, sort of dodge away from breach stun, anything like this, and move into the opposite side of the map. But they can also play a little bit of a war of attrition. You know, by just opening the door between C and B, you could maybe even burn 2 brimstone smokes and really just abuse the fact that he only has 3 total. In this round, he actually only has 1 total.
Slow start for Koi as well. Nothing here to expect maybe aggression to come out of Na'Vi at the start of the round. Again, with this comp, you'd expect them to come at you aggressive, you know, fault line leading into C-Ned charging forward, but so far, nothing.
Just trying to play it slow for now. Their wall does give them some nice lurk options into B if they wanted to, except for now there's just some jump peek angles that Xiao is playing for. Koi taking things very, very slowly. It wouldn't be normal, right, for Na'Vi to take things this slow, and as you can see, they're going for some mid-round aggression of their own at the 1-minute mark. Now stepping outside of Mount. How deep do they go, though? Because committing for a full flank, you could be running into 2 players here posted in mid.
And there are kind of 2. There's the Viper sat a little bit deep, but not watching the same angle. C-Ned finds 1. Do they know, or do they expect Shados to be here? No, they don't. Almost gets away with it as well. C-Ned brings him down.
All right, revenge for the first half, except Na'Vi are in defense, somehow an attacker spawn. Koi have been able to get into this A side and will be able to secure a plant, but 5-on-3, they're gonna have to get aggro, and a paint shell kill opens some stuff up.
From downtown as well, but C-Ned finds his 3rd in the round itself. Still looking to march his way forward, but didn't know about Wolfen on the upper ground. Seems to be the main response in this round. If they could deal with him, that could be it, but Wolfen does stop going. Stars there as well, no way! The 2 on site just hold it down and completely crush what looked like the dream start in round 1 for Na'Vi. Not a single pistol being won.
That was a 2v5 at one moment there, but paint shell kills 2 players looking to get aggressive. I really like, fundamentally, the way Koi think about the game. Trying to get aggro there, down in numbers, abuse that fact. Now, they lose all the fights in mid. That was what you said they needed to have happen. Right now, they win those fights. C-Ned gets 3 on the round, and by some miracle, they're still losing. Wolfen has just been on lock all day long, yesterday as well. This guy has appeared to just come miles since the main stage.
I mean, the thing is, if it's only C-Ned really pop him, it's simply not going to be enough. I know you were speaking about Wolfen there, but it's been Trex as well. Wonderful game these 2 have both had. Map 1, top 2 on the leaderboard. It's the same story here yet again. I'm not going to say dragging Koi through because everyone's had their part. Even Colder in the backlines had some big moments. They said they look a team kind of transformed, and it's starting to look like it more and more with each round that goes by. I'd be scared knowing I've had to play these next if they do manage to make it through this game.
Honestly, a little shocked that Na'Vi didn't try to force something up, maybe around CNED, but especially with potential lightning fingers next round. But Na'Vi just gonna have to go ahead and play full retake over on B. There are no smokes remaining for Angel. There will be a refresh on the dart in a moment for them to try and get back into the site, but Koi are looking to keep on going. I love that. Pushing into Waterfall here for just a moment.
Just got away with it in absolute silence. She walked in and taken something off the bedside table. There was the feeling you get. Now Na'Vi have got to be the ones to respond. Door's now been shot out. That's immediately the giveaway that one person is rotating through. Starzo is ready. And it's the Broom coming up to him face to face. Sheriff coming up against Spectra. I wonder how that one works out. It is unsurprisingly the Spectra that comes out on top.
A cowboy or a ghost? I don't know. I guess the ghost takes it. Anyways,
Cowboys
Stark
scared of
Zone.
ghosts, didn't you know?
Oh, it makes sense, makes sense. Yeah. I thought it was snakes. Like some Indiana
There's a
Jones
snake
thing.
in my boot.
Oh, that too. I realized there's a lot of snake references.
I went towards the childhood memories. I'm not quite sure where you dug into.
it was yeah, Rage of the Lost Ark. Yeah. Snakes.
No, I know. I'm not saying, but where did you put? Why was that the first reference you jumped to?
I don't know. I thought of Sheriff, and then I thought of like the Indiana Jones hat.
Yeah.
Because in my mind, a sheriff is Rick Grimes.
Yeah.
And he's got that big old Indiana Jones hat.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Fair enough.
All right. Well. Much like Rick Grimes, Na'Vi seem to have gone missing. We'll see if Koi can find them. They have rifles in hand, finally, and have some control over Rubble with the Sova Dart. That sort of guarantees that you can work out into that area early, but Koi pivoted into a quick little B setup. Just this trip they have to get past. You can see they're aware of it, break it, and now if they wanted to, they could hit the gas. Equally effective, though, is that they just don't go in, because if someone wasn't hard holding that, you could be really concerned about having a potential lurk on your hands in the Na'Vi camp.
It must be so infuriating to plan against Koi, because think back to the last map and the pace they're moving at. Even, you know, at times on this map already in this half, the pace we've seen from them. Then other rounds, you get ones like this. It's very Fnatic-esque. It's very feel out the information, collect the ores, play things slow, and then make your decision later.
Oh my!
Really
Everyone just spammed through the smoke, and that's a Phantom versus Vandal diff. I think CNED giving away his tracers there, so Trex finds the kill. And Koi get to heat up into the opposite side of the map. One-way smokes, but they got past him.
Here we go, the hard hit coming on through, but up on Soigetsu!
Spike down.
On the flick down, finds his second. Will he be enough? Absolutely not. Trex, as I said, having a day of his own. Steps in and goes huge. Now it's down to Angel, holding off towards the back. The onslaught of Koi marching on forward. 2 left here. And support is coming from Shao, but it might be here a touch too late. In fact, no, it's arrived just in time. A 1v1 Calder! This is what I was saying when it comes down to these critical clutch situations. Na'Vi can't buy around.
Koi just have plot armor. We're season 8 Game of Thrones now. Good Lord.
I'll tell you what, during the break I ran into Ulysses, who's obviously casting on the Spanish stream, and I said to him, oh, you were casting, right? And he was like, yeah, I'm casting every game. And I was like, I didn't hear you. I was like, Koi won, right? And he was like, yeah, it was easy. And now it's looking even easier. Now I'm hearing him louder and louder.
I mean, my word, up to 12. 9 in a row would be demanded of Na'Vi to force OT here. And I'll tell you what, I am seeing 4 Guardians and CNED with the zappy hands.
They are not, or haven't turned up to play today, unfortunately, it feels.
No, I mean, you just think about some of the performances on like halves that they, like, for example, the second half of Split, couldn't win a single round, got completely shut out. The same thing is now happening after they only managed 3 rounds on attack on Lotus. It has not been a good look. They are continuing to dip into the playbook. You know, we're in the addendum at the end now, the appendix, just adding in stuff on stuff, and it has not worked. It just hasn't. I think the Cypher, I like some ideas on the defense there. Of course, you know, he's just farming with some kills. But before that, he actually had a pretty deep camera. He got over towards mounds. You can see some of the ideas to get forward information, more forward than maybe you could get reliably with the Killjoy turret, but it just has not quite been there, and we're about to get the brr, brr, brr. That's a kill. That might be a kill.
Oh, no, it's not. But it is not nearly.
Look at the damage.
Shao almost got caught out on the second spray rounds coming through, but he's damaged 3 players.
Yeah, he hit everybody. There's no heals on this compound. I never thought I'd actually care about Sky's heals. There's no heals here.
You don't care about them until you need them, like now.
Oh, no, Trex gets ultimate off of this.
It is all starting to come together.
Just to add insult to injury, if nothing else, it feels like.
I imagine Zipan has some piece of utility in hand, ready to fight into Mound, I think, from Waterfall. Yeah, he's got the concuss ready to go for Sugetsu's contact. I don't even think that's an aggressive setup. That's a passive, you know, Sugetsu gets his kill and then can back up. There you go.
I mean, this is...
nothing.
Uh-oh. Oh, actually catches two with that one almost as well. Might catch... No, he dodges away.
Wow.
Just at the last second, Wolfen keeps himself safe, and they have the heal. The sky's on the right side here, it feels like, Ender.
40 seconds, though. It's not completely simple just yet from Koi. They still have the showstopper, so once they get control and they get up to Rebel, this Viper Wall giving them the ability to scale. Although actually it looks like they're going to pinch back into B, yeah.
30 seconds
They're ready on this one, yeah. Showstopper on side if they need it. And big if on that one.
There's no smokes for the retake for Angel either. Koi can play offsite very comfortably.
And in they march as well. Odin spraying away, hatching into the tripwire there as well. Shot up by a teammate, Spike going down. It's going to have to be a big storm back in from Na'Vi here. I'm not sure they've got it in them.
Attacking Killjoy too. Do they push into it? Do they risk it all with the push? There's 6 seconds. They can't make the call happen. They all fall back. Still time to play with, but Wolfen has crept forward into heaven. His position could tear them apart.
Oh, this is big and easy looking. Yes, he is, but looks the wrong way. Can't find the second. Angel with an easy one tap on the corner. But here we go. It's Starzo. Had so many huge firefights today. Oh, almost got away with it. But Angel, literally being the saving grace for his team, might keep them in. I spoke about these 1v1s, and Trex could end it all here and now. Sugetsu can do nothing. Trex with the close, and Koi, we said they dismantled them on map 1. That last one, utter destruction.
Koi are here to play.
Damn.
This team, just in 2 maps, only 9 rounds given away to Na'Vi. 2 full shutout halves on both back ends of these 2 maps. What an evolution this team has had from only 2 series wins in the regular season to now 2 in 2 days. This team has a chance to make a run here.
They do. It sounds crazy, but without the big teams to stop them, of course, our top 3 that have already qualified, there is every chance they go on to be that team because, you know, once you look at and say, okay, it's just a coincidence, but here, far from, this is looking consistent, a real run of form. And I don't know who can stop them. Genuinely can't think of any other team in the competition right now, outside of Giants that we haven't seen, that can really get in their way.
We'll see. I mean, look, that's the next challenge for them, right? They've taken care of the 2 teams that they already beat. Now they got to expand the pool, right? But the way Koi have been playing, from the aggressive pistols to the mid-round aggression, to even just the decision-making. Up numbers, they're shrinking their position. Down numbers, they're taking chances. They're getting aggressive. They know when to play full retake as opposed to entrench and fight to the death on site. They have leveled up here in the past 2 months, and I am so pleased to see it.
That's these pro and gaming match highlights play out here as well. You've really summarized it nicely there in a sentence or 2, and obviously we've got a bit of time we can talk about it here, but for me the big standout, sure, had the number when it came around to the strategy and the tactics, but for me, time after time after time in these big clutch gunfights, they just came out on top. It didn't matter which player on Koi it was left in that situation, they'd still win when it mattered.
It was just crazy. I mean, I think Wolfen's operator back here on Split, there was just no answer compositionally or playbook-wise. Nothing that Na'Vi could find. And then once we moved over, Trex had a couple of great trades early on in rounds. I think, I don't know. There was just no chance, it felt like, for Na'Vi to do anything. Like, Wolfen switched over to the Killjoy and then was just unbreakable when he decided to play on site.
It was the adaptability for me that was a big one as well. You know, we spoke about the comp coming in from Na'Vi. It was hit you fast, hit you hard.
Yeah.
Yet Koi adapted to that on the defense and on the attacking side, showed they could play slow in complete and utter opposites to what we saw back on Split, where it was a much faster, pacier game. Real good depth coming into this side and that ability to counter opponents. As you said, I think they can go far here. I'm really excited to see what comes next.
Yeah, and look, this is a crazy tournament structure, right? Yeah. We just have a week. So you show up and you get this momentum early, you're feeling it, you have a good read initially, you are able to carry that through. If you don't, if you're Na'Vi and you come in on day 1, there is no time to adjust. It is go, 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 and you can't afford to lose a series from here on.
There's also the side of that, and that it is their first game coming into this, whereas we saw yesterday Koi had their warmth against Heretics, right? There's always that aspect coming into it. but it is now Last Chance Saloon.
Yeah, it went from the Last Chance Qualifier to the last Chance Qualifier. Lower bracket, you don't get to lose again.
No, that's it. And that would mean, really sadly for them, be the end to, as you said, a quite disappointing year if it comes down to that. They've still got every chance to fight their way through, but we are going to have to see some magic in that lower bracket.
We absolutely are. At the same time, Koi, I am loving this. Wolfen just continues to prove such an adaptable player, depending on what agent he can play, whether he's playing side anchor, up, entry.
Yeah.
He can really do it all. I've been so pleased to see that evolution of him as a player in the last 2 months, and I don't know. I absolutely love it.
Absolutely. Both duelists doing an absolutely flying job. Well, Ginny is down on the stage floor with Coldamenta for an interview. Let's go down there now.
Thank you guys. We are joined by Coldamenta from Koi. First of all, congratulations. That was a very dominant performance on both maps. I kind of want to take us down memory lane, week 1 of VCT EMEA. You guys go up against Na'Vi. Loads of specifically goes 20 to 18. Yes, you do win the series, but in general, maybe not the way you expected it to. So coming into this game specifically, what was the atmosphere like in the team?
Well, we expected it to be like a much closer game because we felt like they were like the top contenders in LCQ. But I guess we worked hard and it paid off. Like the Lotus, we've been putting a lot of work on it. It was definitely our worst map during the season. And well, it works now, so we're happy.
It works indeed. And I want to get back to the hard work point that you mentioned, because obviously looking at you guys now here at LCQ, it feels like a completely different team. You're so cohesive, you're playing so well together. So what happened in the last couple of weeks? What was the real focus that allowed you guys to give us this performance over 2 days consistently?
So the last 4 weeks that we've been practicing, I mean, first of all, we took like a long break because we had to reset mentally. And then last 4 weeks, we've been just focusing on being on the same page in game. That's, I think, the problem we had before. We've been focusing on making it more easy for everyone to understand at all times of the round what we're gonna do, you know, and not be so messy. And I think, you know, we were just focused on that, and that's what we do.
Yeah, you guys look really well together. I mean, we mentioned it on the desk as well. When we're looking at the way you guys are playing, it feels like a very cohesive unit. But you need to carry this forward because you are technically 1 series win away from qualifying to VCT Champs LA. What pressure does that put on you guys as a team, and how are you looking forward to playing that game?
Well, I mean, I think we were like the underdogs coming into LCQ. No one really expected anything. So we want to continue like that. We go with the same mentality. Like, we have nothing to lose because people already thought we were dead. You know? So we just need to keep with like the no pressure mentality and keep playing like this.
How does it feel though to be the underdogs? You were 9th on the VCT regular season, and now you're here and you beat Na'Vi in it 2-0 in their series. Just what is that like emotionally for you guys as the players? It must be really hype.
Yeah, it feels really good. It feels like, well, it also feels bad. Like we could have done it before, you know. Like why it took us so long? But I guess you know, we didn't have the time at the beginning of the team as well, and now, well, it's not too late. So it's time to win it and redeem ourselves.
All right, looking forward to it. Thank you so much for the interview. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back shortly with the second match of today.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate Valorant competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Against all odds, Koi solidify themselves as a team here at VCT EMEA LCQ. They've won the series 2-0 in one of the most dominant fashions we've seen them win any series so far.
Yeah, an incredible display from this squad. And I mean, we thought that week one was a hiccup perhaps, but it turns out that this might just be the kryptonite of a squad like Navi. Yeah. These guys, 13-3. I mean, I heard from Vince that this is the most dominant loss that Navi have received.
Ouch.
Certainly here on Lotus, and well, I believe it. I cannot remember Navi looking this vulnerable.
Yeah, they got smashed. Like we were talking about. No, I don't think it was, I don't think it was particularly respectful.
All right.
Yeah, I feel like this was a game where we sort of mentioned it before that Navi played some weird comps and sometimes they don't work out for them, and it seems like they had a few more left in the locker. I don't know. Like the only times they really looked like there were too many opportunities was when CNED got the opener, and even then they didn't win some of those rounds. He himself didn't look that great, and I feel like they played a sort of very one-dimensional attack in the sense of a lot of the time this map we talk about quick rotations, switching their pace onto the other side, but when you have 3 smokes that don't regen, it's much more difficult to then go for that decision to switch up. So it left them going in for very direct takes, and we even saw in some of the rounds, I think there was a C site take once where there was 4 players on the site for Koi that were going, yeah guys, I think we got this one solved. Like it made things look so difficult for them, and then even sort of the shining stars that we talk about, it just looked a little bit dull today.
No, absolutely. And I think, you know, this now sets the record even further. As we were saying, coming into this series, Angel hadn't lost 3 BO3s ever.
4.
Now it's 4. And they're going into the lower bracket. The pressure most certainly on. And I think
they're just saving strats for the lower bracket.
Listen, guys,
bro.
we said it earlier coming into this as well, like Koi against all odds.
It was foreshadowing.
They knew.
And this was kind of what they had to deal with on social media because, I mean, we heard Goldamenta say it himself as well. We were genuinely the underdogs coming into this. 9th team place into VCT. Not even Na'Vi gave them the respect to be like, okay, guys, good game, good luck. They were like, oh, yeah.
Of course. And to be honest with you, like looking at the caliber of the squad, of the players, and the results throughout the regular season, you know, you can certainly look at Japan as a blip on the radar. You're also moving into different regions.
Also, nobody did that to them, even in Japan. Like,
ever. Like,
they got battered. Like in Japan, they look better than this.
For sure, for sure. So like we came out and we said at the start of this game, you know what? I believe in Na'Vi because I don't believe they'll do the same things they did there. They didn't. They did worse. So.
Yeah.
I don't know what to read from that.
Yeah, but it's also one of the things that we had the press conference with you, Mitch, and you had a chat with Goldamenta at that time about what exactly has been going on behind the scenes to make this possible. Because we said it earlier, we were like, we're worried. Game 1 at LCQ, you get that flash in the pan, you play so well, same as week 1 of VCT EMEA, and then it's kind of downhill from there. But so far, they've shown consistency, cohesion, adaptation. That's something we haven't really seen from them. So let's have a look at what Goldamenta had to say.
So I think what we tried to play like in a way that didn't really fit the players we had, and I think we forced it too much until we realized that we just had to find like different tools in game to make everyone to be on the same page. And I think for the last month that's what we've been doing, and we've been playing like better than ever. And I think that's where we are now. Like we're on the point where everyone knows what's happening, what's going to happen at almost every moment or every round, right? So that was the issue we had, and I think we fixed it. So we're good.
I think he's good.
Think it's good.
I think we actually have 2 teams on very different sides of the coin, because I think for Koi you have the side of, okay, creativity met comfort, it didn't work out, so we just went for comfort to make sure everybody was playing to the best of their ability. With Na'Vi, I think it's been proven time and time again, creativity always trumps comfort. So you'll see, as said, like CNED playing roles that a lot of the time you just want to see him on Jet. You want to see him just run around and headshot people with the knives. Like that's what he's always been the best at. It's what when you go back to Ascend, that's what he was good at. And it's like, it's something that even with the map selections they go for, don't sit with that player. And that's why you even look at like the 3rd map being Ascent. If it had been the 2nd, they might have taken it just off him being able to have those same standout performances. So we always say it when things go bad for Na'Vi, sometimes you want to see them just go back to the simplest of simple. And maybe they did do that a little bit on Split, but like, and it still didn't work. But at this point, it really does feel like clutching at straws, because we've gone from saying, hey, maybe they'll come back at this point or this point at this point, but now we're at the last point. They're in the lower bracket, they lose from here, year done, goodbye.
And they definitely came into this matchup with a ton of pressure on them from the perspective that if Koi lose, nobody's going to bat an eyelid. You just think, okay, Na'Vi are back and all is well with the world. But for them losing like that, that's going to multiply the pressure that comes with being in that lower bracket. They like that loss being on their map pick as well, where we're talking about Koi being on the back foot for comfort and so on. It is genuinely mind-boggling to see this. And I imagine for Na'Vi, the alarm bell themselves have got to be going absolutely ham for them.
Yeah, and one of the really great things that we've seen from Koi's side of things onto Lotus, even though we had a couple of questions coming into this, was the fact that we saw Starkso on Sky. And that utility, it was disgusting.
Yeah.
Oh, from the very first round, like, they were setting up these smokes on the previous map. This flash left the entirety of Na'Vi completely blind. Even the last kill that he gets, I think that player would have been blind if he had had time to kill him before killing everybody else alongside the team. Like, this guy being back on this agent, it's a godsend. Like, I still remember, like, old Bind clips of him just absolutely crapping on everyone. And now you're seeing the more supportive element of him just being able to put that utility into place for players like Trex, not the other way around. And that's what we've been wanting for a long time, because don't get me wrong, Trex is an amazing player, but his duelist trumps his initiator every single time. And the other way around for Starzo, his initiator trumps his duelist every single time.
And you see it even in that very clip we saw, the fact that the Star is pulled back to allow, like, 3 players don't have to swing through the smoke. They just have to let that flash pop. Half a second later, the smoke is gone, and they're all like, oh, look, and that's a bunch of blind people.
That's
bang,
exactly
bang.
what we spoke about after the first map, is that their synergy as a team now looks a lot better. Because I think if you went back 6 to 8 weeks and had them do that again, they're flashing themselves and getting shot in the head.
And I think this is one of the things, you know, someone like Trex, for example, he brings a ton to the table when it comes to being a duelist. And I think individually as this guy, absolutely fantastic. But you just cannot, well, for sure. But when it comes to Starzo, the supportive utility is there and the individual utility is there. It really is exactly what, it's rare that you ask a player in a conference, press conference, interview, well, what did you guys change? What did you do? And they give you an actual honest answer, and it ends up proving itself to be true. But here we are. It's a beautiful new face for Koi.
Beautiful new face indeed, and they're going to be heading through that upper bracket, whereas Na'Vi, they've dropped down to the lower bracket. We have another game coming up today where we'll be sending another one of these teams to the lower bracket to join Na'Vi. We have Giants up against Carmine Corp coming up next. Carmine Corp, Giants. I don't think we expect to see Carmine Corp make it this far, if I do say so myself. The game yesterday against BBL, we were all sitting here like, what is going on? So, gonna be interesting to see whether or not that's gonna be a replay against Giants, but Giants have earned their position to be here already, and looking forward to see how this is gonna go head to head.
You know what, Tom? I've always been a Carmine Corp believer, and you tell me when Scream turns around and says, I'm back on the duelist.
Make a prediction video where you weren't
No, but that doesn't matter.
All right, Giants.
Scream was back on the duelist
weren't a believer, they're actually doing all right.
God, so you're actually right as
It's just
well.
Mitch's fault. It's Mitch's fault. But
I
are
had
you a
them
believer
top
in
4
Giants?
Brazil. You know that? I had them top 4 in Brazil. Why couldn't they play like that then? Anyways, it's fine. I'm over it. I like Giants a lot as well. I think
good. That's good.
one of the stronger teams out there in our league. And, you know, we heard from them in the same regard as Coldamenta just was in the press conference saying, oh, you know, we changed it around now. We're looking for comfort. Rhyme said, and we saw it in the game earlier, that no, we're going to stick to the same old game. We play by logic. We'll keep doing that and believe in the system. And I think that's a powerful statement.
Absolutely. Why would they?
He was just shaking his leg.
No, I'll be interested to see what they come out with. I think that a lot of the time you talk about Rhyme and UK sort of picking up a lot of the slack when it comes to flexibility. Hoodie, I think, has played Viper every single game, bar one. He played Omen once. I don't think it went that well. Vitinho, you expect him to see on the duelist every single time, but the fact is, the main thing we look at with this team is structure. Like, you talk about Pipson as a coach sort of creating a lot for this team in terms of how they're going to play, and Rhyme is the one to try and put that across. And also, they just have a highlight reel worth of players. Like, I think UK, well, I still remember this round like it was yesterday. Didn't even request this clip, but I'm not surprised to see it because it's one where ultimately he's just able to do ridiculous things, even using a lockdown. I think it was in a 2v5. They have a lot of depth, and that's the thing. Like, we're talking about KC still sitting there with a substitute, with an analyst in there. Well, man for man, pound for pound, especially after Na'Vi have just played like that, Giants should have the best team in the tournament. It's just whether they're actually going to play like they do.
Well, that's the thing. You know, I wouldn't be surprised to see Giants come in with a couple of hiccups, but they've got the lower bracket to it, first of all, so pressure's got to be alleviated on that side. And the squad that they're up against, it's fair to say they're pretty familiar with them. They played them not that long ago. I think they're the clear favorites. It's whether being the clear favorites puts any pressure on them.
Yeah, I'm almost starting to just question what the word clear favorite even means anymore.
It's out the window, man.
Yeah, just like,
Pick'ems out the window, clear favorites out the window.
It's hard to have those expectations, but I don't know. I think that this will be an exciting matchup nonetheless. I don't think KC are going to go down without a fight, and with Scream and Navira performing the way they did, who knows what will happen, but with the depth of Nuke and especially Cloud, I'm still the biggest Cloud fanboy. I think this guy has a massive future in Valorant, and he's already right up there with, I think, players that any team would desire. And for Giants, they're going to want to compete just to make sure they keep him, because I think he'll be one of the hottest properties in the league if they're to fall apart.
I want to stick on that point that you mentioned about Nuke as well as Scream being some of the players that we've seen for a very long time.
Yeah.
So you had this storyline that you want to run through, a little bit of a history class, so to say, for these two players.
Well, this is sort of a rehash, because I believe we did this maybe going into the end of the regular season. Like, this is a matchup we've seen pretty much throughout the entirety of Valorant, dating all the way back to the likes of First Strike, but the players themselves were around even before though. That was just when they finally matched up against each other on the Heretics and Liquid. Obviously, Scream then stayed on that Liquid roster for an incredibly long time, and the matchup went back and forth. Him always having, even in the losses they had, Scream always being an absolute standout, and the same for Nuke. Now, I will admit that the roles for both players have switched. Some have switched back in the form of Scream, going back over to the duelist in the end, but Nuke is now a Swiss Army knife. Like, he seems to be able to play Sentinel, Controller, you can put him on Initiator, you can put him over on that Raze still if you need it, and I think, again, he's hugely valuable to this team. In the opposite way to Scream, Scream is that front man. He's that first piece of the puzzle that's basically looking to win you games. So they may not be doing the exact same thing anymore, but you can still expect a big show.
Yeah, something that we heard Scream as well was a discussion yesterday, and I think it will continue to be a discussion for a while, was having him on that IGL role. And you're going to be going up against an IGL like Rhyme. It brings the question, is it going to be a battle of the IGLs?
You know, Rhyme and Scream, I can't think of two players that play the game any more differently, perhaps. And it's hard to pin when it comes to Scream because, you know, he talked about IGLing way back in Liquid even. And to what extent that's true, I don't know.
Players
but the reality is, someone like Rhyme, he's going to fit the mold of an IGL a little bit more traditionally, a little bit slower. And to be honest with you, I think his season kind of warmed up towards the end, but he's not a guy that I'm going to look to and say, he's got to be winning all the clutches. He's got to be putting up 300 plus ACS, which is something Scream's pretty good at nowadays.
It's really interesting because I feel like both in-game leaders put the pressure on themselves, but in very, very different ways.
Yeah.
So Scream puts the pressure on himself as, I will be the front man, or at least now, and try and take that early fights, whereas for Rhyme, he's putting himself on all the toughest roles. Like, he'll be your solo anchor Astra on a map like Split. He'll be picking up that Harbor, which statistically ruins pretty much every single player that plays it, I think, and maybe 2Es has been able to put up some good stats, at least at times. But that's the thing. There's not many players who can statistically do well on their roles and agents that he's playing in, but he'll put himself in the mud and then call at the same time to make sure the rest of the team can flourish. And again, it's hugely valuable for the squad. It's also just if they can then win the games off that, which at times they've struggled with.
It's a matter of filling in the gaps, right? And we've seen Karmine Corp as well looking to fill in some of the gaps, especially yesterday against BBL. It was a little odd because we've seen glimpses of how incredibly cohesive and well they can perform as a team. But again, those were just glimpses. So looking at the roster and at the lineup today, we're going to be expecting them to try and at least replicate it.
Well, yeah, I think for this squad here, it's a funny one because in the other matchup we talked about the pressure being off, but I think there's just so many eyes on KC now. Their fans want to see them succeed. The French scene wants to see them succeed.
Mitch wants to see them succeed.
I want to see them
Sideshow
succeed.
wants to see them fail.
Yeah, maybe Sideshow's the exception to the rule here, but most people want to see this team put those pieces back together. And the man in the middle there, 237 ACS, being the one leading the squad, certainly being the most experienced. But it's Zeish as well, man. Like, his IGLing has been fantastic, and even if we look at Scream as a primary caller, you have to imagine Zeish is doing a whole lot of the secondary calling, the mid-run calling, and helping out.
support in general. Like, I think you're going to see him basically just a lot of the time playing the, like, breach or whatever and just setting up those stuns to give the space over. It's almost like as pure a support player as you're ever going to get. And that's the thing, when you look at some of the games they played yesterday, I feel like it was the retaking, especially on the defensive side, that looked very solid out from KC. Like, they had a lot of good ideas, a lot of plans, and the supportive utility to set up those players getting back into position. So I think that I like the fact that we have seen, like, Scream doing well. But again, like, look, the prime example, you've got Scream running through, getting 3 kills, you're like, wow, Scream's amazing. Every single one of the players he killed was stunned. Supportive utility off the back of a Paranoia as he goes pushing through here. 2 more assists for Breach as he goes pushing through. Like, every single one of the kills it seems he's getting has an assist attached to it. So they are making him this focal point. I guess he's making him this focal point. But I do feel like players like Zaysh, like XMS when he's on that controller as well, and even Navira at times have been helping out to put Scream on that pedestal.
Yeah, I mean, coming out of the series yesterday, it was even Shin that was just miles ahead of everybody else when it came to assists. He was holding his own in head-to-head duels, but, you know, we had a lot of praise to sing for him coming out of those games. Here's your ACS, top 5 in the tournament so far. Again, there's only been the 3 matches played at this point, but for Scream, 294 up there. It's kind of unbelievable. Himself and his brother have made it into the top. Now, again, they won their series, so that will normally put a lot of bias, but in particular because of how incredibly close it was and how many rounds they played out and still managing to reach that performance. This was something that we heard from Scream in the press conference. He had a little smile on his face saying it like, my duelist is back, and I think it certainly is.
It is back indeed. And I think as well when we're looking at Karmine Corp, it's not just the fact that the duelist is back, it also feels like in general the cohesion has helped them get that mental back on track. I think especially when we're looking at the game yesterday against BBL and some of the rounds that they didn't get to close out. They just didn't win them. 1v4, for example, not being able to close out. It does put you on the back burner when it comes to that mental position, but still, they're able to climb back. They're able to get back into that game. So looking forward to see how that's going to be playing out on the server today, because when we're comparing the stats from Giants against Karmine Corp is not really favored in anything.
Yeah, I mean, that full buy win rate is pretty rough, but it's gone up a lot since Zaysh joined the roster, to be honest.
You have to bear in mind, there were, like, multiple games on, like, Split where they just got smashed.
Yeah, destroyed.
Like, it's like, especially early season before we saw the swap in of Zaysh, that, like, they didn't really win any games.
No.
So, of course, these statistics are going to be atrocious. Yeah. But that's the reason they started earlier in the bracket and have had to play a game to get here. Like,
and you just go up from here.
Exactly. This is why the LCQ setup is made to be harsher for the teams that did worse in the season. Like, yeah, statistically, they were not good. But yesterday we saw improvements again in some of their, like, agent choices, in some of their individual performances, like Scream again, putting himself as the forefront of the team. And again, even like I said, some of the utility retakes. Yes, of course, there were still some blips, like almost losing an entire game to Turco. That can't be allowed. And I also think that's going to be more difficult versus a team that isn't BBL. Because although BBL have those sort of, like, very aggressive style players, they are not the best in their post plants. Their post plants just continue their takes a lot of the time. Yeah. Whereas Giants, well, unless they want a backslap from Pipson, they're going to be a lot more structured than that.
And I think that's exactly what they talked about as well, where Sujni was saying they needed to tighten up and they needed to fix a lot of their discipline. Whereas then you look at this roster of Giants, and for KC having them as an opponent, this is a team that already has that discipline down. They're not going to give you as many opportunities to fight your way back into a round. You're going to have to think your way in there. And I think for KC, that could definitely be a problem they run into.
Yeah, Giants is a different beast that KC is going to have to be dealing with, and we have a little bit of a delay, so we're going to be heading into a break, and we're going to be back shortly with Karmine Corp up against Giants.
It's Flex on the beat. It's Flex on the beat.
Giants Gaming. Carmine Core.
Giants against Carmine Core. The players are ready. We are ready. The map veto is ready. So let's head straight into it because, being completely honest, looking at KC's track record on every single map, it's going to be a little difficult to say, yes, they're amazing on XYZ.
They don't play half of them. Like Fracture and Pearl are maps that we don't really expect to see from them because they just haven't played them either since lock-in or at all. And then on the other side of things, like Giants don't really like to play in towards, for example, the Fracture. It's not something they've actually played within this year. So, okay, Ascent gone straight away. Now, this has been a poor map for KC, but it also does leave other maps that they don't really like to play wide open. So, evidently just banning a map that they've been poor at. And I wonder if that means... Oh, they've...
Okay, I mean,
they've picked the map they don't play. They've not played this since lock-in, which for anybody who doesn't know, that means they've not played it with this version of the roster.
So they're cooking, maybe, potentially, possibly.
Meanwhile, the last map played by Giants was this, up against Na'Vi. So, like, this Pearl is something that Giants are very familiar with, starting on defense, pulling out a split as well. I think with Ascent gone from the pool, it's a big hit to Giants. They've played it in every series of the last 3 they've been working on. Haven gone, leaving us down with the last two. Fracture out, so Lotus, I believe, is going to be our final map here. Again, Lotus, a map that KC have been playing in every series, so they've got to be relatively happy leaving that. It's been heating up for them as they've gotten later into the tournament. We saw them just yesterday up against BBL.
So is that, am I hearing this right? If they win Pearl and it goes all the way to Lotus, it's looking good?
Okay, but like, what you're currently saying is if they win the map that they haven't played since lock-in.
Yes, because they're cooking. It's hiding traps.
And then they'll win Lotus. It's like, well, yeah, but we've got to get that far, Ginny. Like, I feel like you're a little bit ahead of things.
All right. Why aim labs pro? That's why I'm ahead of things. You know. I'm in there aiming, shooting things. Not really though. I'm not that good at it.
Yeah. I also think just to touch on like the other map split within the pool makes perfect sense. For the side of Giants. It's a map that they beat in BBL on foot on. They lost to Vitality, who at the time I think were one of the best split teams we had within the region. And in terms of the split that was played by KC, they might genuinely be the worst team in our league on that map. Like they have really,
they are
really
10,
struggled.
so
and they kept picking it and got just blasted. So I'm intrigued by KC. I think also when we get in towards Agent Select at some point, I want to start talking about it now because
yeah, I was
about to say we've got to get something different.
Okay.
Hey, look. Last time he was playing KO last time, so now he's just playing a more aggressive version of KO. It's not that different.
I mean, you're going to be playing with XMS on a Harbor as well. A decent amount you can do with Harbor on Pearl, but
they had it before.
Particularly thinking about Scream flashing through those walls. This could get dangerous.
I have a request though for Pansy and Hypoc because last time we saw Phoenix, Des did a Phoenix impression. Do you think they'd be down 4-1? Would you be down for 1?
I reckon Pansy could do it.
I reckon Pansy could do it, yeah.
Perfect. I
Maybe,
think
if
they
you're
both
listening.
moved away from their comps though. So like, I think for the side of Giants, they've gone back to maybe something slightly more within their wheelhouse, like comfort picks, like Hoodie being back on a Sky. I said he's basically played Viper the entirety of the season, but something that he can definitely play. Nuclear being on a Cypher is a little bit more interesting. He's definitely wielded the Killjoy at times, but not so much the Cypher. Fiddy obviously going to stay on the Jet, and they've got rid of the Harbor Viper, which they were attempting to run on Pearl. Whereas their opponents have gone for a Harbor Astra, which definitely, it gives them the opportunities to have that little bit more space, but I'm mainly just going to be looking at Scream here, because we have seen teams try and run the Phoenix, like for example Paperex, but they normally pair it with a Jet, so that you have that sort of proper initiation. So they're going to have to use their smokes and of course their Sky very well indeed.
All right, well, the match is ready, and we're ready to head into the second game of today. Karmine Corps, the French org looking to further prove that they have exactly what it takes to win LCQ, but Giants are the hurdle in their way. A team filled with consistency and discipline. Let's head on to Pearl with Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you so much, Desk. And yeah, I think we've become quite acutely aware of Karmine Corps, right?
Overnight, you could say.
Quite literally. They've kind of corrected some of our own opinions, our own thoughts. They've come out and looked very solid. I'd say better than ever. However, we can dive into that in a moment because they're opponents. They're who I want to kind of start with in this. Giants are a different beast altogether. Top 4 during regular season. Solid wins. I mean, as I said, you could look down that roster and see talent everywhere you look.
Sure, yeah, there was a bit of an asterisk next to Giants for me because we always talked about the peak of Giants. And even though through their successes, I still don't feel as if we saw them achieve that and maintain it, which is actually a real testament to how good these players are to still achieve the results they did across the season.
Absolutely.
But that for me was always the discussion with this Giants roster. I do want to move on to the compositions real quick.
Yeah, it certainly caught my eye.
Yeah, it certainly has. If Scream's going to play like he plays, actually I see the Phoenix locked in, I'm like, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I am absolutely all for it. And actually, even to say yesterday as well, XMS really actually impressed me on that Harbor as well.
Yeah, and it's very hard to see it statistically as a Harbor, but you can kind of see its impact in the round itself. So, again, we do ask a lot of Scream. If you're going to put yourself on that Phoenix, you do have to deliver on it, but he's one of those players who can and consistently does. So, we'll see how that looks for them. Overall, I do want to touch on this veto, because I don't think it's a bad veto for Karmine Corps.
I don't think so either, to be honest. So, I mean, Giants sit 0-3. They had the loss that stuck out was the one to Heretics when Weber stepped in with that Yoru comp that we saw coming out. There with the camera nice and early here. Actually, a response coming cross-map from Cloud in terms of the recon bolt. No confirmation of just how many bodies are outside. Is Karmine Corps going to drift back away? I guess the other side of that discussion, 0-3, yes, but also a big question mark here for Karmine Corps. that's kind of answered by the comp.
Yes, yes.
To an extent.
I'm kind of diving into this round a little. The flash that was invested by Hoodie found nothing on that kind of A main side. So you can already see them kind of falling back in this more traditional B lean.
Big
However,
gap here, though. Hoodie's a million miles away from this. Nuki has to play this fairly safely.
Yeah, this is tough for Nuki, but he's kept his cool. He's kept his composure. They're taking their time on this one. There we go. So Plant's going to come in. And it will be a 5v5 post plant now.
This will be interesting, actually, if both of these members from Art and KC drift back towards mid, or they just look to hold on to this. A third member in the form of Scream to reinforce things, and Giants definitely taking their time here to consider their approach.
Again, this is very telling for Carmine Core. They felt no pressure throughout, but the timing's atrocious. What? Scream still turns that frag around in his favor, which seems obscene. Taking down Fatinho, who had the fair fight, but now we look at the rest. The pressure starting to mount towards Art. They take it back. Giants delivering on that front. Big picks for them. Big recovery. I was a little worried they were behind the curve on timing, but they kept their call just perfect.
Yeah, and credit to Nuki as well. I said he needs to play his life. He's still standing to hold on to that dugout to prevent any further pressure coming through towards that rotation. We see a lot of teams heavily focusing that area as well, just to get ahead of the curve, prevent any sort of setup towards a retake. This time around, Carmine Core opting to plant open play towards Art, which initially, I mean, they win out. Screen finds a crucial kill, and then Shin follows up as well.
This little cleanup squad coming out really kind of changed the way that round was going. I thought they were actually getting away with holding Art so proficiently, but credit to Giants there. Now let's look at the purchase they're going to opt to come in with, which is a couple of Bulldogs. Marshall, bits and bobs. Nothing wild, but certainly not looking to lose out. Sheriff's on the other side. And ult progress for Scream. Not doing too badly. 2 away for himself coming into this round. Now make it just 1, but they have lost out on Shin. So one side of the map looking quite secure here, as Giants don't have to be too worried about A now. Obviously, we know more than they do. And once again, it falls to Nuki, having to play his life, not get found out too early here. And a different challenge for Carmine Core to try and figure here.
Already Nuki throwing out a different setup as well, showing that he's going to be very active on this Cypher in terms of switching things up. We'll throw off Carmine Core's early rounds just a little bit.
Oh, it's lovely. Oh, it's really quite impressive. Lovely seeing Cloud and Nuki in combination. Those two are quite special when it comes to the agents they play. Again, I wouldn't say that the Cypher's something that I put firmly by the side of Nuki, but XMS looking like leftovers there. Found in the end as a flawless round posted up for Giants, but let's kind of run it back here. Again, I don't know how I always forget, but when I talk about, the good, sober players out there, obviously the likes of Leo always spring to mind. He's easy to look at, but Cloud is a name that deserves to be put up there. That man is worth his weight in gold. Yeah.
Always good for a round or 4, to be honest, in terms of class performances. And you're right, doesn't get the credit he deserves. Truly had a fantastic debut, actually. First big LAN event, obviously, this year. That did translate across to the regular season. Curious to see here if Carmine Core going to switch up the pace a little bit on the back of the running back.
But it's a very light investment. I mean, 0 flashes to play with there, lacking the wall.
One of those historic Carmine Core buys here for Scream. No real utility to make use of this running back other than
setup.
An extra body on the front line. And yeah, that trend does continue. Look at this. Spycam over towards Connector, spotting long as well.
It gives them so much info.
Yeah, trap play towards double doors, but you're right, it's the massive amount of information available with us, and already the Astro utility from Rhyme invested. There's like 2-3 potential trap plays set up here by Giants.
Carmine Core, because they haven't spread the wealth here, they haven't tried to default down B long or try and maybe apply that pressure. This is going to be a very easily stacked side of the map. They still have to handle what's in front of them. That's not good enough for Scream there. Sent back, unable to break through. It was Guizage to at least find Hoodie, but beyond that, Giants still hold the line. They still have presence on the site. They still have the 2 additional players not far off this. Rhyme could get isolated. The flash does catch, but he overwhelmed. Great work with the Bulldog. Now getting burnt out of position, grabs another. Beautiful work from Rhyme. Holding this site safe until the cavalry arrives, and Scream not finding the play he wants here. Does get the frag in the end, takes a lot of damage for it, and now Nuki closing the gap. Scream going to heal up, but can Nuki close in further? Noted earlier, no flashes for Scream. It's just going to be a 1v1. Swing and a miss for Nuki in the end, but a highly costly round there.
Absolutely is. 4 rifles removed here from Carmine Core. Plant comes through, so going to enable that light shield purchase to come through regardless. Decent progress on the ultimates, but doesn't really give them a steady footing heading into the next round. Rhyme's done fantastic to find 2 here. He's under so much pressure. Everything actually the stun comes through and maybe forces XMS out into an open sight line there. Brilliant work from him. Outside of Giants, missing a couple of orbs, 2 off the Hunter's Fury, 1 off the Neural Theft, so could argue Carmichael the advantage in the first ult cycle, but round 4, some of these key ultimates still missing.
He's 2 away again.
Yeah.
That is the one benefit of having Scream on this, and this map in particular, you can get him ready to go so often. Now this time with a little bit more kit to play with, that could prove a little bit more valuable.
Yeah, and actually with Giants leaning more towards these trap plays, it kind of gives up this A-orb in particular because there's no forward pressure coming through. Be curious to see if there's any sort of adjustment there, if maybe Scream starts finding a lot of value off these run-it backs. If they try to deny this progress.
And I'm wondering when they potentially find out about Nuki's adjusted setup. They have to kind of dig quite deep to get close to it, but this is now, this is the 3rd setup we've seen in 4 rounds here. Same as last round, but it obviously didn't go discovered, so he can get away with it once again. Feeling there's a little bit more pressure, seeing nothing else on the map, opting to sit a little bit deeper towards the B site and calls over the player.
Back-to-back rounds.
Absolutely right. Scream ready to go, but there is 3 bodies here. Giants get the information correctly. They now have to get past Fatinho, who's going to take the active angle, deny the ultimate, fall away slightly, go for a double dip on it, but get outdone. Shin finds him. Nice work between Cloud and Nuki. Lovely combination on the swing. Working in unison so well. And now a 2v3, tricky for Shin and Scream to figure out, but a plant could certainly help matters. But as the wall drops, he gets discovered, and Giants have massive numbers against Shin. A tough scenario. And he's up to the challenge today. Diffuse going to come through, and once again, the information being relayed between Nuki, Cloud, everyone. They're getting those rotations on the right side of the map.
Hey, it feels like Nuki's just completely unconsidered here from elbow. Again, somebody else gets a kill off his trap, sure, but yeah, you see Cloud come through here. Just 3 members, I feel like, of Carmichael are swinging onto that same angle that they're punished onto the trip. Allowing Nuki to come through and find 2 freebies in essence.
Yeah.
Phoenix ultimate shut down within a second or 2 there, so no real pressure applied towards site. But with Giants having 3 bodies there, they're never going to give that up. They're going to dig their heels in.
This is going to be a really tough game for Carmichael. They're losing the battle of information here so far, right? It's like they haven't been able to get, let's say, a favorable fight on a site in a minute now. Again, mostly down to this man, Nuki, being a nuisance. Doesn't quite note the first player pushing
They need
up.
to spot this camera out.
I think the screen, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, that's huge. That needs to be added to the protocol list.
Exactly, yeah. Because like you said, Giants are leaning so heavily on the back. Just look at the minimap right now already. Just on the back of those steps coming through. Preemptive rotation already in effect. Actually, a ton of information off the Owl drone as well. Cosmic Divide committed here. A little curious about that one.
Cloud's then a little further forward. Hold on. Yeah, this is lovely for Cloud. Overwhelmed, though. Does get punished. Hold on. A little bit of life in this. Does Scream get the chance to pick up a rifle? He does. And now the 1v1. He outdoes Nuki. Down to just Rhyme. 12 HP, but it is Scream. 40 seconds. Spike not to hand. He wants to get that heal. A little paranoid about the back, but it's not there. It's Rhyme in front. Now he knows it. And it's always going to be deadly when it's Scream. You've got to respect this man. Put him on the pedestal.
30 seconds left.
Spot
Ryan's
there.
not spotted him walking up.
Scream's gone very close. 4 bullets, hasn't hit the reload. And Rhyme does the dance and comes out better. Giants handling as well. That was a couple of sheriffs, 1 rifle, I think was with Shin, and the ult that came through. But now they started to identify some of the issues they're coming up against.
Again, Nuki from this position just doing work. I think it's going to be another buy round that the Phoenix Ultimate is available once again on the back of some progress made by Scream. But on the other side of things, it's only the Blade Storm missing it. It's only 2 orbs away from Giants having a full house. And starting to develop a little bit of a cushion in terms of the finances. A 3-round lead as well on top of that.
Ooh, that flash should know the aggression. It was Fatinho trying to get ahead of that wall, but he gets punished for this one. Cross map though, you know, Cloud's good for it. Connects towards XMS and evens this out. Losing on XMS is a problem. That's going to help things. Rhyme maybe a little ahead of that.
Got your trail.
A big bailout frag from Zaysh there. And on the back of the Seekers, running back popped. Scream going to try and clear a little bit of space. A ton of space, actually.
Yeah, he wants to keep up with those Seekers. He knows where Cloud is. Cloud is being hunted down. Left wounded on the back lines, but look at the gap that he created. Plant's going to come in now, but they've got to hold it against Nookie, Cloud, and Hoodie. Not easy. Scream with the trade, though. Going to keep this one competitive. Favorable to Carmine Core. Cloud, he took so much damage earlier on from that running back. Hesitant to go forward.
He split from Hoodie as well, so he can't actually get healed up. 2 shock darts, though. Could do some damage to Zaysh. Exactly where he's going to post him. Decent chunk on the first. Hoodie's found Scream, though.
Okay. Flashes on both sides. Hoodie, he got Zaysh, hold on. It's Shin now under all that pressure. Has to reveal position. Back onto the spike. He doesn't get it to half. He swings it, Shin. Very well done in the end. Kept that cool. Didn't let the pressure mount towards him because that got way closer than I expected.
Yeah, big Red Bull clutch coming in. Shin. Again, a couple of overpeaks here, but Carmine Core are desperate to try and get Nevera back off site. After that, though, Giants do everything right. Even thought there, Cloud actually on the X-ray. Looked like he was still sticking it, but actually crouched and holding the angle. So around to stop that early momentum. I was going to say, even with that cushion developing, losing that round, a little bit of investment in terms of ultimates. Giants will ride one out with just 2 rifles.
It looks like Giants trying to start prioritizing denying these ults away from Scream.
Yeah, I was curious of whether or not that was going to happen.
You can already see the anti-flash, right?
Yeah.
He's like walking up, just like, please don't anyone dry swing this.
What's funny is there's actually some utility in place to deny that orb, or Scream has actually slipped all the way back behind this. This is beautiful from Carmine Core.
This is such a good read. I say that. I hope they check towards A main. I feel like they will, right? Like this, Hoodie's aware of the potential of it.
Definitely, yeah. They've conceded this space, so they're expecting somebody to come through. Needs to be some pressure coming back through from the other side, though. That's going to be the Reckoning invested.
They've got to pick a side to fight on. And brilliant shot from Fatinho.
The blades are out as well now.
Knives online. How much can one man do with it, though? There's a lot of pressure and Scream's coming here. Tries to bail him out. Hoodie holds it. Keeps this round safe. Fatinho, they chose the side to fight on, and Hoodie won them that battle. He can slip away now. They've done more than enough on this. XMS trying to creep a little closer as Fatinho doesn't note it. He's closer than expected. Maybe a chance of Fatinho here, almost baited in by that shot behind by Nevera. But now with time dwindling away, they're losing that little advantage they had here. And the heal coming in, they get to stabilize. Giants firmly in control of this round now.
I mean, this is such a fantastic round from Giants. The awareness to have somebody posted up, they concede that space, they feel a little bit of pressure. I'm not sure if there was a sound cue or any sort of utility invested towards Art. I was curious of whether or not it was one of Nookie's, so I was going to say that ping coming through means XMS will lose that one. Nevera, consolation maybe 2. Play down 3.
Not bad.
You saw the timeout flash up there, and I was curious of whether or not there was a sound cue or anything, because as soon as that pressure comes back through onto the orb, Hoodie's posted watching Art.
So aware. I don't, the consideration, fair enough, but he was holding it with full intent.
Yeah, that's why I'm curious if anything has happened in Art, if they've heard something, or because at that point, you're then asking somebody from Carmine Core to flood back towards A main.
Try and help
to draw
out,
some
bring
sort
the
of
eyes
attention,
away.
yeah.
I mean, that was a huge round.
I mean, it looked really well constructed by Carmine Core initially.
It was a great idea, but
Giants' awareness catches him off.
that was so heads up from them.
That's it, yeah, because there's a trip over towards B, one outside double doors. I'm pretty sure it was the same camera as before, so...
It'd be very interesting to see what tipped him off to that level of consideration. Again, if it's just simply he was thinking
especially with the Reckoning,
but
the Reckoning into that smaller space as well. I'm so shocked they couldn't find more value.
yeah, really impressive. And this is what we were kind of discussing at the start of the game, kind of rolling it back here, that Giants are a step above, right? Even if you're looking at the likes of BBL, for example, the previous opponent, this is now that next level up, right? If you're talking about kind of where they finished in regard to regular season, top 4 was tough.
And I don't think yesterday's performance from Carmine Core really alters that conversation much. You come into this expecting Giants to be able to maintain what they did through the regular season, even though we start here on Pearl.
Yeah, bit bizarre, but I want to see if there is depth to Carmine Core. That was, again, the other discussion that we were leaning towards is, okay, we've seen a very good look from them on a couple of maps in a very specific scenario against a previous opponent.
They did trip up on themselves a couple of times on the attacking halves yesterday. A little bit of leeway maybe in that regard, but you definitely want this kept as close as some of the halftime scorelines were versus BBL. So they almost want to try and fake with the lockdown here. But only one rifle upgraded pistols for Carmine Core to work with.
But again, they're going to be walking into such a preemptive stack. With Nookie getting all that information, he still has Cloud pretty nearby. There's no surprises. Dog going just under there, apparently. In towards the site, they will get it with the lockdown there, forcing Giants a little bit deeper.
Didn't stretch all the way to cover dugout.
Could have been dangerous. This is going to be a tough post-spawn to break, though. If Nevera feels no pressure beyond the site itself, he does get to kind of run through his utility set. And Carmine Core maybe being proactive in the post-spawn, taking a little more space away. Oh, and it was a little messy from Cloud, but he does achieve what he wanted, taking down Scream. He's being closed down on here. Cloud just about getting the rifle out in time as Zeiss going to be held back at arm's length. XMS will land it, but Rhymes already started this. Taken away from it for now. We've got to see if they can run this clock down low enough. XMS again controlling over towards Art. Vitinho pushing forward, and now the defuse is not going to be stopped here. No one can get there in time. Giants keeping composure, posting another.
I think they burned the nanoswarms and the gravity well at the same time, so unable to really run the clock down there. There was no flank coming through towards Nevera, so a little bit of time for him to play potentially a little deeper. I think that after 2 fall to Cloud, maybe there's an inclination that Carmine Core want to push back onto site. Lessen the numbers of Giants, but course correct there. Mount them another defuse, and lockdown burnt up.
And now we're starting to see that kind of, as we noted before, cushion building here. The ult starting to cycle back up for Giants.
Sorry, just look at the minimap every single time. The Giants just sat behind the same sort of setups time and time again. They're basically denying any opening engagement, waiting for that first wave to come through, which is the run it back, the util dump towards a site, and then winning out in the late round. Another switch up here from Nookie. Same trap towards Art, so not necessarily a big indicator that he's switched sites over. He does have a kill trip here and a camera set up outside A main. And a much slower approach today from Carmine Core overall on this half. I don't know if it's just maybe results based that they feel as if they have to slow things down and take a little more consideration.
Joke's over! You're dead!
And again, with that ult becoming available, they're always going to sit pretty deep anyway. I imagine Nookie's going to lean quite far back, play safe towards Pit. Scream can't close that gap. So yes, he'll get them the site though. Information does get noted. Camera taken away. Does he get caught on the way out? No. Nookie not going to pull the trigger on that, but Rhyme's starting to clear through. A 2-man hit squad making their way through Art. Seeker's going to reveal Nevera's position. He eats the Seeker. That's a problem. He might be dead here already. Hoodie going to find another victim. Can't get the follow-up. Shin holds it back. Trade. 3 for 3 now. Quick pop flash goes in. Swing comes out. Shin then making the most of that. 2v2. Cloud wants a challenger, and no one wants that fight. Being drawn to attention off the back of this, information being held on both sides of the map here. Sitting on that defuse, gets to halfway, but Vitinho, no trade there for him. And time now running low. Has to get back onto this. Does he get away with it?
Surely not.
No one stops him.
It's a 2v1 there, Lauren. Somebody has to push towards the smoke. They both go for the spam. I don't even know if Vitinho's fully safe from Art there. It's a massive fumble from Carmine Core. After what looks like one of their most successful approaches in terms of the early round here, even with Scream falling after the run it back. A beautiful trade from Shin back onto that. 19 HP, just one more shot.
That's gut-wrenching for Carmine Core. Fantastic for Giants, who look good. They look like they have the perfect approach coming into this, the perfect read into this game, dealing with Scream on this Phoenix very diligently. A little quicker than before, but not masses of an adjustment. Most of the utility focused towards that A main.
Yeah, no trip here this time, so Carmine Core probably feel as if they have a little room to play with here. Another cross-map dart coming through. It's going to land at the perfect time as well.
course it does. It does create a problem for the players over towards main. They have to reveal a little bit more of their approach in this 3-2 split. Divide gonna go up now, and the plant is in. But again, another 5v5 post-plant. Can they hold on to it this time?
Still got a nano swarm in the hands of Nevera as well. Seeker's invested. Won't tell them too much other than there's bodies coming through spawn. Altrome will be burnt up pretty early, actually, just to clear dugout.
Ooh,
but a response
Divide.
Cosmic Divide.
Big flash, didn't quite catch sitting on the corner. So well read by Nuki there. Hoodie's the one to get the punish on it, but they play it out well. Again, they still need to pick up the pace though. Starting to get a little bit closer on the timing. Rhyme bided his. The follow-up from Shin though is fantastic. Still playing towards the side, one another doesn't get it. Hoodie's there, and Nuki just playing in between the rock and a hard place. Has to eventually peer on through, but Hoodie, he's holding the defuse. They're not gonna let go. Why would they? They're sticking it again. Carmine Core crumble in the post plant, not having that ability to dig in.
Really, at this point, you're just looking for some sort of recovery towards making this doable in the second half. An 8-2 scoreline.
Tough game for Carmine Core here.
Yeah, but I got to say, falling short of Giants' approach here to the defense there. Just playing damage control. Like I said, there's a number of times you look at the minimap at the start of these maps and there's nobody peeking anywhere. They're just looking to absorb any sort of early round pressure, force Carmine Core into burning up the utility that they have.
Yeah. No, it's been very impressive to watch. It feels like the perfect counterplay to everything that Carmine Core wants to do. Giants are very prepared. There it is again. Hello. So they get the early read on the location of Carmine Core. The adjusted setup back into play.
I mean, Giants are expecting Carmine Core to drift back towards B or connector, but
they just aren't.
They keep hitting art.
They haven't been able to hold the
Look at this setup for Giants. It's lent heavily towards B and connector. Again, Nuki's here, forced to play his life in dugout, but there's been such minimal pressure towards him that Giants are happy to sit in this.
It's a slightly different camera this time, not by much, but it might give him a little info late. You can see XMS deals with it quite quickly, but they still don't have that plant in just yet, just going down now. But the Reckoning pushing a little deeper. I wonder if they try to backfill that space. They didn't.
Spike planted.
Now does XMS stick around on site here? He is going to be willing to challenge. And a follow-up gorgeous shot from XMS. Nuki does overwhelm. Starting to take back the site that was once theirs. And a 4v3, Rhyme, Nuki, and Fatinho looking to flood on in. Scream given just a little bit of a corner to play from. Perfect shot from him. Good for one and not for the second, but there's bodies now. There's numbers on the side of Carmine Core. The most likely chance they've had yet. They're getting paranoid. And, this should be it. This should be theirs. Finally! They stick the landing in the post plant.
Another attempt where, again, I think Giants are reading heavily into, yeah, surely at this point they're losing out too much on A. They're going to come B.
They're gonna go.
There's not even any presence faked from Carmine Core anywhere else on the map. It's so all in towards Nuki. And time again, Giants are able to win out in the retakes. XMS actually being the difference maker in this, to be honest.
Yeah, him
find 2
sticking
kills
around
ahead of that initial crunch onto site.
Which I quite like him doing. Again, they've kept the money humble because these rounds have been, as clear-cut as the scoreline may look, the rounds have still been quite close in those post plants. Finally, we see them look a little across the map. As is Zold, but he's not going to commit to this yet. Fatinho will be responding. Going to pull the rotation towards the B site.
Problem is now they have the confirmation with Nuki switching back to that same cam. Only has the 1 trip though, I believe, unless I'm missing something on the minimap, but he's also down on the Guardian, yeah, so like you said, financially suffering even after a string of rounds being put together. Try and set up once again for the run it back. But Giants, this time,
Scout destroyed.
a little closer proximity towards A site already. Cloud preemptively getting in position, maybe to make use of that Hunter's Fury as well.
With this dead time, you've already got Fatinho back towards A. You already have Hoodie leaning a little closer. Unless they try and adjust now, they're going to walk again into the 3-player side of the map.
That's actually key. Zace has just come through and dealt with the cam in connector here. There's a ping coming out, but still, 3 members of Giants on this side of the map.
It just felt a little late there, but maybe. After what was done before, they can do it again. Scream needs his flash to work. Too close, but he gets it.
The last second.
Just about gets it, but he's pulled back down to reality. Rhyme taking a little bit of chip damage off the... There's Hunter's Fury from cross-map almost here, but the plant's down, they have a man advantage. Can they hold it again?
Still seeing 2 nano swarms from Nivera as well. Not investing those early on here, but a star will go down for the gravity well. Nivera actually with an operator in hand.
Oh!
Well, he did.
Yeah, that one's on the floor now. Nice flash, though, comes out from Hoodie, and Cloud on the swing. They try to get proactive towards Art, and once again, it's a masterpiece. XMS and Shin are now worried. They're sweating, they're nervous, and Cloud's landing shots like that, and XMS is screwed in this. Diffuse comes in. Giants once again here, showing such diligence in these retakes.
Yeah, and in some of these post plants, the positives we were talking about yesterday, Carmichael looked much better in terms of the fundamentals. Always having a teammate next to you to swing on, trade into a kill. We're not seeing that here. I mean, there's a solo operator holding on here. Just left, right, and center. There's people taking individual gunfights. That wasn't what Carmichael did well yesterday.
No.
At all.
It can't be a tech pause.
We're in halftime. How does...
That's not a tech pause. You could have lied to us and just said it was the normal halftime. Your honesty is your own downfall.
Did somebody celebrate?
Oh, don't. You reckon?
We had a celebration on stage.
We got a little slip.
Unacceptable.
It doesn't look like it's Carmichael side, obviously. They look
Nobody's
pretty...
getting shouted at, yeah.
No, I want to... Can we see the Giants side? I want to see if they're up to anything. See, there's Nookie.
Oh, hang on,
wait,
I just
is he at his
realised
desk?
Nookie's not at his cursed
oh,
desk.
That's why.
Has Nookie broken another desk?
That, okay, so if you aren't playing along at home, if you didn't watch the regular season as obviously intently as we did.
Desk 4.
Yeah, when Nookie sits on the other side of the stage, there's a desk that I think Nivera's in currently, which is the cursed desk. Nookie has caused more technical timeouts than any other player. Right? So I think we've just switched up the position and we popped him on the other side.
Yeah, they made sure to have him on that side of the studio
side.
today.
So if it is, production, can I hear if it is a Nookie related issue? Just out of curiosity. Thank you, production. Producer Sam has not told us off today. Obviously last time came up here and absolutely lambasted us.
Yeah. First time I've ever been reprimanded in the caster booth, actually.
It's crazy, yeah.
It's producer Sam of all people.
I know, he's such a nice guy. It hurts even more. He was just disappointed in us. Having fun on air, not in EMEA. Oh, don't stop playing the music.
I wasn't even ready for the sad music to come in.
Michael, I think it's time you have a chat.
I don't want to address it just yet.
Okay. Okay, we'll hold off. We'll hold off. We'll hold off for now.
I don't feel like with the current scoreline it's appropriate at all.
But yeah, we do wait a moment. I'm kind of interested because they're all still in the server. So like normally you can kind of figure out what it is. You know,
This may very well be a client issue.
I feel like it might be.
Obviously, as soon as we get an answer, we will let you know, as we always do.
Usual. We like to have a chat.
Because we're in free fall right now.
Always.
Limbo.
See, the one thing I used to like doing in shows. Oh, I hear steps. So maybe this is actually us going back into game.
Half time.
Tech pause is cleared, but still no reasoning. Curious.
A mysterious tech pause.
The best kind. The best kind. Production, don't tell me.
What's been your favourite tech pause?
Anytime a player spills something on themselves.
Yeah.
That's my favourite.
Alpha running to the toilet was one of my favourites.
What, on winning Tokyo?
Winning Tokyo. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, now we're in the halftime pause. That was actually madness. We sat there, obviously, in Tokyo.
I thought something was broken.
Coming. I was like, what's happened? I would just get producers in there going, Phil, Alpha's off the stage. I'm like, is he all right? What's happening? It was, I'm there trying to hype it up. I'm absolutely whiffing the winning moment. But, that's fine. We move on. It's all right.
That was the longest walk of shame back to the stage as well.
And it's that whole thing, like, do I run or do I walk? So you do somewhere in between and it doesn't look good. You have to either commit or don't. It was rough. Welcome to Behind the Scenes with Fancy and Hypark. Any other questions, do feel free to tweet at us. We'll answer them within reason.
Yeah.
Unless it's something so unhinged, I have to answer it. Don't put the time. Wait,
there's no way there's still 60 seconds left.
Yeah.
Was that a prompt to bring it back? Right, okay, 9-3 on the half.
Yeah,
Talked about the things for Carmichael yesterday that were working.
Sure.
Not today.
No. But do we think Giants' composition here will work as well on this attacking side? Is that where maybe there's room for movement? But then again, as you could also say, does Carmine's core work on the defending side?
Definitely. I mean, Carmine core, particularly on the defense, yesterday we talked about how much they lent towards these retake setups.
Yeah.
Is that really applicable with the Phoenix? I'm not entirely sold on that. You could argue as well it's more difficult to obviously retrieve these orbs on the defense, or at least to guarantee clean retrieval of the orbs, especially if Giants opt to set up in a default, and actually, especially with Nuki having the option to have some global utility as well. At least in the early round, they can apply a little bit of pressure and then maybe secure some map control. So I'm curious how Carmine Core do want to approach this, because first half we didn't see them lean towards their strengths from yesterday versus BBL.
Yes.
So does that really carry across to the retake discussion as well?
Let's get it started. Scream getting aggressive. Gonna take first contact. Michael, don't you dare laugh during the Carmine Core game.
Yeah.
Don't you dare.
I'm very sorry.
Scream again. He's willing to challenge. He's desperately trying to like keep them away. But
I do think this is a key indicator as well.
Okay.
Early on, that Scream's gonna try and pick up these A orbs. So it's actually key that Giants have shown presence here so early on. You can see actually a spy cam set up off the barrier dropping as well. Things slow down just a little bit. Flash will come through from Zaysh, but not deep enough to catch this mid presence.
Does he have another, or is that all he's got? So he's off Flash.
Does have the Trailblazer still, right?
Vested on the other side from Hoodie. Gonna clear through Art. Spots the player over towards Secret, but already Fatinho's very close by. Shin does very well here. Still holding a good crack of space in this one. And overwhelmed Giants are falling like flies. What a hold coming out from Carmine Core. 3v1, Nuki, you're good, but are you this good? Not today. Scream's gotcha. They get the first, 3 standing.
Get themselves on the board with the pistol in the second half. Yeah, Shin in a couple of situations so far this map, just putting up numbers in situations where you feel as if he's going to fall and be overwhelmed. A 2K here, a 3K there. A beautiful start to the second half for him. Like I said, caught up here in the grab well, and the second swing just lagging behind a little bit from Giants.
Let's see these protocols, right? They have to keep, at least for Giants, they have to keep Scream away from these orbs. Now you've got Shin by his side, right? And if you traditionally look at when, I guess, Carmine Core have done well in previous results, generally Navera Scream towards the top of the board, but seeing Shin up there, that's very unique. And he had a fantastic performance on one of his lands not too long ago. Be careful now, though. Just want to overstay.
Shin had a standout performance in terms of them, I guess, falling below par at lock-in. Shin was for me, the standout player.
He was, so if we start to see that emerging as well, what a lovely boon to the Carmine Core economy. But as it stands, let's see if they can keep this clean. For Giants, they'd love to get under the skin here a little. But with only one Sheriff, it's quite tricky. Classics beyond that, but maybe just time to walk the map. Take a little tour, see what they're up against, see if they can get the feel they're playing through. Maybe a plant would be ideal.
No confirmation behind this, but a ping through on the minimap. You can also see Scream actually on the X-ray, positioning towards backside of Fountain.
Oh, whiffed Flash, I think there. That could be a little uncomfortable. That could have been the early warning signal. 30 seconds. Timing's everything. Ooh, takes a lot of damage for it, but he does hold on. It was
Nearly
Cloud.
turned away, though. That's the key. Scream didn't give up a rifle here.
Cross going to be watched, tag given. Hoodie getting a little lower. Shin, backline over, doing it. Fatinho punishing, ready for the follow-up. Scream, challenge successful. Takes out Cloud, but this is still dangerous. Fatinho has a Sheriff, and Nuki still on the Classic.
21 HP, though. Fatinho's got to play this passively, and Nuki, like you said, Classic in hand, spy cam back in 5 seconds, but not many options to bail Fatinho out.
You need to hit some out-of-the-world shots there. Not going to have it in him. So Nuki, it's become near on impossible here. Gonna have to make a go of it. Did well enough on one. Trade says that, fair enough.
What a giggle from Scream, yeah.
It's a good start though. Let's kind of, you know, I'm not gonna get ahead of ourselves here because bear in mind, pistol rounds almost live within their own realms, right? They don't necessarily translate to the bigger picture. Now we're going to see the buy coming in for Giants, but it hasn't been a particularly kind start here into the second half for them. Ult is ready for screen, but beyond that, a very light purchase thus far.
See Nevera toying with the idea of a Guardian coming in, but even at a 9-5 scoreline, we'll try and protect the purchase as best they can.
Water rising.
So happy to concede the 10th here. So confident in their defensive game on Pearl. Early denial here from XMS, and that was something that was key on Haven, actually, for Carmine Core yesterday. Just forcing back that early round, like 10, 15 seconds or so for Giants, burning up a little bit of time. A very slow approach here from Giants in the first buy round, though.
Extremely passive. 1 minute now. First deeper commitment of utility going through. Doesn't note the turret nor the player. Should ring the alarm bell quite soon.
The smoke's about to drop now. We'll get confirmation on the back of it. Turret dealt with.
This is scary times for Nevera.
Giants are creeping closer and closer towards
Where are they
ARP.
off to? 35 seconds now.
Yeah, this could be a bloodbath here.
They're
It's
walking
only
into
Nuki towards main.
They're walking into 4 with Scream and an ult. I think this could be an error. He's going to hear all of this. Yeah, pops the ult. Why not? See what he can get. That's fantastic! And a follow-up! Impeccable work from Scream. Slowing down that spike en route to the site. Yes, Nuki's got space, but there's bodies here. There's problems. Vitinho going to find XMS, creating a little bit of safety. Wants a follow-up, not going to get it, but the spike is down. Numbers not sitting on their side, though. Shin creeping close. Couldn't land it. Nevera does. Back down to a 2v2. Zysh and Nevera putting it all in Nuki's hands. Spike is planted. He's got to hold this. Flash clears up. They're going to see this, and they're going to feel that. Zysh goes down. Nevera closing the gap, though, does have the rifle, and he's got the shot. Carmine Core. What a round to do it into. 6 now, etched on the board for them. Considering the buy they had, I've got to say Giants faltering there.
Yeah, converting a shaky purchase in the bonus, but a bonus nonetheless for Carmine Core. Off to a flying start on the defense. Actually, even with the 3K there from Nevera, curious about the ultimate progress, but Scream, it felt like he was a little bit behind this in terms of if the intention is to catch the running back and get into the back lines and kind of shadow this execute. You feel like he's missed it, but still coming out with 2 there.
I thought he'd missed that window of chance, but he was absolutely right on the timing, just catching. That spike made its way over, and then, God, the follow-up as well. Scary times now for Giants, because, again, I put that round into a little maybe too hesitant, taking a little too long to make their minds up there.
I mean, effectively, we even noted it was Nuki solo towards A main. It was 4 members of Giants looking to death ball and overwhelm anybody that was inside Art, and it's just the ultimate. It's an extra body on the line that Scream comes away with 2, and it completely disrupts this execute.
And kind of talking into that as well is some of the things we credited, I guess, KC for in yesterday's game was kind of that synergy, their retakes, but also we're starting to see some discipline here. Not being baited into, trying to maybe take an early fight to try and find that information, not trying to get ahead of themselves, playing quite passive, really dug in deep, forcing Giants to maybe explore further. So again, timeout happened. Worked out hopefully what they can here. Couple of ults to play with for Giants, so this could still be a deadly round. Knives there for Vitinho, but 8-12, not exactly the most highlight game for him. It has mostly been the Nuki and Cloud show if you're looking at it from their perspective. And a 3-man stack going walkabouts for Carmine Core to try and get those orbs. This time, not to Scream's hand, so...
I'll get proactive here, though.
They're going
I'm
further.
going to feel a ton of this pressure.
Oh, the timing on this could be very interesting. And look where the spike is. Depending how far they go on this. Oh, dear. The spam through the box forces the swing. And now the spike's on an island. They don't know it, but all this progress could be for nothing.
Will actually be Hoodie to come and retrieve.
Turret destroyed.
Didn't reveal Nuki.
I was going to say, yeah.
But he just stands his ground. Oh, the shot stunning from Nevera. Doesn't get another go of it though. Cloud still wanted his name up in lights, puts it in the kill feed at the very least. There's Hoodie and Cloud, the last two, try and make something out of this. Chance for a plant. Beyond that gets tricky.
Careful now.
That could be an issue. Flash as well. Hoodie doesn't get caught on the way out, so he gets a second lease at life. That's closing the gap, though, making this post plant almost impossible. Big pressure, big round for standing. That's going to be 7.
Giants need to get a grip. Obviously, stop this early momentum, because 4 surviving here for Carmine Court. They give them a buy or 2 in hand.
Oh, yeah.
Some Ultra has burned up, yes. I mean, Bladestorm coming out from Coutinho as well. So, in that regard, you've got to argue Giants with the advantage back on this purchase, at least. Hunter's Fury available, Seekers available as well. But 3 successful defuses for Carmine Court. And we said that was the strength of their gameplay yesterday versus BBL.
Glimpses of it here again. This has to be a critical round for Giants, Mike. This has to be everything. I mean, they've got some big ults.
Yeah, 2 big retake ultimates, though, for Carmine Court.
True.
The Divide and the Lockdown available. So it does put them in a position, or enables them now to lean heavier on that.
He's committing to this. We talked about his versatility before with the Operator, always kind of present on the map, very hard to pin down, a little slippery, but Giants should be aware of this possibility after the flash that came in. Obviously not going to know how committed he is to this, but...
He's so wallbangable from window, but actually... Giants thinking better of it. It's double stack towards A main, though, as well.
Both Sash and Scream here.
Carmine Core aggressive in mid and over on A, but it's 5 members of Giants.
Oh,
Scream's going to flash through.
Scream. Timing is everything. The perfect flash. Coutinho can't turn it in time, but he does get away. Wall goes up. Zash goes in. Overdoing it, to say the very least. Scream, does he get away in time? Trying to slow this. Take away those Seekers. Giants trying to stabilize now, burning up the Seekers and the knives, and Scream connects straight through.
Giants are trying to hit the rotate here. I mean, already Shin is positioned.
Shin's still here.
Yeah, over towards B long.
Scream's
There's time for
beating him to
Navarra
it.
to actually get across to the bottom of connector, but he's going to peek mid here.
That should be so telling. He sees nothing, he hears nothing going towards Art. This makes them feel they're in the right place, and the Divide goes up.
Door.
Yeah, bye-bye. You gotta walk through it, walk through blind. Yeah, the flash is good, into the smoke, but still, this is tricky. Shin in the corner. Oh, and there's the support system. Navarra makes it there! Oh, this is gorgeous from Carmine Court. And Cloud, run as you might, you're being hunted down for standing, and Carmine Court in firm control of this matchup.
Huge investment, but it comes at the perfect time in this round. Slight overstep from Zaysh, but the recovery is beautiful. I think that's what he's making up for here. Him and Scream look as if they're having a discussion maybe about a miscommunication. I mean, it was almost a beautiful crunch.
The timing on that.
Scream throws the wall up, and it's actually Zaysh ready with a guiding light. So they're almost ready to flash on the back of that wall as well. Ever so slightly off, but like I said, the recovery factor in this round, beautiful stuff from Carmine Court.
Is this a timeout from Giants?
It's gotta be.
It's gotta be. We said that was the round, right? That one with all those ults there, some of those, key factors, the big purchase coming in, but this buff has been flat from Giants. Unable to take the pace into their hands, unable to be as, I guess, influential to outcome, struggling. You're starting to see Pipson heating up here as well. When he starts going, you can know that they're in a little bit of stress. This man, he doesn't hide his emotions by any means. But 9-8 now, that gap almost closed after what was a very one-sided first half.
Absolutely. Carmine Core going to be sitting on a couple of players over up towards 6K. So a healthy cushion behind this, even with the Operator in hand as well from Navarra carried across. The light shield purchase coming through for Giants, but as I said previously, the investment comes through, and that's key. Carmine Core win out in that ultimate cycle very comfortably. Just one round separating them now. This wasn't noted previously. Navarra going to post up on the same angle. Flash won't catch him. No utility sent his way just yet. Is he rewarded? He spots a pixel. Cloud swings onto it. Going to find the one able to dip away as well.
We're starting to see those layers of brilliance to Carmine Core. Navarra on that Operator, varied as ever. This is... I'm scared for Giants now. Look at how this is going down. Okay, but they're trying to pick themselves up, right? Okay, back to this. We still need to take this pressure. We still need to take this space, but it's given away. They know that they've taken this area of the map. Scream starting to get closer The hunter prowling, you can see him. You can smell water in the blood. This time he's dealt with. Hoodie stands tall to this, and they start making their way forward. The eventual goal looking like the B side, but Nevera is still here. Operator still in play.
This is where he excels as well, these deep, safe angles from Nevera. Smoked off, Fear flashed as well. Will catch, but Shin still in a position to do some damage. Hoodie finds him though. Nevera on the swing back through. 4 HP, but will drop for Tino.
Best chance yet for Giants in a 3v3. They should be able to get the spike down, but closing the gap here is Zysh. Big work, looking for a follow-up, 4 HP. Not gonna be able to withstand the storm the Hoodie's bringing. Mad impact this round from him. XMS and Zysh.
Yeah, 2v2. Cove still available for XMS as well, so Giants have to play deep on this.
They've cleared backside. They know this is all towards long. Spam comes in, breaks it, swing together. Giants again, the Nookie. Puts them 10 feet below. And this is what Giants needed.
Zation XMS just trying to catch them on maybe the recoil reset there as they spray down the Cove. That spray reset not working out for them. Nookie punishes such a play. Giants get themselves up to 10.
Ten rounds now. Double digits made. Can Carmine Core echo this? Looking to get proactive, forced away. An early investment from Cloud. And they pause for thought here. Giants need to get a grip of what's going on across this map.
One off the Seekers, one off the Reckoning for Carmine Core, so 2 big ultimates for them to invest. Cosmic Divide on the cards for Rhyme, though. Nothing else, bar the Seekers of their own, actually, within touching distance. The first time we've seen real intent towards Connector here, so XMS and Zaysh will be called upon.
Oh, any catch on this? XMS hasn't yet revealed anything. Zysh has.
We'll note a ton of gunshots behind that. 2, potentially 3 rifles noted behind that Trailblazer.
And the close
Giants,
flash finds nothing there as
well. Yeah, I think
well.
Giants know it, that early presence is read
Going
pretty
into Nevera.
comfortably. Yeah, 40 seconds, and you're absolutely right. Drifting into the Killjoy setup, and also an operator in hand.
And Scream late.
He's going to post up on a deeper angle as well.
Yeah, this is nasty. Normally, I'd say one and done, but it is Scream. All eyes now get drawn towards Nevera, but he's still holding the line here. Nevera playing ahead of his setup, but he doesn't get away. Punished on the way back through. Could have fallen away after the first, but wanted a bit more. I could come back to haunt them here. Fatino trying to get in a little bit deeper. Play towards Pit, try and secure this from the word go, but the flash was good. They're trying to hunt him down, but he gets away safely. Counter comes in from Hoodie, and he saves the day again. Hoodie is coming on. What? It's a 1v1. How have we got here? 3 kills already? He's just trying to find Rhyme. Can he spot him out here, waiting for it to drop? He's still got utility. Rhyme tucked in the corner, waiting to catch that cross. Goes in a little early, but that's just fine. XMS one's halfway, but Rhyme closing in on the gap here. This angle is undiscovered. He's got to check. He's got to check. He's got to check.
What? There's no way.
He got the defuse, right?
Yes. Carmine Core won the round.
I'm ready. You must cultivate a sense of calm.
What was that? I mean, XMS with 2 beautiful kills to even make this doable. Fantastic crunch through. Nevera actually forced back into the gravity well here. Caught on the retreat. This counter flash from Hoodie.
Hoodie is putting in heroics for his side. Without him, this round would have been over long ago. The fact he even got that close. How much more can one man do? Oh, he's so happy. It warms my heart.
This is crunch time, though. It's 1 round separating them. Carmine Core needs to win basically this round to give themselves a cushion, tie things up. I don't think it will break the bank, but will certainly put them on a shaky purchase.
This could be 10-10.
Watching here.
They could.
It's getting scary times. Late flash. Does connect, so shows there is players in middle, but hard to read how much by. And it looks like a 3-2 split towards A. Zysh, Shin, gonna have to deal with the Seekers. Hoodie not far behind. XMS gonna be drawn away from holding where he wanted to. Hoodie gonna just thread the needle.
Running it down.
It's just gonna be him. The absolute bulldozer himself, joined by Nookie, but Hoodie, if he has to, he's gonna do it single-handedly.
I'll test that retake once again. Carmine Court. But a body down here and a key body in the form of Zysh on the sky. Require some heroics here as Giants have comfortably reset away from this as well.
Okay, tap on the spike first. Draws out the attention. Scream now looking for that pixel out of place. Does he find the fight? The flash goes high. That's not bad, but it's better from Navera. Takes out Nuki. Fatinho shows his hand a little from Art, but it's Scream waiting. Another! Carmine Court! Kill after kill, it's all. There's Cloud, desperate to hold on, but forced away now. Diffuser started, and Cloud! Exceptional work! It looked absolutely desolate for them until Cloud dug in deeper.
What a bailout round. The kill feed just lights up green over Carmine Court, sweeping their way back onto site. And Cloud commits to that spray, finds everything and more. Again, the hot hand's just landing a little too shallow here, but the finest of margins as XMS trying to stick that one. A massive boom to Carmine Core's momentum here in the second half. And a bailout round in terms of the finances as well for Giants. Yep. There may even still be some gaps in this purchase, but what's crazy is actually, yeah, Carmine Core coming out looking worse off that.
Really?
3 ultimates available, Lockdown, Cosmic Divide, and the Run It Back, 2 away from the Reckoning as well.
Okay.
It's a decent position to be in, but you got to argue Carmine Core are going to want to hold Giants on 11 here.
Yeah.
So up against it in terms of the inventory.
For Giants, again, I wouldn't, if I'm Giants as well, I wouldn't feel particularly happy about the last couple rounds. Obviously, like, bigger picture. Right now in the server, you'll take what you get. But keep in mind, this has been bailouts by Hoodie. It's been bailouts coming in that round from Cloud. These are hard to replicate, but they're getting so close to 12, to, you know, that infamous last round that maybe it doesn't matter as much. But let's see what value they can find off this Run It Back with Scream. Oh my god, they're doing 4 middle. It's a fiddle.
Could flash through this.
There's no way. Wait, this is obscene. Look at the angle he's working on. The flash, it's really good, but the hold from Giants is better. Round 2, and they win it again. Giants coming out on top here. An attempted play, I don't mind it. It was pretty audacious, but Giants so ready for it.
Problem being as well with the investment coming through, you want to see XMS hold onto a rifle. The fact that he's brought down to 200 credits, but hold that thought. Nuki looking to backstab this mid setup. The initial fiddle.
Maybe looking to ensure the policing of the weapons too, which he's done exceptionally at. Finds Zysh and leaves XMS very much on his own. And you can see it, the utility pour coming in.
Yeah, you want to see him try and hold on to this. I mean, Scream's going to struggle for a light shield purchase regardless. I'm not sure exactly of the investment behind that ultimate. I think XMS is almost boxed in with both of these traps, so Giants should have a pretty good idea with Nuki over towards double doors exactly where he's trying to save this, and plenty of time left on the clock to hunt him down.
Nuki is having a little prowl around, isn't he? Oh.
Oh, run the other way now. Oh no.
They found me. It's pretty far away, to be fair. It would be quite hard to close the gap, but this is a big round for Giants to convert. Again, I don't mind those like give it a go sort of runs, but it's what it puts them in financially is where I'm worried.
That was, I mean, you used the word audacious. That kind of nail on the head. I think that's previously on Navera feeling a real lack of pressure when he was there with the operator there.
Yeah, it's maybe a potential read.
Yeah. Just so happens this time around, there's 3 members of Giants stacked up.
Even flash, I mean, it didn't. They could just hold
and somebody was tucked playing anti-flash anyway. It's a beautiful read from Giants.
They're able to get a buy. They've still got the rifles. They've got 2 ults there in hand, 2 off the Reckoning. On the other side, a lot of ults to play with. 2 off from the Divide. The pacing again. Giants do need to invest early utility to make sure that Carmine Core aren't doing anything a little fruity, getting up to some naughtiness. Burns it up and doesn't give them that full, deeper picture that maybe they'd want to work with.
They're looking to maybe try and deal with the util behind double doors, but doesn't catch with a shock dart. This doesn't create an opening just yet. XMS. Imagine that's his ping on the minimap here. Doesn't show to the drone either. With the Hunter's Fury available, don't want to give Cloud any opportunity to guarantee value off that ultimate. Trailblazer will spot the back line at least here of Rhyme. XMS is playing so deep on this.
Yeah, what a ratty little angle. Just sat. Give them all this room, burning this clock up, right? Like, we're down to 40 seconds or so. Spike is still at the top of mid.
Key flash coming through from Zaysh, actually. Hoodie going to remove the turret. Now, you're hoping that doesn't actually draw much of a rotation because of the confirmation on the back of Zaysh's utility.
It should counter it out, but let's see. It's all on the screen here at the top. Tell a lie, it ain't just Scream, it's Zaysh as well in unison. And they get pulled into the blender. That flash might have been the MVP of this round to stop them over-responding to Hoodie's presence alone. And with the spike left where it is, these final two players, if they can cost them financially, sure, but beyond that, this round is out of hand.
Beautiful read of the information that they're able to gather here. Even with the turret falling, they chalk it up to it being a lurk, it being somebody looking to feign a little bit of pressure over towards B. And even then, even if Navera feels the heat, he's got the lockdown anyway. Yeah. So Carmine Core are comfortable in this position.
10 rounds. And it kind of puts this into the hands of Giants to continue to consider how they approach this attacking side, right? Because we've been seeing Carmine Core sitting very deep. We've seen that occasional investment of the aggression, so they have to use that utility to clear a little, you know, closer, right? So by the time they're going for these side hits, it's quite late. So the Giants pick up the pace, but hard to do that. There's so many question marks.
I was talking about XMS's utility kind of stalling the early round protocols by 10, 15 seconds. Make that 35, 40 seconds, honestly. By the time Giants are actually set up in a position to go to seek out information and try and formulate a plan on what they can learn across the map. It's coming very late. This is a little different, though. Trailblazer invested much earlier on. We'll spy out the turret. And this is the sort of protocol I'm talking about, finding out where the Killjoy utility is, trying to go forward and deal with that, create an opening and force a rotation. XMS not spotted, but will be heard on the retreat at least.
And the amount of room that Hoodie found as well, I wouldn't be surprised if they try and re-explore this, considering we've been seeing this almost 4-1. A lot of pressure on Navera. Yes, he's still got that lockdown to depend on if he gets the chance.
Still got the Hunter's Fury, though, from Cloud, so a chance to cancel it out altogether.
This is a really good call from Giants to go for this. Identified in just the round gone. And look how far away the rest of Carmine Core are. For Navera, it's trying to buy time, if anything. There's going to be the Hunter's Fury coming in to deal with that. Dealt with on the third.
Spike drop.
And now the plant should be able to come through, but it's bought a little bit of time. Not a massive amount, though.
30
but
seconds
Carmine Core are making use of that time.
planted.
Cleared all the way back through.
You want to fight it?
Going to prioritise towards connector here. Nuki has to hold down the fort.
It is Nuki. This guy's only good for it. He's just swung past Cloud. Cloud! You're burning alive! Doesn't even feel the heat. Barely makes it out of there. Fatinho, though, next in charge to hold this one back. Hoodie's been good for it, but can he do it again? Rhyme's just fallen. Fatinho and Hoodie, is this the round to do it in? Fatinho slipping in. Oh, they have no idea on this readjust. The flash, great there, but can they find the final one? Fatinho, oh, they found him in time.
What a beautiful retake from Carmine Core. What was that? I mean, an absolute blunder with the hot hands.
I don't know. He wasn't flashed. I don't know what happened to him.
I think he's just waiting to play off the divide.
A real mistake. And again, rarely we see that, especially from the likes of Cloud or anyone like that. They're very, very heads-up players. That was almost unforgivable.
I think does he think he has a gap or something at the when he's backed up against the wall? It tanks the whole thing. Like I said, though, what's key is Carmine Core are so proactive. They make great use of the time that they create for themselves. Even coming down to the last thing, we'll talk about some of the concerns in the first half. The double swing at the end to close out the round. Something we know almost was their demise yesterday versus BBL.
Turco grinning.
Yes. Turco died for this.
Yep. Now we look. We take kind of stock in this. We have a different approach now. Don't see the similar hold. Navera is not on that B site. And once again, they're trying to thread this needle that they found, this little bit of a vulnerability, or at least what they feel is a chance to lean towards B. A 3-2 split, 2 down long, 3 through middle.
one-off Reckoning, run it back, and the Seekers available here. So Carmine Core going to be feeling pretty comfortable about their opportunity at a retake once again. XMS has to find a kill, ideally. Concede the plant for free, no real resistance here or pressure applied. So a full 5v5. First time we're actually seeing this.
Zaishita has 2 flashes and those Seekers, so Fatinho's kind of screwed unless he's able to almost over-deliver, which Cloud's trying to help him in, right? Takes away Scream from this, that saved him for another go. Cloud is literally blind. We all are. Nice! Fatinho, he's not, well, he was actually flashed up, still going to find the knife to go through. 4 players on both sides, but keep your eyes on the time. It is running very low. They need to get towards us. They need to clear those back lines or this is going to go away. And the Hoodie is holding on. XMS, another attempt. How much can one man do here? He's still going to find the 1v1. Time is not on his side. Nuki, the savior of Giants at the very end there. Giving them win on Pearl, but that was way too close for comfort.
XMS nearly coming out with another clutch here, but Nuki sealing the deal. Giants finally dragging this one across the line. But a Herculean effort from Carmine Core in the second half. We talked about some concerns on the attack and how they generally look better and more composed on the defense. I think we're seeing another clear example of that here today on Pearl. Maybe just the scoreline being too large a deficit to allow them to actually convert this.
Yeah, that was an explosive first match. This is great.
It's been really exciting watching Carmine Core again.
Yeah, that feels mad to say, doesn't it? Because we've all kind of been on this journey, it feels like, with them, but it's certainly not over yet. Potentially 2 more maps to go, and the next one coming up will be Split. You do not want to miss it.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate Valorant competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
welcome back to VCT EMEA LCQ live from Messe Berlin. And what a treat it is.
She can't keep getting away with this.
No.
How many jerseys you got on, Jenny? Huh?
All right.
The KC one?
Two Navi flags, okay? Not one, but two of them.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Someone check the backpack. Make sure there's not a few
third
extra
one?
flags
Yeah,
in there.
Fnatic aren't here. That's why the Fnatic jerseys disappeared.
I mean, you gotta pick your team wisely, right? Fnatic's not playing. They're already qualified. They're absolutely being chilling. So it makes sense. You know, you're here for Navi.
So you think she picked wisely, yeah?
Well, considering how the match went, probably not. But, you know,
today, I think,
I can't have another choice. 9 rounds.
I mean, you guys also went for Navi, so... I didn't throw you under the bus.
Did we make predictions?
No. Yo, listen, if we can have that as a replay, clip it, ship it, put it onto the broadcast. But either way, Giants against KC was a match that we're looking at. And this went pretty close. I would say at the start off, I mean, I was thinking, okay, KC kind of done and dusted. Which brings the question, this is their map pick. And they looked a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, starting it out, sure, there were a few signs, and I think, like, you know, Zeiss certainly warmed up into the Sky Roll, for example, as we got deeper into the game. But at 13-11, you know, I made the statement starting this one out that Giants were clear favorites, and I think already I've had to eat my words on that one because KC are playing an incredible game.
Yeah, I think we did kind of witness the problems we kind of expected to have out from KC. Is like a lot of teams, when they run this Phoenix, you have a Jet so that the Jet can take the space, and it makes those B takes a little bit easier. Yeah. Because they just didn't really go B. They just kind of went, let's just keep putting the pressure on that A site, which I feel like that's where we really saw Nuke thrive. And that's something I'm really excited about because I believe that's the first time he's ever played Cypher. So the fact that it seemed like his setups were really causing them problems to the point where in some of the late rounds he was able to basically go through and destroy every single piece of utility just to take him out. And even still he'd get 2 kills. That's a great sign for them. Obviously they then had the same issues when it came to that attack where it was a lot more difficult to break through what was a very good defensive side from KC.
Yeah, KC specifically on A main, that was something that we've seen them thrive, and you mentioned it yourself, or maybe expecting a B push, but A was really where it's at, and clip of round 6 specifically is just a little bit of a highlight in terms of how well they've been performing this game.
Well, that's not round 6, but
this is actually how they blinded their teammates.
Yeah, that's why Tom said warmed up.
Yeah, that's a very different clip.
So what a fantastic way to take A main we're seeing there from KC.
Blind your teammate.
Let's see it one more time. Let's get it one more time.
Blind your teammate.
No.
There we go.
Well, we didn't get to see it from Scream's POV, but I assure you he was fully blind. The adjustment later on, though, there, I guess, shown. They warm up into the roll. The flashes start to hit that little bit better, and that's kind of what you were intending to do from round 1. You know, we didn't want to throw them under the bus like that,
that's
but
all I'm saying.
Hey,
that was on purpose. Yeah, they're like,
you make a mistake in here, we're gonna highlight it.
I think the thing I enjoyed about this game were the adaptations from both teams, though. Like, well, when there was a round like that, we then move into how Giants actually completely changed the course of this defensive side by removing that control from their opponents. Something Hypok mentioned on the cast that I think is this next round, hopefully, round 7
yes,
is where they actually fully take away
all the dice.
This A main control, but they're aware of all of the gaps they left. And I think that's something that I always really enjoy from their side of things, is while they're under pressure, they're aggressively pushing, but very much aware of everything that's coming in behind them. And even with the ults they use, this crossfire they have just works to nigh on perfection. And hey, you get a little bit of flair coming out from Hoodie as well, where he just had a great series overall.
Yeah, it was a really good attempt to trap these players in. XMS popping the reckoning to stop them from, I guess, ever feeling comfortable. Also allow that flank to come all the way through. But, well, as we could see, the adjustment there from Giants of just punching straight through the trap that was being set for them worked out perfectly.
Adjustments coming out from both of these teams, but also a little bit of taking something out of each other's strat book. We'll head into that a little bit later, but when we're looking at the teams performing, I really like the Ninja Fuses.
Yeah, you know, you'd love a little bit of individual flair. I think both teams will probably be a little bit frustrated with those rounds going through, but luckily there was one on each side.
Yeah, so it equals it out, right?
It's balanced. It's perfectly balanced.
You take a Ninja Diffuse. You get one, you get one, we get one.
Then get a 3K, like literally the round after the Ninja Diffuse, so kind of maybe swayed the balance a little bit more, but they're fun rounds, and I'm pretty sure even the reactions of the coaches were them having a good time on one half.
Good time, yeah.
Yeah, you see the Ninja Diffuse being stuck, you're like, no way, it's not going to happen, right?
I can only imagine if you had Bar in that seat instead of PM, it would have been a different ballgame altogether.
He would have broken it the one time and then repaired it magically when they won the defuse.
Round 9 and 19 are both the rounds that we're talking about when it comes to these ninja diffuses. Wow, let me try and say that a few times.
All right, let's try.
Ninja diffuses. Ninja diffuses.
No, faster. You gotta be faster. Come on, guys. It's almost as if you guys get paid to talk. That's crazy. Yo, look at us.
The ninja diffuse.
That one had
never
just
pretty
been brutal. The fact that there was a player in main as well must have just been completely infuriating. And I kind of have no idea how he managed to get away with this. Like, I think maybe bullets were run out of, but hey, that's it. It happened on both sides. I respect this from XMS because the other was a half. Like the spike was half. It was a 1v2. This was a full defuse. He had no intention of letting go of it. No bait whatsoever. And Rhyme, I think he was literally half a second away.
Yeah. All right. Pros don't fake. I guess that's.
Hey, listen, you know, I've had my fair share of PM cams where my guy is not having a good time.
From the broadcast, or?
Now, wouldn't you like to know? But the reality is, it's nice to see him having a good time for once. The smile on his face, it really warms my heart.
Aw, not many things do.
No, it breaks through the cold outer shell.
All right. I mean, listen. Great from KC to see the performance that they had here, but I think what we also kind of have to address is the fact that this was their map pick. We said it ourselves. We haven't really seen them play it since lock-in, so the fact that it still goes in favor of Giants, yes, a closer one, it does make it a little bit scary heading into Split, because Split, particularly when we're looking at Karmine Corp's record there,
Little bit scary might be the understatement of the year.
I'm trying to be nice, all right?
They got brutalized multiple times when it came to this map. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, though, that the KC we're seeing throughout this LCQ thus far, as I think Pansy has been highlighting a lot on the cast, it's not the same KC. Like, there's a lot more structure. They're actually falling into the roles that make sense. Like, they're playing the agents that make sense for each player. So I'm excited to see what they've now brought to the table, because a lot of their old sort of compositions revolved around no duelist, which, hey, right now on Split, teams are running double duelist a lot of the time. So the fact that they were very far away from where everybody else was running on the meta, I think now we're going to see a very different story, be that Scream picking up that raise once again. And I think that could create the most exciting battle, and I know that it won't just be me excited for this. If we get Nuke versus Scream on Raze, it might be the best day of the year.
I was going to say you'll pull your hair out, but I realized
it will grow back.
It will grow back. You'll grow your hair
Like
back just to be able to pull it out.
I mean, pull up with a Rainer or something, Scream. I just want to see a duelist in whatever form it takes. The reality is, the only thing we can draw from past results is probably that they're going to change their composition and rehaul it all. And there you go, Scream. And
no Nuke. No Nuke. It's sad.
Like,
okay,
it's close.
Fiddy's raise is very good. It's just the old school. I love the movement of Nuke. That was always what got me most excited, but I do think it makes sense. His Cypher, as I said, it was the first time we'd seen a player in the last map. He was very, very good at it. The switch up as well is actually going to, I believe, put Shin into a more supportive role. Before he was on a Viper, and now that means that Zaysh again is going to be on that Sky, which, yeah, it was a little bit rocky in that last map.
That was the warm-up.
One little flash.
It got a little bit better as it went along.
It's okay. I mean, a mirror matchup at the end of the day that we end up pivoting into. The XMS comfort on the Omen is definitely there. The paranoias can be scary, and it's fair to say no shortage of flashes when it comes down to either team, obviously being a mirror matchup. So we're in for one hell of a game here on Split, and I think with the way things just went down on the opening map, there's a good chance for KC with a new face on them to really put the challenge to Giants.
I hope so.
We hope so. I mean, we're gonna head into map and find out, because this is KC's last chance to save themselves from falling into that lower bracket. And Giants, they want to cruise straight through, going up against Koi. We're gonna be heading into Split with Pansy and Hypoc.
We absolutely will be. Split, a little bit of unknown situation here in my mind, at least. When I'm looking at the new look Karmine Core, I don't know what to make of it yet. I don't know how I feel about it.
I mean, I was talking yesterday with one of the few positives we saw across the season for Karmine Core was that initial game with Gecko on Split versus BBL, funnily enough. Problem being, they then came back in the same week, and I think then dropped a 13-2 loss with the same composition. But that was the first real example of Karmine Core kind of executing some set pieces, some strats. which is a very loose term to throw around. But with Carmine Core kind of looking back at that now, and we've seen a few examples across the last 2 days, I'm very excited for this. I'm surprised to see a mirror comp come out here,
What would you have expected to be different then between these two, potentially?
I wouldn't expect Carmine Core to run with the solo duelist, but I would have expected maybe Giants to lean towards that. Again, separate conversation altogether around Fatinho on the Rays and Nuki being that specialist that we've been used to seeing historically, but I'm here for it.
Yeah, I think it's just that we've had so many key examples of why Nuki is just so monstrous, but again, beautiful. Flash comes in as well. First is there, a little bit of chip damage on the cross, but overwhelmed. Fatinho doing very well now, finding his follow-up towards Zeish. And now problems aplenty for Carmine Core. Already held back here. This retake is going to be difficult, to say the very least. 4 towards Pillar, essentially, and then 1 disconnected towards main, that being Hoodie. Giants can really dig their heels in here. Very hard to find favourable trades for Carmine Core.
A couple of health bars looking low, but it's going to take some heroics here from Carmine Core. Time ticking away now, but finally get things started. Cloud will drop Shin. Scream down to 21 HP. Nevera finds a response, but as I say, with a frenzy here, Scream struggling to do some damage, finally finding a headshot. Just 1 shot away, and the wallbang comes through. Nuki will seal the deal. Giants setting the precedent here in terms of pacing to open map 2 up on split. An awkward exchange.
Oh, glad we get to see it again.
Not sure if Fatinho was, how far away he was from actually getting out the left side of that fault line.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, conversion comes through for Giants on the board in the first half.
Yeah, happy enough with that. See if they can keep this clean. Again, we saw that Carmine Core is very hard to kind of pin down.
Clock stopped.
Round 2?
Yeah.
Round 2's rotten. Like, come on. Should we recap the first round?
Let's go over things briefly.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Quickly and briefly, or?
I mean, that's for Mitch, man.
True. We'll leave that on the desk.
We don't.
We don't do that here.
No.
So let's kind of expand a little on our expectations then when we look at this map in the very least. Now, at this point, Giants, I don't think they'll be overly enthused with their results on map 1, but a win's a win when you get them. You kind of put it where it's at. You're not going to reflect on it too much right now, but I'm sure there will be pips and having a chat at some point about it. But coming into map 2, it kind of feels like this is, I'm not sure how comfortable this is in Carmine Core's wheelhouse yet, because we've seen their capability to look really refined in some of their retakes, their utility and synergy work, but this map can be a little tricky to make that work on.
No, this was one that, like I said, started with a positive, right? And there was a 13-11 over BBL in week 1, opening week of VCT EMEA. Same week, they come back and drop it 13-2 to Team Heretics, and then Liquid also rolled them 13-2 on Split. They also have the 13-6 loss to Vitality in week 3, and then we didn't see Split again.
Yeah.
So even after the change with Zeish coming in,
it hasn't appeared yet.
It hasn't appeared back. So whether or not this has been on the back burner in terms of Carmine Core's prep, it's not one that certainly at face value you look at and go, yeah, feeling pretty good about that one overall.
Yeah.
But the other side of things, yeah, it's not a positive map record for Giants either. At least much closer affairs across the regular season. Even with this change up in comp, usually opting for, obviously, that Astra and KO composition with the Viper to boot as well. We'll see how this looks a little different for Giants, if there's anything massively switched up again. Carmine Core are going to lean towards the retakes. Not really expecting Giants to have to really show much in terms of site executes.
No, this, especially in this round, it can be highly simplistic. A couple of smokes towards Heaven, making Scream struggle to find connection. He's got XMS by his side, and it might be time to start applying that pressure back, see if he can cause a little bit of an issue. 2 flashes still for Cloud, though. So if he does feel that pressure coming in, he could counter it if he feels like it. But yeah, Pillar getting pressured, but still no commitment coming in. That's 3 towards Heaven now. You're looking for some very late exits here, but nothing really being presented.
I mean, feels like they just don't want to feed across any ultimate progress, to be honest. Happy to concede the weapons, which should he will find a backstab. Again, not really the ultimate you want to work an extra orb towards, but with 2 Spectres, 2 Bulldogs, and a Ghost carried through here, it's Actually, some good damage control on the side of Carmine Court.
And hey, let's talk big picture here. We did discuss their ability to kind of play around the money system during regular season. It wasn't a particularly positive conversation, but I hope to see that becoming something that we almost forget, right? That their money management was atrocious during regular season. Now, we'll see if that does become a factor. We haven't really seen it rear back in yet. We haven't seen those, like...
No, there's been a couple of things that I
but
did see something just flash up there. XMS toying with the idea of a Guardian, but he's on a judge now for the full purchase. Not in male, over towards A main. So we'll see if that is an issue for Carmine Core in terms of this setup. Very loose hold towards Heaven as well. Scream looking to get very proactive on the back of that paint shell. A little bit of damage done towards Hoodie. Shield removed, down to 79 HP, but Cloud will re-clear with the Trailblazer.
Doesn't get particularly much deep info, though, really. Just kind of clearing through.
A deterrent, if anything.
That's pretty much it. This buy's still pretty deadly. I mean, they've got the Bulldogs there. A couple of Spectres coming out. It's not huge. But it's Nookie and Fitinho, my eyes drift towards Cloud, obviously in that conversation too. And then triple stack towards Maelstrom, Shin, Scream. And Navera up there as well. So they've given up B-main control. And Fitinho's one out on the first, but Scream finally doubles down with Navera. And actually controls towards Heaven this time. Now, while this happened, they did put all their eggs towards that Heaven basket.
Problem being though, Rhyme and Hoodie actually the last two members alive with Spectres, so a huge advantage for Carmine Core here in terms of the weaponry. Trailblazer will spot out the first, and I don't think Hoodie's noted, but the awareness is there from Zaysh. Just falling short.
That's a rifle.
Hoodie, 1 HP. Yeah, you have to dip away and hold on to this one. A little bit of an upgrade to carry across into the next. And happy to concede 3 rifles kept online here for Carmine Court. And a round win nonetheless.
Yeah, all of that importance brought down towards Maelstrom, dealing with that split quite nicely. Navera able to make the most of that, finding the follow-up. The buyback in could leave them wanting here. Seeing what Shin can get through. 2 point. Yeah, he's able to. Okay, so dropped out in the end, so he gets the full purchase that he wants. On the other side, they've been able to at least keep that rifle in Hoodie's hands. The rest can buy around it.
That's the key thing as well. XMS off that judge as well, so rifles across the board. A real ultimate progress other than Navera. 1 off the neural theft on the side of Carmine Core. 3 off the showstopper for Fitinho. 2 for Rolling Thunder on the sides of Giants.
Alright, it's a little repetitive here for Scream.
Yeah, tucked into a fairly committed position, but looks like we've got a fault line set up off the camera. Much deeper this time around. Trying to catch that combo off the utility.
Almost.
Force Fitinho to burn up both satchels, so maybe taking a little bit of burst away from a sight hit. Really got the TP of Hoodie to try and create some space in terms of movement abilities left here, and the audible has been called. So Giants have their sights set towards A.
It's only Zaysh, though.
When's the flash coming back up here for... Oh, well, he's going to get a big indicator here.
He's still 13 seconds off his. He's got to really slip back here. If he shoulders up too much, he's dead. Yeah, that...
He peeks on to deal with the Trailblazer that's going to get caught in the trap anyway.
Felt a little unnecessary to my mind, but at this point, the site's theirs. It was theirs for a long time.
30 seconds left.
Zaysh could have backpedaled away and maybe waited for more. It's a little safe towards CT, but as it stands, Carmine Core going to have their work cut out, trying to work their way back in towards this Heaven. The first point of contest. Cloud waiting with the flash to hand. That could catch both. Yeah, that follow-up. Oh, what?
Navera turned both of them?
Whipping away from that is obscene. Needs some pressure start mounted elsewhere on the map, though. Nookie going to get aggressive, find XMS. Scream on the trade out, though. Looking towards Pillar, they hold the line. Hoodie still going to make it difficult. Shin does slip through, and he does do damage, getting Rhyme down. Now a 2v2. Time begins to dwindle. You can hear the clock. Shin trying to pin down. 1 does get it. 5 bullets to play with. A Nookie on 22 HP. He wants half a Nookie. Plays the time to perfection.
Beautiful round. Carmine Core, like I said, talked about their strength in the retakes. It's not often actually you see anybody overstep the mark and conceding a first blood ahead of a sight hit coming through. I mean, Zaysh isn't even really shouldering an angle. He's standing way out to the left of the box. Shin nearly getting it done, but Nookie threads the needle, finds the headshot. Seals the deal on Giants' 3rd round. Hero rifle out for Scream. A couple of Sheriffs to reinforce this, but looking for Carmine Core to maybe slow things down just a little bit. A big win out in terms of the early rounds with that set piece off the fault line in the nade.
They're begging for someone to be spotted walking mid. You can see the setup, right? It's like they're so desperate to try and put Scream's rifle to good use.
I think this is just another trap play set up for the nade, to be honest with you, off the cam. Giants have got other ideas.
He's already forced away as well. Giants going through the protocol list very diligently, taking no risk towards middle, not playing any sort of angles that might work out for Carmine Core. Not going to go in.
Spike planted.
Held away. This is now where it gets incredibly difficult. Can they make this even trickier? Cloud going to do well. That doesn't find anyone, surprisingly, but Rhyme does. Now they're starting to lose out in numbers. Nevera can pick up the rifle, but sticks towards the Sheriff. Gets away with his life. Doing damage towards Cloud, but the other 4 players, yes, wounded, but still standing.
Rhyme down at 15. Fatinho at 54. Certainly doable here for Carmine Core to at least find some damage.
See the bait attempt with the classic on the flash, but still, Rhyme, even with 15, handles it so diligently. Nevera needs to back away, keep that rifle in hand. Giants are looking comfortable here, Mike.
Again, a gap left open here with that set piece towards mid. A very deep trip. Look at the utility use. I don't know if that trap towards stairs is actually adjusted here. Didn't spot it at the start of the round, at least. But yeah, the intention very different here from Carmine Core, and not necessarily working out for them just yet.
Now, I'm wondering if we're going to get a timeout from them potentially now, or we'll wait and see what they go for. Again, haven't had that full buy back in hand. Let's see what they go in with. Might still feel as though they've got a good approach here. No ult really hitting just yet. I mean, yeah, Nookies isn't a million miles away, but not particularly one that's going to game change much. Cloud 2 off. Scream 2 away. Sage 2 away, and Shin very close by. So a couple of opportunities for Carmine Core, even in this round, to get that online. And going back to this mid-presence now for Giants.
And looking as if actually there's a retake set up towards A here. Maybe even some kill trips for Nevera and Shin to capitalize off. The stun actually reached all the way in here, but nothing behind it.
Oh, this is a patient round, isn't it?
Yeah, very much. I was just waiting to see if actually Carmine Core are happy to concede this space and they've got a plan to recover it, but it looks like they're willing to just absorb this hit towards Heaven.
This is quite risky. Scream's going to re-challenge. Post
late on the nade, though.
Shell, yeah.
The fault line came through.
They're on the way. 2 players are here. Nevera is not alone here. Got Shin by his side, but they're in danger. And it's just a reckless swing almost. Forcing the hand, yes, but Giants have completely free access. The cross, not safe just yet. The paranoia connected towards 1, so they get to slip through. And the ult's going to reveal information. So everything's noted now. There's a congregation towards CT.
Rhyme set up here with the fault line. Could do massive damage, but it looks like Carmine Core considering holding on to these rifles here unless they get a big win out. The site completely locked off here. Just out of arm's reach. And it's beautiful awareness from Giants. You can see they're baiting out, waiting to see where this trap play off the fault line and the paint shell is set up. And immediately on the back of that, they make a decision. They collapse towards A Heaven. At that point, they haven't burnt up any utilities. So they have flashes, they have a paint shell to force Nevera out into an uncomfortable situation. Really well executed by Giants. A beautifully called round here.
Yeah, their mid-routing so far has been pretty much on the money. Anytime that we've seen kind of Carmine Core trying to set up anything, it's been felt out by Giants pretty quickly, and now here's that timeout. Maybe this is the time to address it, but what are you meant to do now? What is the counterplay to this? Is it
I mean,
aggressive?
this is where you're asking if the awareness is there in-game, and obviously for PM to identify as well, whether or not they're reading this correctly, because a couple of rounds now, Giants have been like, okay, cool, they're playing towards traps off the camera and the fault line. Fault lines come through. There's the stopping power gun. We can send 5 into a choke point, strengthen numbers, overwhelm the 2-man, potentially even 3-man held site.
Yeah.
And things work out for them. So yeah, beautifully constructive rounds here from Giants. Not necessarily the flashiest, it's a very, very cautious approach, but it's getting the job done because Carmine Core are heavily reliant on finding value from these setups.
Yeah, this is far from the high-octane Valorant, right? This isn't map 1 where we're seeing these kind of explosive plays. This is very much a very different style. And this is when we ask the question of depth towards Carmine Core, as you noted. One, can they identify what is actually going on here? Because you feel very red, but be able to identify exactly what that niche problem is will take some work, so we have to wait and see if that's a factor. Secondary to that, do they have the capability to adapt? Do they have other looks? How far into their actual map pool of what they want is this map? Because we don't know the depths of their map pool yet, especially after the rebuild, especially after this new look they've come out with.
We never do that from the season as well. It was playing into some things that quite frankly looked awful time and time again with very little changes, I guess a lack of innovation in terms of really looking at their map pool. Sounds a little bit pacier coming out of the timeout.
Feeling no presence early on though. Again, deeper hold. Nevera playing over towards kind of the side of Pillar. It's Scream playing back here. They've dealt with a little bit of the util, not a great deal.
Fault line and nade drawn out once again. No value off the back of it. Giants, they look to collapse on the back of that now.
And Scream forced away. Into the side we go. This time, Nevera is there, though. Holds them back, and he's got support from Shin, who gets outdone. Rhymes looking a little nasty today. So Nevera on red alert. He needs some assistance here. He's going to get it. Flash comes in, forces him away. Rhyme connects again. Rhyme all day long. 3 huge kills. He's got his ult ready if he fancies it. 2v2, not easy by any means. And Hoodie's so aware that XMS would have wanted to try and slip a little closer and maybe overkill. Maybe just a kill nonetheless. Zysh is screwed up here. Actually gets away with this one. Did he spot the barrel?
I don't think he did.
Spike planted.
Looked like it could have been visible there, but Zysh, I don't know how much room he's got to work with on this.
Good to have heard that drop though, hopefully. Does have a flash to play with. The Giants members split up here. Rhyme won't have an open angle onto this.
Second flash back up in just a second if he gets this kill quickly enough. Spots out Rhyme, he's got another. He's got the Seekers, he's got the full kit and caboodle, basically.
Found one.
Doesn't choose to close the gap as quickly as I expected. Rhyme noted on the jump peak, chased down by the flash, doesn't catch on the corner. Rhyme back around Pillar. This has been an exceptional round from Rhyme. But can he keep doing this? Can he keep standing? No, he can't.
Big clutch from Zysh as well to come back into this. Winning out a 1v2. Punishing Scream looked very puzzled by what had gone on there at the point at which Carmine Core opted to commit to that engagement. I'm not even sure actually what the confusion was, and Nevera's done fantastic to find 2 there. Flash as well, perfect bait with the TP from Hoodie.
One enemy remaining.
Always thought there, Zacian overcooked it a little bit with the swing. Very wide on that, because opportunity to isolate the individual. Now, PM.
He's going through it.
Thanking his lucky stars.
Yeah,
it's a second for Carmine Core. Still lots of work left to do in this half, though.
Scream alone towards middle this time. Doesn't have his supporting act here.
Doesn't have satchels, doesn't have a boombot either, but Showstopper available.
And Scream with a rifle is always just as deadly. They've crept very close towards middle, though. There's 3 players on the other side of that smoke. Haven't quite gone through yet. He's got a little help. Now he's called in Shin. Who's going to deal with the dog? Unnecessary for now as they slip through towards the vent and maybe looking again to insinuate that A crunch potentially, but...
That's what Scream was initially reading there. Reposition over towards Hell. Does have the fault line. This could be huge for Scream. The setup is there. There's no confirmation of presence just yet. Maybe off the back of this trip being dealt with.
Fortunately. Yeah, they felt it out again, Giants. Just working this out so well, feeling out these little bit of traps, but still.
And there's the explosion on the back of that.
It's perfect. Nevera can't slow this down enough. He has to fall away. Giants now start to flood the site. They already have the TP there. They know it's safe. Already had Hoodie clear this through, so the plant comes in perfectly. And once again, Giants are running rings around Carmine Core now. We complimented those retakes before, but do they have it?
Rolling Thunder here.
Ready this time?
It's not going to catch much, because the emphasis is towards ramp and heaven for Giants.
This is so precarious. Knife's Edge Shin actually might catch nothing with this. At most, maybe Fatinho. I think he sidestepped it. Does go into the crosshair of Scream, but it's going to be Cloud and Rhyme in quick succession to take down 2. Carmine Core are answering back, but can they break that back line? Nookie and Hoodie, Paranoia ready, sends it on the tap, and now it's just XMS. Looking confounded, looking absolutely baffled as to what to do. He can't stick this any longer. Giants are absolutely, categorically outplaying Carmine Core here.
Absolutely, they have their finger on the pulse in terms of reading Carmine Core's approach here. It's, again, not necessarily out of the wheelhouse, but a different approach in terms of the ethos to how to defend split. Not finding anything from these setups whatsoever. I was asking if there was going to be a switch up coming out of the timeout. We haven't necessarily seen an example of that just yet. Shiko coming through here for Carmine Core. And Giants looking to slow things down a little bit now.
Yeah, you don't go walk into a stack or any silliness coming out. So why not take a couple seconds extra? Chip damage, yes, but not exactly something that you're going to be depending upon later just yet. So steady work coming through. It's going to be Fatinho taking the space up towards Heaven. Yeah, they've explored the rest of that, but again, Sheriffs, bits and bobs. It's not enough of a buy to really depend upon him. Cleared through by Pillar from the paint shell. First committed fight potentially to be had will be on Nookie here. Flanks on the way, but there's still a setup in place. It's not like they have freedom of access to this, Mike.
That was a trip here to deal with, and Nookie still not feeling an awful lot of pressure. Does still have the spy cam, but as soon as this is dealt with, he's probably going to turn his eyes towards the spawn. Rhyme just slipping away, but we'll hear the TP for sure.
Oh.
For sure.
For sure. Just find Nookie and then it's game on. Now the elves become unlocked, become activated in this. Rhyme now needs to be careful. Doesn't need the flash. Perfect work. Slips away. This guy is having a really nice series so far. Again, though, any more to be had here. Scream's in a lot of trouble. Can't correct in time. Now just Navera and Giants for standing. This is clean.
Yeah.
And again, this isn't one you scream and shout about. This is all kind of done with the reading of the play. Carmine Core do not have anything here.
It's very vanilla, and I think a byproduct of that is seeing how much utility is available in the post-plant for Giants. Yes, here it's a Shiko from Carmine Core, but even in the previous... Oh, snappy.
That was really nice.
But yeah, there's been a number of examples where, like I said, they're dry hitting mid. They're not having to invest any utility. Maybe the Trailblazer coming out of Cloud, but that's about it. They still have Paranoias, they still have Paint Shells, they still have the Fault Line, both flashes, everything set up for when they actually react off this utility from Carmine Core. And even then, I guess the further issue of that maybe in some examples of that being exacerbated is where they don't even have to use it to hit a site. They get in clean, they find a plant. They have so many tools to slow Carmine Core down.
Seeing nothing in middle here. Might have caught a glimpse of Rhyme potentially. I'm not sure. Don't seem like they're all too heads up about it. So once again, the challenge towards that mailroom. Scream gets a fair fight, wins it. Shuts down Cloud, but the follow-up could be there soon. Gets put in the corner. Zeish wants to try and support him. The Paranoia is there. Fatinho clears Scream. Looks toward further forward. Lovely flash, but a better support system. Tell a lie. He actually fell. I thought Rhyme had that all day long. Zeish, yep, there we go. Finally Core here, but trying to brawl out on this. The pinch coming in through main now. XMS rocking a hard place. Looks to the right, he's got Hoodie. Looks to the left, he's got 2 more. Nowhere to rescind back to. Even Fatinho with a chance to plant.
And even though I was just mentioning it there, this is the first time we've actually seen commitment of utility. And look how precise it is. A beautiful Paranoia to set things in motion up towards Heaven. Carmine Core unable to recover Scream from that position, and Zeish just taking too much damage. Navera and Shin now left to try and recover this. Navera good for the first, but Nookie unchecked.
And with Fatinho popping this, it buys you at bare minimum a couple more seconds, right? He's still got the paint shell as well if he wants to add that in. There's nothing more to be done for Shin. It's time to run away. This has been, honestly, this is a coach's dream. If you are Pipson right now, you are grinning, right? Like, well, Pipson would never grin, obviously.
Yeah,
but
he's definitely not smiling.
No, there's no smiles here. But for Giants, this is a very clear-cut affair. They've been able to tame Carmine Core. They've been able to deny all of their wants, all of the kind of trying to get under the skin, trying to play those little trap setups. None of it's found validity. The explosive, aggressive plays are being handled early on. It feels like Carmine Core do not have options, and it feels so smothering to play against.
I didn't even spot that actually on the Trailblazer. I don't think there's confirmation of anybody in Sushi.
I don't think it's spotted close enough.
Yeah, I'd love to take another look at it. Even I've never asked for a slow-mo Trailblazer, but
you'd be lucky.
I'd really like to see one.
Well, it's too late. It's too late. Stop it.
But yeah, that's a key indicator as well that's missed. Luckily, I don't think there's any over-rotation on the back of that, but we were noting maybe being ready for that crunch. Oh, there's a bit of a switch up here. What is it? It's a Triddle.
Yes, it is.
A Triddle walk. No trips here, actually. Nuki's making his way across.
Do you think Nuki just gets the maddest timing on this?
Yeah, Nuki backstabs this. Oh, when do they hear him? Do they hear him?
Do they?
Nobody's looking this way.
Apparently not.
Nobody's pinging, nobody's looking.
Of course he's done this. Oh. Okay, well, that was a nice shot.
Clothesline by Nevera, but the damage is already done.
Yeah, they're left just down to 2. So Nevera, yes, has a rifle now. Shin does have one, but Scream can't get it. So how do they find that entry to the side? Trying to maybe force their way in here? Not going to happen.
Still hits that headshot, by the way. Disrupted by the satchel.
Is this time to walk away? Yeah, save again.
Even there, just saw on the minimap, Paranoia still available, Paint Shell available here for Fatinho. This is the sort of example I was just talking about. This will be the 9th here for Giants. Some consolations for Shin.
Yeah.
Get him any closer to the ultimate. Still 4 left to find here.
In the half.
But a clinical affair. I mean, don't write them off just yet. 9-3 on the first map as well. Carmine Core able to build back into the second, but
it's how
this is
half.
Very different.
It just feels like a team who's very comfortable on this map and one that doesn't quite have that depth.
I say he was actually thrown off by the satchel there. It was a great attempt from Scream to throw that crosshair placement off. Still lands the 1-tap.
Double off. Double off. Huh. Huh. Fatinho and Cloud.
It's just a curveball round for Giants, waiting for
an operator on the attacking side on this map already makes me question mark it. Seeing 2, I was like, I think they're doing all right for money. Got quite a few credits built up.
They're just waiting for a peek, and they're going to get it. Scream will fall.
Ugh. It almost makes my skin crawl, because you've had these games. Everyone's felt how oppressive these games can be. And again, still policing the weapon, not leaving anything to chance. There's no freebies to be had. And again, they
same attempt at the Triddle, but this time there's only 2 left standing. And the trip here this time around, Nuki's in the same spot again to greet it. This time around.
There we go. It's a 4v4. This is the best round we've had yet, right? They've got a bit of a crunch going on. They've got the Seekers coming out, but Cloud wants some space back.
Cloud didn't see him. The rifle stuck out into the smoke.
No one saw each other. Cloud turns around, but the massacre's happened. Nevera from up above. Oh, and Cloud answers back, finding 2 of his own, the 3rd on the round, leaving it all in XMS's hands.
He's got to try another stick. The best bet here in this situation. Going to tap on. Fatinho still with a paint shell. Will deny that.
Oh, this is feeling so uphill. He's desperate to make it work. Forced off it again. XMS. There was no way out of that. It's 10. It's clean. Giants absolutely outplaying Carmine Core on this half.
Suffocating them, giving them absolutely no room for maneuver on this defensive half of Split. There's very few positives really for Carmine Core. This is such a well-executed half of Valorant from Giants.
Truly.
Again, that's not even really to throw shade at Carmine Core. Their approach here, there's been a couple of really robust set pieces that Giants are able to navigate their way through, mitigate any sort of damage on that. And like I said, in terms of the utility game, have won out massively.
Yeah, I think this is what the original discussion of the start of the day was with us when we were kind of talking about depth and capability to adjust on the fly and how far into their process did Carmine Core get to. It does look like they have an approach here, right? They have an idea, they have a concept, but Giants simply outplaying them. It's one of those perfect counters. The way they're approaching this has everything wrapped up.
And the other thing as well is Carmichael haven't been able to execute what has felt like a cornerstone of this refreshed Carmichael, right? How many times did we see a full 5v5 retake?
Yeah. When?
Yeah.
There was always that first pick. There was always that entry. There was always so much utility late rounds.
I was going to say, and even when we did, there were so many tools for Giants to stop them in their tracks. Hold them at choke points, towards screens, up towards heaven. So many different things that Carmichael are just unable to overcome.
Yeah, the heater of a game from a couple of players, but it's not just an individual effort, really, from Giants. Because as I said, sometimes you get those really explosive games where, like, everything's lining up perfectly, someone's popping off, it feels great. It wasn't even that. This is a very robust half from Giants.
Firing on all cylinders, obviously. Ryan stepping up to the plate here in map 2 as well.
Nasty.
Yeah.
Really. Cloud as well, put his name right up there with him. I mean, we saw everyone having their individual moment, but this needs to start from that first round in the second half here for Carmichael if they want to even have a chance to. Seeing their form so far, I'm not going to completely write it off, right? I'm not going to be that person.
Sure. When you see a comeback in map 1,
hey,
there's room to dream.
But it does feel like a bit of a dream
It does, a very distant dream.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing that little bit of a differential here. Again, this step up from Carmichael still has to be noted, still has to be remembered. Giants were a team that finished kind of mid-positive table. They were up towards the top end of things. They were a very, very solid team, pushed on the big dogs out there.
One that we still wanted more from, that we felt as if they didn't hit their ceiling as well. So, like I said earlier, a testament to the talent on this Giants roster. It's looking very clean right now on split. Early flash out of mid. I think actually even dealing with the camera. Carmichael looking to re-clear this space now.
Rhyme's been on a
He's
heater.
got to be careful though, because they're creeping closer and closer.
How is he alive? Okay, he does go down there. I thought he'd out. Speaking of, Scream is still standing. It's going to be messy here. Bit of a brawl. And it's Hoodie to collect towards Shin. Navera on the trade out, so they went towards B main, but they didn't get that clean entry through towards Heaven.
No, Navera and Scream down at 13 and 17 HP. XMS as well. We'll find Nookie tucked into vents there.
It's back down to a 3v3.
Yeah.
And it felt like
a massive HP advantage for Giants as well. So if they stack up here, I mean, even if they commit towards just a death ball retake, you got to argue they should win out in raw gunfights alone. 3 ghosts in the hands of actually both teams.
Okay, so I want to say they get the plant, but the Giants are pretty close by here. Scream.
A little disconnected.
Yeah, going to be left towards ramp. 2 on towards the site, and they creep closer. Zeish falls. This is where it all looks like it's going terribly wrong. Navera given a second lease of life, though, 13 HP. Can it be lucky for him? Cloud, yes, lower. Oh, he needs to be so sharp with it. What an attempt. Not quite good enough to get past Nookie, though. And it's going to be 11 very quickly here.
So that's the sort of situation where those HP bars really do come into play. And even here, you can't really argue with Scream obviously looking to disconnect from that. Maybe backstab somebody on the rotation coming back through Heaven, but just doesn't happen. Way too much damage done in the early round.
Enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Again, the plant not being safe for Heaven as well. Scream has to make a move. He can't play that late.
Nope. Well, it looks like it's do or die time, doesn't it?
Yes. Carmichael throw some investment into this one. A Bulldog actually on the cards here for Navera.
He did have a big round. I mean, he made something out of nothing. Vitinho holding here towards Heaven.
There.
He's the one who's going to feel the brunt of this, but he's got support there. There's 2 other players. Hoodie down below. 1 tucked towards CT2. Simplistic enough approach, but Scream the one to try and take that space away, following the paranoia.
Lots of space cleared.
Hoodie now needs to be careful. Yeah, ooh, he's not sure what to do here, but he gets the perfect timing. Rhyme the one to find XMS in unison. Scream trying to do the damage from up on top, but it's Vitinho to find! And the follow-up as well. Oh, and it's going from bad to worse for Carmichael as Giants strangle them over towards ramp.
Zay stuck between a rock and a hard place as well.
Hand firmly on the throat here. Zeish, desperate for someone to have a little look. Desperate for someone to get curious. Oh, this is rough. Hoodie, yeah, angles there. Giants, that's 12 very quickly.
Feels like the nail in the coffin.
Yep.
For Carmine Core, unfortunately.
Step up
left there. Yeah, not much left to say. Like I said, we talked about the deficit being huge to overcome in the first map. I mean, you can almost double that here. Unfortunately, feels as if Carmine Core, again, just played out this one, to be honest. We talked about basically being a stuck defuse away from maybe closing out Pearl, obviously dropping that one round there.
Just what I was looking at. Because
that could have been a difference maker.
I mean, we talk about this, right? This map for Giants was their pick, and it was absolutely beautiful for them. Beautiful choice, perfect. Couldn't have asked for anything better. Now, if Pearl had gone Carmine Core's way and it was a close game, it would have unlocked the third, which would have been Lotus, and then suddenly, what a different game we could have had. And that's the heartbreaking factor. It's not even on this map in my mind, it was on map 1. Them dropping the ball just at the last second, getting so close, but yet unable to convert that final one. That was enough. That's enough to put you there. And now this map, it's not looking pretty by them.
No, it feels like just the 13-2 curse lives on as well. Regardless of what iteration or what stage we're at with Carmine Core.
Yeah.
The inevitable on the cards here.
And for Giants, keeping up to that reputation, being one of the stronger teams here, the one that we've always wanted more from. We've been waiting to see them at full potential, and I don't think we've even seen... Oh.
We were so close.
Sure, I think next...
we're so close.
Next time, right? I think this is how we get production and everyone to make sure we don't get tech timeouts. Is we're going to start doing audience interviews. Every time there's a tech timeout, we're going to get out there.
Yeah,
we're going to get a microphone and
like
just pass it around.
I like that.
Yeah, have a chat. Production team's really on board with that idea. So we'll have a little chat with the audience at some point. Not now. We can't come out.
I'm seeing no volunteers.
Which is exactly what I want. That is exactly, I want no one to be excited for it. But I have heard that we are past the tech pause now.
Even Kakuka's left. She was watching earlier.
Yeah, Kakuka's out. She's like, nah, I don't.
She thought better of it.
I think we've got a volunteer down there. An anonymous fan, it seems. Huh. 12-2, though. It feels like a formality, but let's find out. Is there any life left in Carmine Core? Feels like that heartbreak from map 1 weighing heavy here.
Come into this as well, 2 Spectres, the Bulldog, and 2 Sheriffs to round things out. That investment in the previous XMS will be noted.
Oh, XMS.
Of course, that had a ton of utility, and Ryan finds the kill.
There's no escaping it, is there? Ryan wants to double down, go behind it, but actually Scream able to play his life out here. Not going to give up just yet for Tino. Trying to puff up the chest, hold him back by a ramp. But look at the space Navera's found. Do they try and peel away from this? Do they have the time to do so? I think you've got to try and make it count now. How deep can Navera go?
I was going to say, you can already see, though, look at Vitinho. He's exploring towards spawn. They've read this perfectly, that there has been a lurking effect. And 2 walking middle here. They've got to be careful, though, of the Suez angle. Hoodie aware of it, though.
You wouldn't dare flash, would you, if you want to try and keep this unknown? So it's going to be just the gunfight to hand, and he's going to lose it. Hoodie wins, and now the problems start to get even worse, compounding until then. Navera, fantastic work from him, still finding value, controlling the space. Scream pushed off the angle and opening up a chance. They could dive down, and they are right into the heat of it. Hoodie straight up on the challenge. Scream and Shin, the last 2 standing, and Hoodie's taking down one of them. All on Shin now, a 1v3, and he's trying his damnedest here. Looking now, the 1v1 for him. Does he close or do he do this again? Shin's gonna hold on.
Denying the curse, Lauren. At the last moment. Again, can they springboard off that, though? It's a huge gap to fill. Giants will come back in, obviously forcing the purchase in the previous. They'll be able to string together 4 rifles. And even here, the read is perfect from Giants. Coutinho anticipating a lurk is in effect and sending 2 down middle proactively. That awareness, we noted it in that round on Pearl as well.
Blinded.
And it being demonstrated once again.
That flash connecting.
Yeah.
Noting these players posted up towards ramp. Coutinho getting very close by here. Are they going to go for a bit of a brawl on this? It looks like they might do. At least try and find some information on it. Camera handled. And they rescind away, fall a little deeper. See the temptation from Fatinho, though. He wants to stick around a little longer. The Boombot is going to confirm that someone is trying to get close towards the site. It's going to be Scream. Tries to get ahead. Trying to cross towards the site here. Couple of
Great
challenges
utility.
on the way, but they've made it through. Yeah.
Really good utility usage. An open plant as well. That's how much pressure has been applied as part of this execute. A full 5v5. We were asking for it in the first half, but in the post plant here, Giants, what can they get done in the retake?
Paranoia Sen, they're going to prioritize trying to clear through towards ramp. That's the first challenge. Zayt's going to do well to work off that. Gets the reveal towards Cloud, but he will trade his life for it. Very telling, though. This then plays in Scream. How much challenge does he get? Does he get a test chest? Turns the flash, comes back. Only going to find one. Blow for blow so far. Drawing blood on both sides. XMS clean enough, but now down to just one, and Rhyme's going to fall. Another round. Another chance.
Could argue there needs to be a couple more of those for the wind to be in their sails, but at least we'll force Giants down to, or at least apply a little bit of pressure in terms of the finances early on. And how far down the rabbit hole can Carmine Core go? 8 rounds separate them now.
When you are trolling.
Pipson, I guess under the impression that Giants are trolling with a 12-4 lead.
Welcome. When we're like, Pipson's going to have a chat, you can see what we mean now. He's a...
Scream.
Oh, he's
That's
hungry
beautiful.
for it. He wants a bit more. What a shot. And a chance for Hoodie. The Paranoia did connect very well, but he's being forced away here. That pain shell actually might catch just a little on the way out. No, it doesn't. Chance for Rhyme. Good shot connecting. Flash going down. But again, to find...
They just send it here with the Rolling Thunder. 2
Just
HP
go
on
in.
Hoodie, though, yeah. And only Sheriff's in hand. Not able to retrieve those weapons.
One enemy remaining.
Confidence builders there for XMS. A quiet half from him, or actually a quiet map here for him, but it's starting to build in a little.
Another great example on this execute of some brilliant utility usage on the side of Carmine Core. Scream. Blowing that round wide open.
I lied, we didn't see it again.
And now with the loss bonus in effect, and Giants now basically on the brink of a full house in terms of the ultimates.
Get past this and we'll open up the discussion. Get past this.
But I'm looking towards
round.
8 or 9 rounds for Carmine Core, though, before you really entertain the possibility, because Giants are on the brink of a snowball round where they have everything at their disposal.
Giants going to prioritize a little bit of a look towards middle, right? 3 players going to be keeping note of that, leaving a lot in the hands of Hoodie. An explosive piece from Scream going to try and get towards back pillar, clears it out, going to signify the way is clear. Time to cross on through, get that spike down, and get the time on your side.
Again, the showstopper could be their demise ultimately, though, because it's a similar situation to the first half. Nothing burnt up in terms of the Giants' inventory. They have everything to throw at this retake.
Okay, Seeker's going to note there's no kind of backstab coming in, so that does unlock Navera to go for a bit of a walk. Giants starting to get a little bit close to this. 3 held up in heaven.
The flash didn't catch it mid either.
There's that ult, though. Posting on through. Scream still unaffected, doing just fine, but now he's in the middle of no man's land, but he's standing tall. Knows Fatinho's around, but he can't control it. And now the site under scrutiny, under pressure. XMS down low, 7 HP, but not cleared, and given a chance. Hoodie on the trade out, but time beginning to tick. Can they control this in time? The defuse is going. It's halfway there now. I don't think they can stop this. Shed's fallen, and Giants get across the final hurdle. 5 found for Carmine Core, and that's all she wrote.
The moment there where you start believing again for Carmine Core, but Giants demonstrated what felt like, in terms of the game plan, in terms of the macro, a flawless demonstration here on Split. In terms of their understanding of what Carmine Core wanted to achieve and the ways to navigate through that with very little buffer time. There weren't really any learning rounds where they were punished by these setups. It was, the awareness was there from the get-go.
Bigger picture, it did feel like, at least in Split, the playbook was left wide open. Giants having full view of it. Wonderful reads. That first half so oppressive to watch played through. You could see that Carmine Core were finding no success there. Not quite having the depth they had on those first maps or the other maps we've seen them on.
And again, they're this... it doesn't feel like Carmine Core really, underperformed today. This was a demonstration of Giants really actually having a stranglehold in terms of the strat book on Split. Again, we saw some great examples on Pearl of Carmine Core playing towards some of the things that you can see they've been working on in this downtime, and they look great, don't get me wrong. There are a few hiccups here and there, but this is not a team that we've ever really criticized for the hiccups. It's been the overall bigger picture of this team.
Yeah, and I think map 1 really where this was won and lost in my book. If we'd unlocked map 3, there could have been a potentially a different outcome in my mind. That's neither here nor there for now, though. That was such a close-fought affair. It came down to such a fine margin at the very end. But still, at this point, map 2 was truly the disparity on display. That capability from Giants was just fabulous to see. Again, we still ask, when do we see that full form Giants in effect? When do we see all those incredible players hitting their stride at the same time? Who knows? When we do, it's deadly, but they've now made another step towards safety. Last chance qualifier here, obviously, on the line.
Absolutely, yeah. Giants will go forward to play Koi, who looking, we already know from earlier on, in fantastic form. Carmine Core will drop to play Na'Vi, and I'm going to be honest with what we saw today. If Carmine Core can turn things around, I don't think I've ever been on a broadcast and bet against Na'Vi, but with what we saw today, that's actually a real concern coming into this. So absolutely, still hold out some hope for Carmine Core with the positives we've seen so far. Again, we're not coming in daily here and kind of beating down on Carmine Core, so there's absolutely some positives to pin onto there.
There certainly is. And another positive will be Nookie joining us for the post-plant after this break, so do not go too far away.
Calling all students. Compete in the ultimate VALORANT competition.
The Red Bull capless clutch.
Register now for your national qualifier.
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
post plant with the plants and the player. Nuki, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for inviting.
Welcome back, guys, to VCT EMEA LCQ. This is the first post plant that we have because we didn't get one today. So let's jump straight into it. Congratulations on the win, guys. A quick 2-0. First map maybe a little shaky. So let's talk about Pearl. Let's start off with Pearl and the composition being thrown at you from KC.
I mean, as I said, it's pretty annoying to play against the comp. It's just Phoenix is super annoying. It's like Kaio, but I think the ult is a bit better than Kaio's. You can take more space, your teammate can follow behind you better, and then you'll come back with full HP, you will not get down in the open area, and I think it's just annoying to play against it. They played it good on defense, and it was just hard to execute. They have pulls, they have mollies, they have all the flashes, they're popping, running at us, and it's just hard.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about Scream being on that Phoenix and the benefits of it over KO. I mean, were you worried at all hearing Scream was coming back on the Duelist, looking to take his ACS through the roof?
I mean, yes and no. I felt it in first strike, first time. 40 against... No, it was close to 40, I'm pretty sure on Bind. And the other maps, he was just popping off on Jet, so I was like, you know, you never know. Scream is insane, and also he won all the Last Chance Qualifiers. There's a trend going on, so... I don't know, maybe, you know, a bit of fear. You never know. Scream shows up, it's a hard game.
He also told us there's a phrase in French, correct me if I'm
Jamais
wrong.
deux.
Sans trois.
Hey, got it.
If it happens twice, it must happen the third time. And he's already made it through 2 LCQs.
Exactly.
But, well, you're putting a bit of a nail in his coffin, I guess. Send him down to the lower bracket.
I mean, he'll get us next time, you know?
Oh, okay.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not.
So something I wanted to ask you, obviously you're someone who, you're looking back at those days, you were very much like a Raze main duelist. Now I think that's your 16th agent added to your tally. You're getting close. You've got a few more to go, like a few more controllers.
I mean, next year maybe some smokes, maybe some... I'm feeling it.
Awesome.
So
I'm preparing it.
How are you finding the Cypher? Because it looked pretty good,
for me, it
especially
was
on the
always,
defensive side.
I always wanted to play Cypher before. I started as an Omen before first strike, so I was a smoke player, and then I played Sentinel a bit, and then suddenly roles change. Some guy doesn't want to play Duelist, and I'm playing Raze, and it is how it is, you know. You have to fill for the team, for the success of the team.
How does that work as well, setting up different players to fill in different gaps within the team?
I mean, it definitely depends on the players. It's very hard to find people that can flex. Some people are literally one-tricks and been one-tricks all of their career, so it's very hard to play with those people. And it's also because of the meta changes, and you cannot have all the team, I would say. Like, you're stuck in the meta, and you can lose games just because of the agent pool, in reality.
It's not like it's been months since we saw you here in the arena, but at the same time, there was a pretty big break. A lot of preparation goes into one game. Obviously, you guys have the luxury of being a little further in, so you have a lower bracket. But did you feel anything different this time stepping into the arena?
Felt like home. I don't know. That's the only thing it felt like. No fear, not even an adrenaline rush, I would say. It's like it felt like playing from home.
Oh, fantastic.
So I wanted to lead in with a question. I think we always have to talk about this man because he does look like the angriest man in the universe. What is it like working with Pipson? Because even when you guys are amazingly far in the lead, he's still, you could see him sat there going, we shouldn't have made that mistake, we shouldn't have made that mistake. So does it become difficult, or is he just like that overseeing all eye that is really good to work with?
You know, it's like from him you take criticism and you know that he's very correct on that criticism. There's a lot of coaches that don't know how to do it, and they just point out mistakes that are like not even your mistakes, like global mistakes, but he understands everything super well, and it's, I mean, he looks mean, but I'll tell you, he's a bunny outside. He's very funny, and he keeps the, you know, the jokes and everything in the team. Sometimes bullies the players, but you know, you have to be a coach. Yeah, I mean, overall, he's a very nice person to work with.
Okay.
Maybe the outside looks a bit, you know...
He looks a bit scary. I have spoken
typical
to
Russian person, you know, like CS people.
Bullying out of love, that's what
reality is.
So I wanted to actually follow up on that, because obviously your opponents were playing with an analyst.
Yeah.
Now, I've asked Pipson this question before, and he said we would forfeit the game. But if you had to sub in Milan, do you think you could have still won this
already
game
played today.
Those are his best stats ever, I'm telling you that now.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know.
Would you forfeit the game, or would you
probably
step
take
out
like
there?
Phoenix or something, let him run first.
Oh, yeah?
Phoenix!
I mean...
He's got the long legs
or
for
Kaio or something. Just, I mean, you have to utilize the player. I think they did, like K-Corp, it's actually props to them. They implemented their analyst in the team, you know, like last second in the situation they have, which, I mean, it's props. A lot of teams would have forfeited and be like, yeah, see you next year, you know? Season's over.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I wanted to talk a little bit about Koi, who you're going to come up against next. I spoke to Coldamenta in the press conference, and he was saying that this is a squad that's very much reinvented themselves coming into LCQ. How are your feelings about that squad that you're coming up against? I imagine that you would have thought it would be Na'Vi that you'd face.
Actually, yes. I mean, no offense to Koi. I think Koi is a better team right now before because they had like role issues.
Yeah.
I think now they sorted the roles and everybody's playing into their comfort, kinda. Not all of them, but in reality, like 70% of the team is playing comfortably. So I think now they're a better opponent than they were before last season. So honestly, I mean, it's gonna be I think it's gonna be all 3 maps realistically. I think it'll be a fight because it's both Spanish Sharks. You know who's the first Spanish Shark to be in the champs. So yeah, it's a battle.
When you're looking at Koi and you're saying they look very different right now, much better version, what exactly is it about Koi that you are worried about going into that upper final?
I mean, now I think just it's the comfort thing. Like they're more comfortable on the roles and they have more experience. Even Wolfen, for example, right now is playing a lot better. It's, I mean, it's funny in reality compared to how he played last season, but right now he's playing very good compared to how he played, and I think he got the shape and individual level up. So I think it will be now a fair game. In reality.
If you were watching yesterday with the interview there at PM, you might have noticed that we had the Logitech Pro inside. So we're going to play around. It's going to be Pearl specifically, and we're going to ask you to give us a little bit of a breakdown of what happened there. Specifically, it's going to be round 11 on Pearl, where it very much came down to your util usage winning the round.
Well, that's the thing. I think this was them actually countering you directly. Like, they went through after... This was quite far into the half. And a lot of it came down to them just destroying all of your utility on the take. So I want to know, like, in those sort of scenarios, how do you react when someone's now just going, all right, all of his util's here?
I mean, sometimes it's like you have to improvise a lot. Like, you have to have, I wouldn't say skill, you know, just timings to go through and try to win the round. But in reality, we kind of knew they're going to play retake because of Harbor. They will play long distance. I don't think they will play on side because they don't have that much space. The wall will go down soon. So it also gives us space instantly. I don't remember, I don't see if I had the camera because I'm pretty blind. So also the camera, I understood the setup instantly what happened because I saw the glimpse of them running back. So I knew it's only 2 guys on site, and then also those 2 guys went back, and we just understood side is free, and then we have to fight in art and we have to fight in main.
You said it as well with the matchup that you had today against Karmine Corp specifically, especially on Pearl, considering how close it went. It was a bit of an annoying comp to play against, but we also see Karmine Corp become a little bit more consistent on the server. Have you felt that as well going up against them? Was it a bit of a different team than the regular season?
I mean, it was completely like a different team. They play better right now. I think it's still a player that gets put into a team that's haven't played in a while. It's a lot of, so to say, experience he gained, and I think he can get better just from practicing for a month in a tier 1 environment.
Well, Karmine Corp now are going to be going down to face off against Na'Vi, who I think it's fair to argue are looking in almost the worst shape that we've seen them, certainly in recent memory. I wanted to get your thoughts on that series. Do you want to throw out a prediction?
I mean, last time, if you watched the game fully, they got pretty close on Ascent, if I recall. It was 2-1, if I recall, the K-Corp game. No? I might be wrong. But it was super close. It almost went overtimes. It was a lot of overtimes or something. So back then, they already had a rough time against K-Corp and how they play. I mean, it's very hard to play against Nevera and Opping. It's, for me, the most... If we watch the games, it's like... He has balls. You know, he does... He has... Yes, literally the off.
Takes balls to take that
It actually
back.
throws you up a lot. Like, you can do something and then he just walks through, you know, gets a kill, walks back, TP, smokes. I think it will be a hard game for them. It's like very puggy style to play against, and I don't think Na'Vi can always perform good against that. If the enemy team is making a lot of mistakes, then they capitalize, win the game on it.
I think coming into LCQ, there's a 0% chance for most people to even think about guessing or picking Karmine Corp over Na'Vi. And by the sounds of it, you think there's at least
I mean,
a good
I'm
shot.
still a fan of Na'Vi. You know, my old teammates from CS, you know, I'm still a fan, and new friends, kind of. So yeah, it's just I'm a fan of Na'Vi. Hopefully they can go through.
No, that's one of the games that we're going to be looking at tomorrow. So with the schedule coming up as well, let's have a recap of what we can be expecting to have a look at. The first game is going to be Koi against Giant, so that's you guys. Do you want to throw a prediction for that one, actually? Do you want to give us a little bit of a...
Do you want to do what Benji did?
Yeah, do you want to show yourself in the
Not more than 10 rounds. That came back real fast.
I mean, they did lose, so technically he was right.
We have rules in the team. Never jinx the game. Never say anything. Never underestimate the opponent. Never. That's happening like every single day in esports.
Okay, so you're just gonna say that you're gonna do your best.
We'll do our best. And
Okay.
I think it's gonna be 3 maps, honestly. That's my prediction. I
Alright.
think Koi will come and they will.
They're about to get
they will-
2-0'd.
Yeah. I mean, fair play.
Which team?
Lower
Which team,
bracket
though?
still.
Does it alleviate the pressure though, knowing that there's a lower bracket?
A bit, yes, but I wouldn't say so. It's just weird emotions when you play it. I think it comes, the emotions and like the stress comes after you lose the game and you're like, oh, low bracket, need to win 3 games to
Last
qualify.
shot.
Yeah, so it's a bit difficult when you already lost the game.
So do you want to define success maybe? Because looking at you guys, you had quite a good regular season. Maybe didn't really get up to that Masters Tokyo slot, but thank you again, Fnatic, for giving us 2 slots in LCQ. So
Thanks for that.
it is possible. Is that what success would be? Is that the expectation that you have on yourself and the rest of your roster?
Yes, I mean, thanks to Fnatic for giving us the slot, which is a lot easier right now for us to get that success. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't want to jinx it. I'm not putting a bench.
I'll stop
I'm not
asking.
saying
I'll
it,
stop
no.
asking. All right, thank you guys so much for tuning in for its second day of VCT EMEA LCQ. We're gonna be heading up and we'll be back tomorrow with more games, and Nuki will be in the first of them, so make sure that you guys check in for that. Have a good evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Let's smile, guys, yeah. Vamos, here we go, boys.
It's an absolute slaughter. Koi really schooling Na'Vi here on map 1.
Godamenta! Vamos, Capi!
Standing ahead.
Drax could end it all here and now. Soigetsu can do nothing.
Surely not! No one stops him! This angle
gotta
is
check this.
undiscovered. He's got to check! He's got to check! He's got to check! What? How much can one man do here? Nuki, the savior of Giants at the very end there. Cloud turns around, but the massacre's happened. What an attempt. Not quite good enough to get past Nuki, though. Oh, and it's going from bad to worse for Carmine Core as Giants strangle them. The fuse is going. It's halfway there now. I don't think they can stop it. Shit's fallen. And Giants